Welcome to the Cast on Titan episode whatever, chapter 74 and 73 edition. This month we're going to be looking back to the chapter 73 chapter. I said that backwards again, because I usually do that. We're going to look at chapter 73, we're going to look at chapter 74, and we're going to bundle them together. We're going to talk about everything, and we're going to address all your guys' questions. We're going to get all into the nitty-gritty details, have a lot of fun tonight, and talk about some cool stuff, because some cool stuff happened in one of the chapters and not in the other one.
Exactly.
So to start off with, let's go ahead and do introductions to everybody that's here tonight. Normal order, except our guest will go last.
Alright. Hi, I'm Scott, ScottyV23 from the subreddit, and I really liked one of these chapters, and the former chapter I didn't like too much, but besides that, I think both chapters served a purpose, and I guess we'll get into it later on.
Well, my name's Ryan. I go by WX Bombadil on the subreddit, and I liked Chapter 74. It was a lot of fun. 73 was a bit underwhelming, but that really can't be helped. You know, you have to have a few chapters like that mixed in.
My name is Stiller3. I'm one of the moderators from the subreddit, and I have to echo sort of what they've been saying. One of the chapters was great, and one of them was not so great. And, yeah, we're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about tonight, at least for Chapter 74.
Hi, I'm Cooney. I go by CooneyBob on Reddit, or if you know me from Tumblr or fanfiction stuff, then you know me as Masks Are Hot. I like every chapter. 73 was obviously a filler. 74 was awesome. Yeah, I look forward to talking about it. Thanks for having me, guys.
We are thrilled to have you on for this chapter. I know we talked about it before, but there have been a bunch of people on the subreddit for when we talk about guests who have asked to have you on. So it's great to have you on.
That's really awesome to hear. I'm so glad. I hope that I can live up to expectations. Thanks, guys.
Mrs. Popular over here.
Yeah, you know.
All right, so before we go any further, I need to put out the disclaimer. If you're new to the podcast, that is, this is a Manga Spoilers podcast, if you haven't figured that out already. And we're not going to be talking about anything except for the newest chapters, the newest material, and all of it's going to be spoilers. So if you are someone who can be spoiled and don't want to be spoiled, you should go read the manga, listen to all of the prerequisite podcasts, and then come back to this
in like a
episode.
year.
Yeah, it'll take you like a week, you know, but hey, it'll be great because it'll take me that long to edit this anyway.
Or listen anyway, because spoilers are amazing, so just, you know.
Yeah, I guess that works too. So now we are going to move into our early impressions segment and just give a brief description of what we thought of the highlights for both chapters and sort of what we expect for the next chapter, just in brief. Same order.
Alright, so for 73, like I alluded to before, it was kind of underwhelming because I feel like it was more build-up, and the past two chapters even before that were also build-up, so it was kind of just build-up on build-up on build-up, and it was unnecessary in my opinion. But as far as what it set out to accomplish, I think it did a pretty good job of setting up for the next chapter 74, which was much more eventful and much more exciting. But besides that, I have nothing much really to say about 73 because there was a lot of reflection with like Armin and Aaron's relationship, about the battle plan, what they were going to set up. That was interesting to see. I guess it gave context to like the scope of what the mission was to get Shingashina back. But yeah, again, like I said, 74 was actually the meat of the issue, and that was really cool to see how they actually, you know, stormed in and there was nobody there, and then you finally get the reveal of Reiner in the wall, and then Levi almost takes him out, and then it seems like even though 74 was filled with a lot of action, it seems like it was almost a pseudo build-up chapter in itself, because the next chapter is where the real fight actually starts, where we get the Titans fighting each other, so that's going to be great. But yeah, in terms of which one's better, 74 obviously was much better. A lot of action, a lot of information, whereas 73 was more build-up, and I didn't really like that. But overall, two pretty good chapters.
Chapter 73 I thought was pretty shit. As a filler chapter, it rehashed a lot of content we already knew about, rehashed a lot of conversations we had already seen, and served for that build-up point to Chapter 74, and overall really wasn't worth much of anything, as far as I'm concerned. Chapter 74 I had a much stronger impression of the first time I read it, when it came out. The second or third time that I read it, getting ready for tonight, I noticed more and more that this was actually, like Scotty alluded to, this is actually more of a build-up than it was an actual action scene, or more of its own kind of episode type of thing. And I had a pet peeve in this chapter that I want to go into a little later that kind of bothered me. There were a couple things of interest to this chapter, so that at least puts it on the playing field of being okay. Overall, it's okay. You know, I could rate 74 lower, though I thought 73 was the absolute worst. But 74 was okay. It was pretty good. It was all right.
Okay, and Stiller's book is a pretty good in everyone else's book.
Yeah, my book is super high expectation, high, harsh judgment type of thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm ready to go, but I did say I'd go last. So Cooney, if you want to take it, go ahead of me. Go for it.
No, you know what? You go ahead. You're ready. I know my place.
Oh my goodness. All right, so impressions. Well, 73, kind of like Stiller touched on, as a filler chapter, I really don't usually mind them. But the problem I had with this one is that, again, like Stiller said, I felt like we were reviewing the same stuff we just went over in 72, or in the less recent chapters where we had some fillers, where we kind of went back to the roots of the series and kind of refreshed over, what happened initially, why they hate Titans so much, kind of going back to those initial emotions. I felt like we went over the same conversations here. We went over the same material, so it didn't really feel like we were flashing back to anything different, which is why I felt like it felt so extra drawn out more than usual, which was a bit of a bummer. But going ahead to 74, we got a bit of a different situation, obviously, with all the action. I liked seeing his wall filling in action, the actual hardening process, instead of just the aftermath of it. Obviously, the Reiner fight was a big highlight of the chapter. And we'll go into this one later. But what I really liked, I think, was at the end. Very interesting how this is going to play out later. Is the side-by-side shots of Monkey Trouble and Irwin, and then below that Reiner and Eren, obviously drawing some pretty big parallels between them. So I think that's going to be curious when we look into that later and how that's going to evolve in the coming chapters.
All right. So, I completely agree with what everyone else was saying. 73 feels a lot like it was a filler chapter, and some of it was necessary, but some of it wasn't. And I almost wonder if Isayama had a plot point in mind that he wanted to end on, and he had to kind of backfill it a little bit, pad it a little bit. I still liked it. There was some interesting stuff in there, but the past few chapters have felt like it's like everyone else has been saying, it's almost like false starts for the next plot line. It feels like we're just kind of starting to get going, and then it just completely rolls it back. And so there's sort of the tension is building and then falling and building and falling instead of being a steady build. But 74, definitely, it feels like we took a lot of steps forward, as everyone else has said, with the action, with the fight. We're actually, it feels like, okay, this is the cusp of the showdown now. So 75 feels like it's going to have big payoff. One thing that surprised me about 74 that I'll just briefly touch on is there was a lot of build in this series towards the whole act of sealing Wall Maria, or Wall Maria, or however you guys want to pronounce it. And it feels like that was almost anticlimactic when it finally happened. It's interesting how the focus has shifted from actually sealing the wall to defeating the enemies. And that's something I wasn't quite expecting. I was expecting the actual wall sealing process to be a lot harder than it was. So that was kind of interesting.
We'll get back to that a little later on, I think.
Sounds good.
So that's everybody's impressions. We're ready to move forward here. We're going to go ahead and start talking about Chapter 73. Go through everything in Chapter 73, then we'll get to Chapter 74. Go through everything in Chapter 74, then we'll go into questions. That's the lineup for tonight. Okay, so Chapter 73. Who has the first bullet point they want to touch on in Chapter 73?
So I actually have something pretty interesting that I called on what I noticed on page 8 or 7, where it has the 3 panels of Mikasa, Eren, and Armin, and it says like which one of them has what attribute attached to them. And for Armin it was hope, and for Eren it was rage, and those made sense to me. But I think it was interesting that Mikasa got pride, because I don't see a lot of pride in her or in her actions. She seems more of just a follower to Eren, and that's not, I guess you could say that's the like kind of degrade her as a character, because I don't think much of her as a character. But I really don't see pride in her character at all, because she doesn't really do anything because she has a strong sense of like determination or will. Like, oh, I have to do this because it's right, it's just, it's pure. It's like, she pretty much does it just because she's following Eren and she's trying to protect him, and that's her goal. So I guess she's proud of her goal to protect him, but it's a little far-fetched for me to like attribute pride to her as like a main attributive characteristic.
I find that absolutely hilarious. Because what that means to me is that here we are in chapter 74, almost chapter 75 now, and we still don't know what Mikasa's character is about.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Well, it's an interesting point you brought up, Scotty, especially about her being a follower, because, I mean, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I can only really think of one example where she really did anything of her own volition. I mean, because you have, from the very beginning, when she murdered those guys, or she murdered that one dude with the knife, that was still, it was Eren telling her to do that. So he was kind of the catalyst to get her going. The only example I can think of where she really did anything on her own was when she took down that one Titan when your man Reeves was trying to push the cart through the gap.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, she's all been about kind of following orders, protecting Eren, like you said. That seems to be her own her main goal. But I don't see the pride, because usually when you think of pride, you think of pride in your family, in your country, in the things you stand for, things like that. But she has no pride in her family, at least not that I've ever seen. She's never expressed it. She doesn't have a country to be proud of. I mean, sure, she might be proud of her service in the Survey Corps, I suppose, but the government isn't exactly something to be proud of. And really, anything else, I mean, other than their noble goal of trying to save humanity, I don't know. I don't see it, but maybe it's something that they're just foreshadowing more than anything else.
Surprisingly, I had a different reaction, because I do see her as being the person he picks to represent pride out of the three. That makes the most sense to me. And I think we really have to go back to try and address that concept. We have to go back to Trost, where she had her crisis moment after she thought Eren died, and she said, "I'm stronger than all of you. I'm the best. Look at me do good things. Look how awesome I am. Look at me being strong. Okay, I'm cool," right? A lot of her early game development was about her trying to reclaim family and trying to reclaim her place in the world. Her trying to grow in a situation where she can really feel like she's a part of a group, like she can belong to something, that she can fulfill some sort of role that's important to, at least to her, for what she wants. And what she wants, at least as far as I've been told by everyone, is family. So if she's prideful for anything, I could definitely see her as someone who's prideful in her skills, just based off of that couple of lines she had in Trost. But
I could see that.
But yeah. I guess I disagree with Ryan, because I do see her more as being prideful of her family. I see it's not the family that she doesn't have; it's the family that she wants. She kind of works with Armin in the hope sense that she's fighting to protect her family. She's fighting to want to be proud that she was able to protect her family, that kind of thing. And
I guess that's a pretty good point. Yeah.
And I had another sort of disagreement with that list 3 there with Armin, because I didn't see Armin as hope. I saw Armin as caution and smarts and tactics and planning and looking for advantages and trying to be prepared. I guess for him I would have said adaptability instead of hope. But as far as like from the narrative's perspective and from what they're trying to sell the reader, hope does make sense. It's just not the word that I would give him.
I think it was interesting that you said pride fit with her, and you specifically mentioned the Trost example, because to me, when Eren was down and she thought she lost him, and she then got this sense of like, oh, I'm going to show you my skills and look what I can do, and I'm so proud of all my actions. It almost seems like it was a pseudo pride, like a false pride, because what pride is, yeah, exactly, and that's not true pride. So if you have pseudo pride, then I wouldn't call you a prideful person. I would say you're someone who's trying to gain pride, but you don't actually have it authentically. You don't have authentic pride. You only have pride when it serves you, when it's self-serving. So I wouldn't use that as a generic characteristic to describe someone. because pride is when like you actually have confidence and you have gratitude for your own actions based on your own admiration for those actions, not because those are placeholders for something you have lost. For example, when she lost Aaron, because she lost Aaron, she's like, oh, I now have to rely on something else to hold on to keep me going. And because of that, pride, sure, that was the placeholder for when she lost Aaron to replace that sense of belonging that she needed, that Aaron filled. So because of that, I wouldn't say, oh, well, in that situation, she exemplified pride. It's like, no, she exemplified a need to hold on and latch on to something else in this world in order to get by because her own actions aren't enough. So, again, I wouldn't consider that pride.
That explanation is why I thought your reaction to it was hilarious. Because I'm in that same camp where I feel like, God damn it, wouldn't it be great if she had enough development for us to not have to talk about this?
Well, it's worth noting too that pride.
For all three of them, for every single one of them, I don't think it's that this person represents the quality that I've attached a word to. I think all three of them are in pursuit of being able to master that word.
Well, and it's worth noting that pride isn't always a positive thing too. Pride can definitely have a negative connotation because essentially it's one step away from arrogance.
Well, it's one of the deadly sins.
And especially with Mikasa in terms of her overconfidence in her abilities, like in the female Titan arc, when she basically screws up Levi's leg by diving in because she has overconfidence in her abilities and stuff, or the fact that it takes her so long to learn to trust her authority, like Levi, because she was so pissed off at him after the trial scene. So she has a history of overconfidence that she's had to overcome and sort of learn her place within the hierarchy. So in that sense, that's sort of pride related.
Well, that's a good point because that definitely fits in with I guess the negative aspects of having a lot of pride.
And now that you mention it, there was a scene in chapter 74 where after Aaron had plugged the wall in Maria, where Aaron said something along the lines of, "Did I do that? Did I really just plug the wall?" And Mikasa goes, "Yeah, believe in your own strength, man."
Yeah, that's true.
Almost as if she's telling him, "Hey, take pride in what you're able to do."
To go back to Armin real quick, though, about hope, I thought it was interesting that hope is the term they use because, on one hand, I do agree. I think it does fit him well. On the other hand, though, sometimes he seems the polar opposite. Because on one hand, we go back to the beginning, we think when he's reading the book with Aaron about the outside world and the ocean and the deserts, and you could see the hope there. You could see the hopefulness of, I guess, all the positive vibes coming out of that. But then look at the Trost arc. After Aaron gets eaten by what's-his-name, the big old Santa Titan, boy, that's hopelessness if I've ever seen it. It seemed like he was just absolutely devoid of all confidence. So to consider him hopeful in that particular scenario, boy, that seems pretty difficult to label him like that. So as a bit of a contrast within his own character. And again, I guess we shouldn't try to pigeonhole him too hard, all three of these guys, into these terms because as much as he used the three characters as an illustration for these three concepts, I mean, it seems like he's also just trying to illustrate, especially with the terminology using some, screamed, et cetera, that they're just kind of using him as a stand-in for kind of the three main groups that the rest of the people would fall into, essentially, if that makes any sense.
Well, I think the three of them... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I also wonder if there are some nuances in the Japanese original that maybe don't translate so well, and these were the closest terms they could use. Because sometimes that happens with these sort of vague concepts, that there are slight cultural differences in the language.
True.
I think
abstract concepts don't always translate well.
Yeah.
Something else I think about the trio, I want to call it a trio of words instead of a trio of people, because something I think the chapter was aiming for is to have those three people who represent those three traits. That's not about them as much as it is about humanity. These are three traits that we want humanity to regain.
That's what I was kind of saying, though. Yeah.
This is what we want the people to start believing again.
I think you articulated that a little better than I did.
Well, yeah, I guess I just made it make sense in my head.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? It's about Armin. Oh, yeah, Armin, we revisited that whole oceans and the hope and all that stuff in chapter 73. But if we go back to the Uprising arc, which is something I don't like to do, but during the Uprising arc, we had that false flag attack scenario where we saw sort of a little bit of Armin's darker side, and we all kind of speculated about how that might lead into the future with him. I kind of feel like hope is the wrong word because of where he's going to eventually end up. because we also have to keep in the back of our minds that quote about Eren and Armin drifting apart because of some sort of innocuous decision they had to make that would separate the two of them. And I think that goes along with Erwin giving Armin sort of that little moment of control where he said, take all the dudes you want, get results. I think long-term Hope's not going to be something that will stick to Armin, just based off of sort of how we've seen his character development ebb and flow between being super hopeful, like you said, and Trost, where he's super hopeless, down on his beliefs, and the high point for him, which is talking about the oceans, talking about getting out there, talking about getting stuff done.
I kind of feel like these are the almost like three starting points for where these characters were, because all of them have sort of evolved from these points since then. I mean, even Eren with Rage, he's been a lot less ragey and a lot more introspective. So it's almost like all three of these, like Hope, like Armin, like you said, how he's starting to get more pragmatic and darker. Mikasa has gone past the pride and is becoming aware of her limitations, and Eren has moved past Rage. It's almost like this is looking at where they came from and introspective on where they came from before wherever the next arc is going to take them.
Almost as if we're building to some sort of conclusion point for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to definitely build credibility to what you just said, in these particular panels when they describe the Hope, Pride, Rage, they're referring back to when Wall Maria was originally taken. So this quite literally was the beginning part, and that's exactly what he's describing. What Isayama was describing here. So when you say, like, this is how their starting points, it literally is, like, that's even what the panel's referring to, is that their starting points, this is what they were.
Mm-hmm. You can't help but feel that all the last couple chapters that we've been spending so much time going over these refreshers and these flashbacks, that he's just screaming at us, remember what happened, this is going to be relevant pretty soon.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
Oh my God.
Which, if true, is pretty fucking lazy when you think about it.
Yeah,
he took an entire chapter to just basically say, remember the first couple chapters because they're important.
So I'll give him the benefit of doubt and just assume I'm wrong, but come on, if that's all he's doing, I'm a little bummed out about that.
He not only used one chapter to do that, he used multiple chapters to do that.
Yeah.
This chapter 73, and remember the mess hall chapter that we got very recently?
Okay.
That was also complete flashbacks and summarization of where the characters were. So that aligned with this chapter. It's like,
awful.
You're trying to beat us over the head with it. It's like, come on now, we get it. Let's move forward. We can reminisce about the past by rereading the previous chapters. We don't need you to rehash the new chapters.
This is a big deal, though, you guys. You know how big of a deal this is? This is a pretty big deal.
You know what's a real big deal is them damn flashlights that they have. I hate those.
Thank you.
Absolutely hate them.
I'm still pissed about that.
Go ahead.
Are we going to go back to ranting about those flashlights, because they are just
go ahead.
I do, but I don't. But if you want to start off, Ryan.
We went over it. I talked pretty mad shit about them last one.
Yeah. Well, okay. Before we leave the three panel, the rage and all that stuff, I had a note to talk about how. Did anyone notice how Eren's eyes looked in that rage panel, where his is it just me, or did his eyes look really fucked up?
His eyes look like they're melting.
Tears.
Yeah, those tears are like streams. Like.
Meanwhile, Armin's got the kawaii eyes going on.
Like something's burning a hole into his eyes. Like that panel looks so messed up to me.
He doesn't look very comfortable, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he is in the stomach of a titan, so probably not.
Yeah.
Comfortable isn't the right word right there, but.
Oof. Anyway. Something else I had a note for chapter 73 was Hanji talking about the moon. This is something when the Castle Utgard stuff happened I thought was kind of interesting that they had touched on. But Hanji demonstrated in chapter 73 that they're very well aware about how moon cycles work, because they specifically waited for a new moon to come out before they made for Shiganshina. And I thought that was interesting that they had actually addressed that in full, at least as far as I knew.
To be fair, though, as humanity, like as a civilization, we've known about lunar cycles for like thousands of years at this point. That's like up there with like the sun and like things. Yeah,
it's
the Mayans got that shit down.
We get questions all the time about like what technology would this technology work, or would that technology work? Like where are we at in the timeline, that kind of thing.
Right, but we figured out lunar cycles like since we've discovered agriculture.
Yeah, I thought it was cool they talked about it at least, though.
Okay, that is cool. That is cool. At least we know they're not stupid.
They actually made it sensical about why the Titan, that one that they saw that was sleeping or whatever, actually
The moon-powered Titan? Oh,
Yeah.
no, he was asleep, yeah.
how he didn't get up and attack them even though it was nighttime because of what happened to Utgard. I thought that was cool that they actually addressed that.
If you can use steam-powered weapons, I hope you know the lunar cycle, because that would just be a drastic leap in, they have no astronomy, but they can do all the technological advancements. It's like,
Well, sometimes you wonder.
Yeah. But going back to the night aspect, I feel like it's very interesting that specifically, I don't know if this is like a translation error or like misrepresentation, but it says the newer types of Titans that can move around at night. So are Titans evolving? Like, are they adapting in some sort of way where they're getting more abilities, or they're becoming more used to their environment? Because that's a really interesting concept if so.
Yeah, I was wondering if that's just them saying like, oh, this is new to us, instead
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Well, that's what I thought as well. But then also, it is a little bit of a bit too coincidental that the first that we see of these kind of, lunar powered Titans essentially is after Monkey Trouble showed up.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it may just be a pure coincidence, but makes you wonder.
But then again, there are serums and needles and special spinal fluid juice and all sorts of weird shit going on where you can make Titans out of needles. So maybe there is something to it.
Titans out of needles.
Did you see that? Did you see that thread on the subreddit the other day that was like, hey, anybody can become a Titan. You just have to get the spinal fluid out of one of it. And you can just shoot it into anybody.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I did see that.
I guess. I know. I missed that one. Jeez.
So it's
Yeah,
a little up in the air.
it's
don't
gonna be
think that's how
interesting
it
to
works.
figure out how that mechanism works. Like if you just need a tiny amount, or if you need, because it wouldn't make sense for it to be all the spinal fluid, because that'd be really hard to extract.
I
So
think the thread actually gave like a quantifiable amount and said like, oh, if you take this much amount and use it, if you get that much out of the spinal tap, that'll be enough, and you won't kill the shifter, and you can use that fluid for whatever.
But isn't it true that everything in they're talking about a shifter specifically, not a Titan?
Like taking, well, yeah, that thread I think was about a shifter, but
Okay.
theoretically you should be able to take it out of anybody, shouldn't you?
Well, a Titan doesn't it evaporate and so does the blood? So then I don't know how the spinal fluid would react in that situation.
I don't know. It's
yeah, because
weird
Hanji was
science
saying
stuff.
when they tried to analyze the fluid in the Titan needle, that basically it was evaporating before they could analyze it. So there's some sort of strange technology magic involved.
Or
Dare you say magic?
it just exists as a gaseous form at 1 atmosphere, in ideal temperature conditions.
That's true.
I mean,
true.
there's all sorts of stuff that would vaporize at open air conditions.
Yeah, it's possible that whatever society actually made those, it actually has the technology to change the temperature if they're,
So it's possible that Monkey Trouble and his people know science and
I'm going off of that assumption.
know how to make that work.
Given that Grisha basically cured an entire
Plague.
everyone, yeah, exactly. Like it's pretty clear that they have higher technology out there.
Yeah, well,
That's
cool,
true.
guys. I can't wait.
Plus the syringes. I mean, I'm under the impression that all the syringes and essentially the original, wherever the Titan serum came from outside the walls initially.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
That topic.
Yeah. Unless they were just they've just been sapping spinal fluid out of whatever it is, whoever the Rice Titan was, all this time.
Yeah.
Can you do that without killing the Titan? I suppose you can.
Theoretically, it's. I don't think it's a hard. I don't think the humanity has it down to a hard science. So.
No, at least nobody in the walls does.
Right.
Another thing that I thought this chapter didn't do a good job of, and it kind of like regressed on a couple of issues, was in terms of Eren and his development, because there was a specific line where Eren called himself pathetic and he doubted his own capabilities
Well,
and
he is
abilities.
pathetic.
Right, he is, but he's been he's been realizing kind of that he's not, in his own mind, throughout the arcs, especially the Uprising arc. Like that entire thing was, especially at the end when he punched himself, to make it all dramatic. Yusian was like, "Oh, see, he's changed. He punched himself to knock out the old Eren."
Yeah, you're right.
Unquote.
Yeah. Because we talked about this before. We went over this exact same thing about, oh gosh, I'm glad he's finally over that kind of angsty stage, you know, and he's finally got some self-confidence. And now we're back to where we were. He's just flip-flopping like a fucking...
And now he's shaking. He's shaking so much. Yo, speaking of which, how can Armin just in this dead of night, is he like have like a microscope looking at Aaron's arm? Like, how could he see his hand shaking like that? He must be really trembling if that's like...
He was holding it. Oh, you know how it is. Cuddle up.
He was holding it. There.
Well, it's because he's. Don't forget though that his hand is holding the light, and so Armin can probably see the light trembling.
Oh, true. How dare you put some logic into this argument?
And I'd also like to speak up in defense of Aaron, my precious baby. No, I'm just kidding. But I can understand. I mean, it is kind of annoying that we're going back and forth over this pathetic thing over and over and over again. But if we look at them and are like, hey, this is a 15-year-old kid, you know, and he's going back to the place where his mom died and all this stuff, it kind of makes sense that he's still grappling with a lot of stuff. But I do agree that narratively it is kind of annoying to keep going back and forth over this and to get this flip-flopping going on.
I didn't see it so much as a regression as I did just more of a restating the status quo that we'd already seen in this chapter. Because I also had that note where he talked about how he's shaking and he's obviously so like nervous and scared about what's going on, but he's trying to internalize it and say, no, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. It's fine. It's cool. But he's actually freaking out. That's just the status quo. We know that's sort of where he is. It does suck that we're going over it again, but I just saw it not as much of a regression as much as it is just this is how this is working right now. Remember it, sort of what Ryan said, because we're going back to it later.
I just wish though that like that his actions would align properly with his mindset at the time, because we go here to see he's doubting himself and all this, and sure you could say that his talk with Armin right after gave him a confidence boost, which I really doubt that did, but afterwards though he's like, oh yeah, shit, I can just clog this wall with 2 seconds. He did it so quickly that like yeah, he did it so quickly that he even doubted. He was like, did I really just do that? And then Mikasa was like, yeah, you did that in like 1 second. And it was like, oh, okay, like why are you even doubting yourself if your abilities were so developed that you didn't even realize you did it so quickly? Like, I don't know, I just wish that they showed towards the end that he got a huge confidence boost, because then it would make sense how he did it quickly. Whereas now it's like you doubt yourself and then you immediately accomplish your goal in record time. It's like, okay, so I don't see, are you trying to draw like a parallel between these? Because it doesn't seem like it correlates. But, you know, this is just me nitpicking, I guess.
Well, basically it's just like, Aaron, stop being lame, start being cool.
And then he becomes cool. Like,
Aaron was never cool, and he's never going to be cool.
I think, though, it's a part of his confidence. There is a confidence boost in the frame on page 44 of chapter 73 when he's like, you know, I can do it. No, we can do it. He's kind of lost confidence in himself, but he's learned to draw confidence from the people around him. So he no longer sees himself as like this sole person who has to do it by himself, like he has the whole way through.
Which,
the fact that, you know,
goes back to that struggle with the with Squad Levi when they all got killed by Annie. And the whole thing about him trusting them and the others. So it kind of goes back to that whole problem.
Right, you got a good point there, yeah. Anything else for chapter 7?
Which basically just means that we're going to get another shot of Levi in the next chapter. Because Aaron's trusting people again. So now we just need Levi's line. We just need it just to make the whole go full circle here. Let's go back to Levi so he could say his line about not knowing how things are going to turn out based on the decisions you make. It's like the butterfly effect.
Mm-hmm. Well, before we move on, going back to what Cooney said earlier, that's actually was a really good point. And to be fair, I have to admit, I really am not giving the character, or rather Isayama, enough credit with Eren, in the sense that it is so easy to forget what it was like when you're 15, you know, and how at that age, my goodness, you know how emotionally kind of up in the air everybody is going through that phase. But then also the fact that, you know, we read these chapters and we read them over and over, and we've been reading this for so long, it's so easy to get a little desensitized, you know, because even though, yeah, you're trying to put them in their shoes, and obviously, you know, it's a fantastical story with a lot of fictional elements that couldn't exist in the real world. Even so, you know, there's only a certain degree that you can kind of put yourself in those shoes before you kind of lose a lot of that impetus. And then at this point, we're analyzing it, we're going over so many times that it is kind of easy to take yourself out of that position, especially when we're going over with such a fine-tooth comb. So in reality, if I was in his situation, I'm sure I would be equally as unsure about what's going on and equally as confused and unstable, because I don't blame him in that situation. My real gripe is more with, I don't know, I guess I'm just impatient.
Yeah. I wish we had someone here who was that age and could,
If only our resident 15-year-old was here. So
what teenager would ever admit to that, being like, oh yeah, no, I know what it's like. I know how
he wouldn't.
I think he might.
No way.
He might.
No, and there's no way he would. He'd be like,
I know when I was that age.
Fine, Aaron's lame. No, he would.
Yeah.
So, I'm out of stuff for chapter 73 already.
Already?
Yeah.
What about those holes Berthold drilled in his little wall?
The hole.
Cheese grater.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out like what he's looking through, and I'm struggling here.
Yeah,
It almost seems like it's a tower or something.
This reminds me of one of those slides that Isayama was going to do the background for, and he just gave up.
I really didn't pay that much attention to it.
It's a spaceship, guys. He's watching from a spaceship.
There you go.
Yeah, there's circular holes, like perfectly, like. So did he have like a tool or an instrument to like?
But they don't go all the way around. They're just like that little. Yeah. What in the hell?
And how thick is this wall he's behind? Is this like a paper thin wall?
Not very thick, because you can look through the holes. You can see how wide it is.
There's like a cardboard section of the wall. They like had a budget cuts, so they just use cardboard.
It's like 2 inches thick.
When Garrison gets lazy.
Honestly, at first I thought it was the page before where you see the people on the walls, like the 6 little slits in the wall, but they're definitely not the same size or shape or anything. So it's definitely not those, but I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, they're just glory holes. Lots.
Yeah.
Just,
Great.
you know how it is in Walmaria.
Okay, sure.
Super classy.
Sure.
We don't want to expand on that anymore?
No, I think we're good. Is there anything else in chapter 73 that we missed that we need to cover? Is anybody?
Awesome shots.
I'm sure I'll remember it when we're halfway through 74.
Well, we'll probably get questions about it too.
Oh, actually, can I just talk quickly about that I can do it, no we can do it thing? This is something that I saw a meta post going around online about, and I thought was really interesting. It was the facial expressions on each of the characters and how it showed the parallels between the Vet trio and the Shiganshina trio. How we have kind of Aaron and Erwin in the same position, and Armin and Hanji, and Mikasa and Levi. It's just, that was a really interesting, subtle little thing to draw the links between who represents what and who's kind of the, I don't even know which word I'm looking for, who kind of is related to what among the children and the adults. It's kind of interesting.
The parallels,
yeah.
Parallels, that's the word I'm looking for. Also, Erwin and Levi not breaking a sweat while everyone else is. Just too cool for school.
Yeah, that's how you do it. When you're in a management type position, you have to delegate.
Exactly. They're just like, all right, let's let these peons do it.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have time to sweat. They're busy guys.
Doing actual labor is for losers.
My management style. I don't know.
Let the enlisted kids do it.
That's right.
Of course.
That's what they're here for. They knew they knew they were going to be sacrifices. They got to put the work in.
Dude, they signed up as cannon fodder.
They knew it.
Yeah.
They knew it was going to happen.
It's a clause in their contracts.
That's right. Sign here, and they did.
They signed?
Blood.
All right.
Got that paperwork, got that like a written agreement type thing going on.
I wonder how sloppy the penmanship would be if you wrote in blood. I don't think you could get a proper signature out in blood.
Well, no, you totally could. Because I mean, think of it this way: if you got like a little thing, ink pot filled, and you took a little quill, signed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're saying?
the easy way.
Okay,
See,
you're gonna do it that way.
If you use the blood as the writing medium.
I was gonna say you use the finger, like you prick your finger, and then you use it as like the pen
Sideshow
itself.
Bob.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a challenge.
It'd be
It
tough.
Sounds... Yeah, hold on.
Well, that's one of the requirements to get in.
Hold
That's
my
like-
beer.
Hold my beer and watch this.
Well, that's the end of chapter 73. Like we said, not much going on there. Like we talked about earlier.
It tried.
It did it though.
Not really.
Not really, no.
Half of it tried.
There was a thought in there that somebody said, "Hey, maybe we should try."
There was that guy with the funny boots on the second page.
Yeah, the guy with the funny boots.
The guy with the
guy's
funny
got
boots.
legs like attached to like sideways on his hips, so that
Yeah,
they're
his
shooting
hinges
out.
don't make any
His
sense.
arms too.
Yeah.
I think he
What
might
is
have
his
actually
deal?
been like physically different.
He must.
Well,
You
yeah,
know what?
otherwise
I bet
it's-
he was a Survey Corps like guy who got thrown out because his legs got mangled, and now
Those are prosthetic legs,
now
for
he
sure.
can't work at all. So he's homeless and has to have a sign that says, "Please feed me."
They gave a homeless man a sword in a position like that?
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
Well, to be fair, they did like enlist like a third of their population as cannon
true.
fodder.
If you have
So
a pulse,
I don't know if that's really that far of a stretch.
if you have a pulse, we're willing to throw you in as bait.
Sign me up.
That's right. For all the non-perks you get. All right, so chapter 74, otherwise known as the good one.
Good one.
Where do we want to start with this one?
At the beginning.
Good start. Good
Okay,
place.
so I'll go to my first note here. Early on, I suppose in the chapter, there was that scene where Armin had discovered the campsite, and he had started his investigation into where the enemy might be, and there was that line of dialogue where he's talking about like, oh, they had some sort of drink, they had some sort of like tea or coffee or something going on, and I read that, and that kind of bothered me because I'm like, why do I need to know that? Who cares?
Yeah. Unnecessary detail.
World building.
Do I need to know that Reiner and Bertolt like coffee or tea?
I thought it had
I
some
mean-
significance at first.
It might actually be sort of implying that the world outside is more developed than the world inside. That they have
Do
the
they
ability
have
to trade
coffee
coffee
on the walls?
beans. It could be. It could also be Jaeger. Black liquid. No. But
How appropriate.
Irwin validated some of what he was saying by talking about the iron pot, but actually talking about what they were drinking had no relevance whatsoever.
that's why I almost wonder if it's going to point to something later.
I was gonna say, yeah, like you said, unless they're growing coffee outside the walls and they don't grow it, then it turns out to be like the biggest plot point in the series.
What a hell of a pull that would be! Like, oh,
You know,
we
Titans
discovered.
are
Did you know the
coffee-based
Titans have a
liqueurs.
secret weakness to the ingredient in coffee that we can use?
Caffeinated beverages.
We can use it. And we can put it in our swords, and we can.
Lace the sword with coffee grounds.
Oh no. We have this poison called coffee. We just dip it in there. What a waste of coffee, oh
They're
man.
just decked out in tea bags.
Starbucks would be just crying right now.
How how great would that?
Maybe the whole war in the first place, whatever war led to people having two different factions, was over coffee, and it was like, no free trade, no Starbucks,
Yeah. Who controls this coffee supply?
I always predicted Starbucks would be the end of us, so this makes total sense.
Nice Dune reference, by the way, Stiller.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, that was a minor thing. I guess that's a little bit of a nitpick, but I really didn't like that line.
It got like a page and a half of treatment. It's got to come into play at some point. I bet you at some point it'll be like Titans are caffeine powered, and we'll all be slapping on foreheads or something. But because it felt really out of place.
Run out of steam. Oh.
Oof.
Right. And also to go on to the next point, like the next event that happens, pretty much, I thought it was interesting, and this is like a minor gripe, but when Irwin said, "Oh, all of the faith in Armin, and like this is you're one of humanity's last hopes, and like a really important part," I liked how they built him up, but I don't like how the problem he had to solve and the solution was. It didn't showcase his expertise. Basically, it was like, oh, we can't find anyone around the walls. Maybe they're in the walls. Like, is that like a aha moment? It's like, I think I would have come up with that, honestly. Like, the walls are hollow. There are things in the walls. So the most logical place for someone to be is in the walls.
They pitched it as Armin saying, "Hey, I have to think outside the box. This is a really abstract problem that I have to solve."
So they gotta be inside the box. Oh, look at that. Oh my god.
Oh,
There we go.
snap.
But it's just like, okay. Like,
I had a point about that too, where Armin, like the soldiers actually asked him at one point. They said, "What are you thinking? What are you on about? Are you crazy?" And Armin's like, "Well, it's a hunch, maybe."
Like,
I didn't realize the walls were hollow. I mean, I understood there were Titans inside of them, but I kind of assumed they all stood there and then it just kind of filled in around them,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like, I didn't know there was like that much room they could just go hang out inside the walls.
Well, if you remember when we got the hole in the wall and we saw the Titan's face, there was a large amount of black space around it. So if you think
that's
back
true.
there, it's like it was seemingly hollow at that point.
Well, I mean, I'm just comparing it to Aaron's hardening, right? And what his shell looked like after he just filled the hole.
Yeah, true.
Seems a bit
I don't
different.
know. Yeah, I don't know if it definitely wasn't the same ability. I don't think that the Titans used because there's no way it would have made this perfectly shaped wall unless they like sculpted it like you would with bricks and then the layering like they actually just smoothed it out and like covered it up.
They'd have to have some kind of tools because didn't they address that they really couldn't do much about damaging the walls? Or was that no? They just never tried because it was illegal.
But
Yeah, Minister Nick was kind of was insisting that they don't alter the walls in any way.
Well,
Right.
because he knew they were inside, or at least had a suspicion or something.
Yeah.
But look how I mean the other thing is, and again we're kind of nitpicking over this still, but whatever. Look how thin the walls are. The one where Reiner breaks out. That's not very thick walls at all. That's a lot of empty space. My goodness.
yeah, it's the same place where Bertolt cut in little holes, like just where the paper thin is. As it goes back to these walls have very inconsistent like
Yeah, a lot of
shapes and
these.
sizes and thickness. These walls are like if you surveyed each part of the wall, it would be 100% different materials for every panel of the wall.
Yeah,
like they
Right?
did
This
not
is
know what they were
incredibly poor
doing.
craftsmanship.
So this is the chapter where we learned that the walls in Attack on Titan are made out of cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like popsicle sticks and glue.
That's right.
Obviously,
From his
the
craft
Titans make
project.
pretty shitty masons. God damn.
The first king was really just a kid, and this was his craft project.
Lost a lot of respect for the garrison.
They were drunk.
What are
They
they
didn't
even
know.
doing?
What do they actually do if their walls are made out of cardboard and popsicle sticks?
They drink. That's what what they used to do.
That's a job?
And
It's
also,
all just they're just there to make the populace feel like they're safe and feel like there's no need to explore and blah blah blah. They're just like a
Is that what the
figurehead.
military police is for?
Well, they are, but also they're there to lay down the law. The garrison are just there as figureheads. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't actually.
They're kind of a middleman, I think.
but also in terms of like when they were kind of in a conundrum, like where could they possibly be hiding? Was I crazy to be the only one who thought maybe they're at the one place where you already said they know you're going to go to, which is the basement? Why wouldn't they just be chilling at the basement? And number one, is this like this isn't some magical door or key. It's a door. Can't you just break it down? Like
I don't think they know where Aaron lives.
Really?
Well,
I guess
I
that
don't think at any point he's actually told them, like during the training, hey, this is where my exact house is.
Well, isn't that the
All they know
kind
is he lives in Shiganshina. That's about the depth of their knowledge. And in a house that has a basement.
Isn't that something that should be assumed that they talked about during their trip there? Because didn't it take them like a day to get there? Like, if you have that much time riding on horseback with all your buddies in the in your survey corps, no one bothered to ask you, like, hey, you know where we're going, right?
Yeah.
No, I thought you did, man.
we had all this time to talk about this, and nobody brought it up. No one asked him where he lives.
And you can
I'm
imagine
pretty
like
sure they know.
Well, there wouldn't be any reason.
Yeah.
I mean, think of it this way: like up until like right now, there really wouldn't be any reason to ask him. Oh yeah, that house that you used to live in that got destroyed with everybody else's houses that got destroyed way back
Erwin
5-6
had
years
reason
ago.
to ask him. Erwin could have at one point been like, hey, so about.
Well,
this
maybe they already
basement-
know. In fact, I'd wager Erwin does already know. Because think of it this way, right?
I'm betting
You've got
they do.
Dr. Yeager, really well-known guy, obviously, pretty important. I'm assuming that people who went into the military have some kind of paperwork. They had the thing was like they looked up Bert and Reiner's information. Remember when they were suspicious of them?
Yep.
So they were able to look that up and obviously had enough information on all the little cadets and everything to figure out that they were lying or came from the same place. So surely they have enough information to know where Aaron's house is. I
Right.
think.
There's no way they don't know where his house is.
Yeah.
but at the
But
same
what I meant is
token-
that Reiner and Bert don't know. They would have no way
yeah,
to know.
they don't know.
I mean, you don't think they would do reconnaissance beforehand or try to like just gain information? I feel like there's some sort of record system they might be able to tap into, in order to get that information.
I don't think
Or
I don't think it's their decision to make anyway, because we're seeing that Reiner and Berthold are playing second fiddle to Monkey Trouble,
Yeah.
and Monkey Trouble laid a trap for them so that now they are confined in this space and they have to deal with that now.
Well, on top of that, Reiner and Bert didn't know Aaron was the coordinate and didn't even know about the basement until after training was already done.
You're right.
So that means they would have had to ask him afterwards and been like, not suspicious about it. Somehow say, hey, by the way, tell me exactly where your house used to be with this.
What street was it on?
What's the address here?
What's the XY coordinates? Can you give me those real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch it into my prehistoric freaking Google Maps.
It's like a tablet. And it's
Break
like...
out the abacus.
Sundial.
Abacus sundial. It's perfect.
So he fills. Oh, yeah, because this is pretty cool. So the chapter opens up, right? He fills the hole. But this, going back to what Cooney said with the introductions, it was particularly interesting that the process of him actually filling the hole, like she said, was this huge event that we've been building up to for this entire series, essentially, was kind of a footnote in this chapter. It was a quick event. It was kind of just a sideshow. Happened early. We moved on. And that was that. It's over. It seemed like, it did seem a little bit anticlimactic. But at the same time, maybe it does highlight how far everybody's come since then, how much the priorities have changed. And now that it was the seemingly insurmountable goal, the one far off that we never thought we'd get to, finally plugged the hole. But now that we've gotten to this point, there's so much more to worry about now that step one is done.
I think that's what the difference is. Because when Aaron actually plugged the hole in Tross the first time, that was about a win for humanity. That was about a win for everybody. Everybody had a big boost after that one.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it for Maria is one part of the fight. This is only one aspect to the greater goal that we have to chase here. And Levi said it himself. Even if you plug it now, it will not take much effort for them to just kick it down again.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have loved it if Bert was standing there just waiting until he filled it.
I just kicked it in again.
Right back out.
That's what I thought was going to happen was, like, as Levi was going to say, oh, they could just take down the walls whenever they wanted, then all of a sudden you'd see Bertolt, Reiner, and all of them just all break out of the wall, and then just make bigger holes than the ones that he just filled. And it's like, oh, shit.
Massive fuck you to everyone.
Yeah.
It was actually really interesting that Monkey Trouble basically let them fill this hole as part of a way to trap them in there so that they could fight. Isayama has a really good ability to take what we're expecting and just completely turn it on its head like that. And I thought that was awesome that they sort of ended up playing right into his hands.
I'm a big fan of the idea that Monkey Trouble has turned this into a cage match.
Yeah.
Totally.
I like it a lot. Monkey Trouble, when Monkey Trouble was first debuted as a thing back in the 30s, whatever chapter he was in, I didn't think much of him at the time. Like, oh, he's some big bad we'll get to somewhere down the line. Well, now that we're here down the line, man, since he's shown up and, like, not taken down Reiner a couple chapters ago, everything about him has just been the most badass, most cool, this is the biggest, most threatening shit ever. Look how cool this bad guy is, even though he's got a stupid monkey face. Look how cool this guy is. His human form, awesome. His ability to throw rocks, awesome. His I want to fight the humanity people real bad, it's great. Everything about Monkey Trouble has made me hyped for the fight that we're gonna see.
Yeah, but his pinpoint accuracy, it's like, how extremely accurate is that? Because he threw from a mile away. He's like, boom, now your entrance, you can't get back there. It's like, oh my god, how could he even see over the wall? How do you see that throw? But that was pretty pinpoint accurate. That shit.
He's actually just the best. He's just the best.
He's
straight up catapult.
He was totally practicing until now and just so close. And
I choose to believe that.
We see him taking all these actions now. We see him being super effective at laying traps and making plans and controlling his minions as he, sort of kicked Reiner and Berthold back into gear and starting to take over, command to getting shit done. It's good to see.
God, he's just the best. Monkey Trouble's just the best. You know what? I hope he wins. I hope that this humanity loses because Monkey Trouble's just way too cool.
Yeah, man. I'm right there with you. That's right.
Oh, fuck it. Yeah. He's got this shit.
He's got it.
He's got it.
I'm on board with you. I really do think he's super cool.
Me too.
And it's really exciting actually that the Survey Corps is going up against. It's like strategic army against strategic army. It's not just like strategic army against a bunch of dumb people anymore, or titans anymore, right? There's actual strategy involved, and it's not just a small subterfuge basis like it was in the whole fighting Kenny's gang arc. This is army versus army strategy. I'm really excited about that.
Am I the only one who doesn't see where the odds are becoming even for this, like between Monkey Trouble, Reiner Berthold, and humanity? I don't see how this is an even playing field.
Think of it this way: Monkey Trouble already has a massive edge over everyone, just because he's got all these cool tricks up his sleeve that he can do, such as what we're assuming turning people into Titans, controlling Titans, intimidating them, throwing rocks, being a baller.
The ultimate ability, like that's his actual ability. It's like precision rock throwing. Like, oh, you can crystallize, but like I can throw rocks with extra precision.
He throws rocks like Donkey Kong tosses barrels.
Oh my god, yeah, he is. So, well, the Titans were already a formidable threat before he showed up. It was already a losing battle. You know, we weren't winning the battle. And now this guy shows up that can control them, organize them, like Cooney said. That's, boy, that doesn't make it any easier. That's for sure.
Awesome. Sorry, I just like when a group of characters has to go up against almost impossible odds, because I'm really excited to see how they're going to use their strategy and maneuverability to make it an even fight. I mean, it could just be a total slaughter. I could be wrong.
I feel like I'm getting ready to preemptively call bullshit on this, because this just does not seem like a situation where anybody should be making it back. Like, letting yourself get caught in this situation, everyone should be dead. I don't see.
Yeah. They'll survive because they got plot armor. They got plot armor.
I don't know who's gonna come back from this one.
I don't see
it's also
it.
possible. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't see it nearly as more slanted in Monkey Trouble's side as you guys do. I don't think, because I just think so. Annie was a pretty powerful Titan in her own right, and Levi pretty much wiped the floor with her.
No, hold on now. She fought.
Well, Levi's also like superhuman, like 101.
She fought the entire Survey Corps by herself. She didn't have any help whatsoever. She did that all on her own.
Yeah, the entire Survey Corps wouldn't even stand up against Levi. Levi could take on the entire Survey Corps with the abilities we've seen.
Well, she took on all of those red shirts, plus Levi, Mikasa, and Titan Eren, and still didn't even get captured.
Literally any Titan we've ever seen who's a shifter could take on all of the red shirts and not even break a sweat.
Plus Levi and Mikasa and Titan Eren and Erwin and Hanji's traps.
That's the point.
She did that on her own.
Yes, but that's what I'm trying to get at, is that you can take the red shirts out of the equation. It's basically Annie versus these powerful people, because each of these powerful people are equivalent. I would say definitely the most powerful, like Mikasa and Levi. I would say they can stand toe-to-toe with the Titan themselves, and when they're in coordination, like they are right here, I would say that they definitely stand toe-to-toe, because when they're together, their power is, I would say, heightened.
I don't see it, because they were all there when they fought Annie, and they couldn't kill her.
But the thing is, when Levi was going up against Annie, his only objective at that point was to get Eren back. And basically it was Mikasa screwing that up by diving in that made him injure his foot, and then he was unable to do it. There was a recent interview with...
He was pretty mad that his squad was dead. And as we saw in the OVA, he goes into like a berserk mode when people close to him die. But even still... There
was a recent interview with Isayama where he was saying that part of the reason that Levi was injured through the whole like Utgard arc and stuff like that was because he would be too powerful, and so that would make the enemies less threatening. So there was literally a part where he said that that Levi will be integral in actually giving them a fighting chance against the ultimate enemies.
That's fine. I think that's totally fine. But I think that only puts them on the same level as Annie fighting everyone by herself. So if we take a step back now and we see, okay, the same situation is happening here, where we have the entire Survey Corps all together. Levi's there, Mikasa's there, Erwin's there, Hanji's there, but it's not just Annie this time. It's Monkey Trouble, it's Reiner, it's Berthold, it's an army of Titans all together.
Well, you're all right. And going back to what Scotty said, especially, dollars to donuts, it's going to end up in a situation where the red shirts on both sides cancel each other out, and it's just going to be our little core group of fighting guys versus, the main characters on the other side. So, we got all these armies lining up against each other. But the story-wise, it's going to come down to Eren, Mikasa, Levi versus Monkey Trouble, Reiner, and Bert.
I don't buy it. I do not buy a situation where they have like a.
I'm not talking like a 6-way melee, like a cage match. I'm just saying like the story
they line up in the courtyard.
So the events that are revolve around those interactions.
I got to put it within a frame of reference here. I want to say there is no situation. I'm not going to buy anything that comes close to a decisive victory. There's,
No, I would-
there's
I-
no
that's fair,
chance
yeah.
in
Yeah,
there won't-
hell
Yeah.
that they should have anywhere close to a decisive victory.
There's
And
gonna
that would be
losses on
horrible
both
already.
sides.
Yeah.
There's
That would
going to
just
be heavy
that would-
losses.
Yeah.
This really should be a slaughter. That's what I'm
No. Did you just say it wouldn't be a decisive victory, and then you just said it would be a slaughter?
It should be a slaughter for Monkey Trouble. What I'm saying is for the Survey Corps, it should not even be close to a decisive victory.
Oh,
Well,
that's
yes,
why I-
no, yes, yeah, agreed.
I'm excited though, because that to me means that they might have a chance at squeaking past a victory, and that's always the most exciting as a reader, right? Is like where every
Yeah.
second.
No,
you're
I
like,
agree with
"Okay."
that because you get bored if they just steamroll them every time.
Yeah, of
Screw
course.
that.
If the villains actually steamroll the hero team, that's not as common of a thing to see in a story. So
No, but I was thinking more of the heroes steamrolling the
yeah,
bad
that
guys.
happens all the time. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, that's boring.
I'm super like rooting for villain team here, definitely.
Yeah, I feel like they might. Honestly,
yeah,
I
I'm in
wouldn't.
the same boat.
I wouldn't be surprised if the villains actually got out cleaner on this one. But I'm saying that
There's no
honestly,
reason they shouldn't come out
this
cleaner.
this is a situation though where both sides. I would buy into either side winning if it was presented in the appropriate way. If it was like a slaughter, like you said, and like one-on-one, like Jean took out like Monkey Trouble, like something ridiculous, I wouldn't buy into that at all. I would just be like, that's incredibly horrible. That makes no sense.
That's dumb.
But if it goes into like Mikasa and Levi and like maybe even Erwin with his one arm, he somehow helps. Like if all of those
Oh, yeah.
people, if all those people jump in and gang up on one, because we forget it could take when they're in their Titan form one cut to kill a Titan, even a shifter. So it's not like this is a horrible like, oh my god, you're going to have to damage them forever. It's like, no, you just need one precision cut and you can kill a shifter. So it's not as far-fetched to believe. Dude, you said
I
a
think
Titan.
it is because
You said-
But you think there's so
shifter-
many of them.
Every
There's
single
so
shifter-
many of them.
Every shifter we know has some sort of neck defense at this point.
Yeah, but like
And
we
that
said
single
before,
cut that you're
you
talking
can have
about,
it.
that single
Oh.
cut, I've like going back to the Annie thing. No one could do that to her, so I don't see anyone being able to do that to the real main team going on here with Monkey Trouble either.
I don't know. I mean, we saw that whatchamacallit, Reiner got pretty much not KO'd, but he was in a losing battle with Eren.
I'm
even.
glad you brought that up. I totally
that was
forgot I
Eren.
wanted to talk about this chapter.
And that was when Eren even wasn't developed. He learned, and he taught him like one fight move. And Eren's like, "All right, I got this, Reiner. Watch this. Boom,
Such a
takedown."
scrub.
I don't know if I don't know if I want to
Move.
segue to this now or if we want to bring this up later. But I really wanted to make a point. And I'm glad you reminded me. I really wanted to make a point in this podcast to talk about what a fucking shitlord, most worthless guy ever Reiner is in this chapter. And like for the past
Go ahead.
30
Doing
chapters. This is the most worthless guy on the whole damn team. What are you doing, man? You have never done anything useful. Ever. Why are you even still here?
He's certainly very good at getting cut up.
You're good at getting beat up by people you should beat. Get
Well, and it's
your
weird.
shit together.
I mean, I get Levi beating him in this situation, but from a guy who was like second, ranked in the Survey Corps at his class. I mean,
He's getting beat by everyone.
He should be kind of kicking ass here. Obviously Levi's a bit of an exception, but in all the previous encounters, yeah, I agree with you.
The most worthless shit in the entire story, except for like somebody
what?
like Connie.
You know what? You're right, and I just realized
Excuse me.
because why did he bust out of the wall not in his Titan form?
He should have come out of that
Like
wall
he should have
the
just come out
Kool-Aid Man.
transforming, instead of waiting to get cut.
He should have busted out of that wall like the Kool-Aid Man and just started throwing punches.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He would have had the element of surprise. He would have had a leg up already. Instead, he comes out getting sliced up like fucking Swiss cheese.
I'm kind of outraged at how unbelievable it is that Reiner is the most fucking worthless enemy in the entire series.
Is it possible though that it's that whole warrior versus soldier thing, that there's like some sort of internal war where it's just not being expressed very well?
We didn't see an internal conflict with him, although that just might be like the writing framing for this particular episode. But without that context, like, you have to assume that they made the plan, they were waiting there, like they made the plan, they knew what they wanted to do, and they still fucked it up.
Yeah.
Like, God, what are you good for? I'm glad Monkey Trouble beat you up. You're worthless. God.
Damn.
Poor Reiner. You're not giving the guy a break.
Yeah, honestly, he was pretty cool when he was.
What has he
in
ever
those, like,
done?
He
What
tried
has he
his
ever
best.
done? remember when he was throwing Titans at the group?
A plan
when
that
he was
didn't
trying
work.
to. No, but it was pretty cool though. It looked pretty cool though.
Hey, remember that time he busted the hole in those walls?
Oh man, good times.
That
Good
was pretty
times.
cool.
Something any other Titan could have done. God.
Could you?
Uh,
Because he was the armor titan. That's why he did it.
I would, I was about to say those are some pretty strong walls, but actually those are probably paper thin, so anyone could have done
That's true.
it.
It doesn't-
Even
yeah.
It's like the step up from cardboard. It's like a
Paper mache.
like a
Plywood.
plastic.
It's just plywood. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to get that in there. I really, 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 after this chapter, really hate how useless Reiner is. Why is he even in the story? He's
I
fucking
can sense
useless.
that was a therapeutic technique. It seems like you now got that off your chest to feel
Oh,
better.
he's so useless.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
He did run the first survey guy he saw through with a sword. So I mean, he's got that going for him.
God,
It's not like he did nothing.
This is one of the people I'm supposed to be rooting for that's gonna rescue Annie at some point. Like I'm fucked.
He's just going through a rough patch. He'll be good.
And
He'll be back in his feet.
And at the end of this chapter, okay, they throw that little stinger in as they're getting ready. They're building up hype for the next chapter. They actually use that line where they're talking about, like, this is gonna be a death match. Somebody's gonna die.
One of us will survive.
One
and
of
the
us will survive. You see the panel, and it's a picture of Ryder and Eren. Who do you think is going to win?
Yeah,
I know who I want to win, but obviously that's not going to happen.
dude, Reiner's face looks like the most. I don't know what that is, but even for like,
That jaw is so clenched.
He's wearing someone else's dentures.
he got like no. It seems like Reiner got plastic surgery in his Titan form. That's exactly. Everything's like pushed back. And I was like, what are you doing?
That build up is the most worthless. Even though like it's building to a fight that's going to be cool to see, we already know, just seeing how worthless Reiner is, that he's just going to get his shit kicked in again because of how awful he is. Like oh my god, I hate that. I hate
On
that so
that
Yeah, I
much.
was
though.
more,
Oh,
I
go
was more
ahead.
concerned with the previous page, so I kind of didn't really give a crap about page 46 because page 45, that showdown is what I'm more worried about.
Yes, I was just going to bring that up because since we're talking about the kind of the parallels they're drawing between obviously the matchup between Eren and Reiner, I agree. The more interesting one is Erwin juxtaposed with Monkey Trouble. In the
Battle
same
of wits.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder. I'm assuming with Eren's lack of an arm, they're not actually going to be physically fighting.
For Erwin's sake, I hope not.
Yeah, right.
Is this? I have to wonder. Is this going to be the opportunity for, especially now that I think about it. So earlier in this chapter, Erwin alluded to Armin being like a huge hope for humanity, and we've already seen that Armin is basically going to turn into Erwin to some capacity. Like the parallels have been made. So
What if that's his Titan form?
oh my god! But like,
Oh, go ahead.
you go.
I obviously, with this being my favorite character, I've given way too much thought to this. So there was the whole thing in chapter 72 when Levi and Erwin were having their talk, and Erwin was like, if I can't lead, Hanji will. If Hanji can't, the next in line will. There are two times in this chapter where Erwin and Levi both have a panel where they're looking really sad, and it's right after someone mentions something to do with Armin. So Eren mentions, oh, Armin, what did you think of this time? And Levi looks sad. And then Erwin is like, oh, right before he starts telling Armin what to do, or to step up, he has that sad panel as well. So what I'm thinking is that they've already decided that Armin is next in line after Erwin and Hanji, and they're not sure that he's ready for it because he's so young, right? And so that's, I think, why Erwin took a lot of the time this chapter to talk to Armin and try to kind of coach him into a leadership role, is because he genuinely thinks that Armin's going to have to step up pretty soon, probably sooner rather than later.
That's interesting because that also implies that they're assuming they're going to die pretty soon or be out of the picture enough to have them in charge. So if those concerns are so legitimate, there's got to be a reason for that.
Yeah, and I mean, Erwin and Levi's whole conversation in 72 is basically like Erwin saying that he's ready to die. And it's basically the stage is set right now for Erwin to take his leave from the series, which, I really don't want that to happen. But I feel like that's what all this Armin buildup is about, is basically building him up to having to take more of a leadership role and take that he's been patterning himself after Erwin this whole time. So we're getting close to the point where he's actually going to have to step into that role.
And you could argue he already has to a degree. I mean, obviously not to the full, complete leadership, but you can see how much they're already allocating him responsibilities that are above and beyond what would be normally expected of somebody in his position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's been getting a harder push than Armin has for getting a bigger role coming up.
All right.
Is Erwin gonna get kidnapped by Monkey Trouble?
Oh, I'd be down for that. Oh man,
If
Erwin,
he kidnaps Erwin and uses him as like bargaining power and trades him for Annie.
Are you ready for the reveal of Monkey Trouble to be Erwin's dad?
No.
Oof.
He was never
I'm
killed.
ready.
I'm
ready.
Never killed. He just got thrown out of the walls and turned into Monkey Trouble.
So I'm already on the train. I'm already on the hype train for Monkey Trouble is the coolest dude out there, right?
Oh, without doubt.
If he actually is Erwin's dad and they actually have that reveal moment, like I'm just gonna lose it. I'm just gonna
Game over, man. Game over.
This is the best dude, and we're done.
I like that whole theory that it's actually a grandfather or something like that, because the whole name, the Smith surname, is such a weird anomaly within the walls. It's not Germanic. It's so like pseudonym. I'm ready for Erwin to actually, without realizing it, be descended from outside the walls, and that's why his father was so invested in it and knew so much when he shouldn't have, and all that stuff. I'm ready for Monkey Trouble to be his grandpa.
That would be very interesting.
It would make sense because the Smith name is so generic that Monkey Trouble would be like, oh well, all the stuff we hid a bunch of information from you because I got taken away.
Basically, just John Doe.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
And here's the real story. I could that would make sense to me.
I'm still subscribing to the theory that Monkey Trouble is either Grisha's brother or immediate relative.
Yeah, that would make sense. They look a lot alike, and
there's so many there. I gotta go back to the list now.
I don't know which one's cooler. I think
all the plot points.
Those are both cool ideas.
But because we know. Okay, all right. Let's go through the laundry list. So we know Grisha came from outside the walls. Actually, hold. You might have to edit this because I'm just completely stopping in the middle of what I'm saying.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely see the parallels too, and that would be really, really cool if they were related. I mean, it would make sense. I don't see why it wouldn't work, but...
Okay, I'm never going to find this post. Never mind. I thought of it for a second, I realized. But there's a laundry list of reasons why I think it's true. Unfortunately, I just can't remember any of them, so that's... Real good argument, I know. Real solid stuff.
So while I'm on the cool train, talking about things that are cool... One other line of dialogue I thought was cool that came from Erwin was when he gave the order to listen to Armin and hey, listen to what he's saying. We need to be flexible and whatnot. He followed it up with, "We're here to win." He told his guys, "We're here to win." And I'm like, man, he's doing like a coaching type of thing right now. You play to win the game.
Let's fit in some cliches in here.
Yeah, he's selling the, we're giving everything and fighting as much as we can. He's selling it really well.
Dude, he's going full Russell Wilson.
It's good.
All about those generic sports idioms.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just got to go out there and win. We just got to give it our all.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah. Wow, inspirational.
That was implied. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was cool. I thought it was appropriate coming from him, actually showing off a little bit more of that determination we know he has. Even if he knows that, like Cooney had talked about the whole Armin taking over thing eventually, he's still firmly in control of the situation at all times.
There's an interesting something. I'm sorry, I promised I wouldn't talk about Erwin the whole time, but I've just got to say one more thing. Something that I thought was interesting is, I mentioned earlier how it feels like he's accepted that he's ready to die and he's ready to hand over and he's encouraging everyone and like this is the final showdown and all that. But on page, I think it was 43, when it looks like the rock is flying towards him, there's a very close up of his face that is fear. That is not a man who is ready to die. And I thought that was really interesting that Isayama took a second to show him scared shitless when that is not something we would normally associate with his character. I don't know.
Yeah, if you see Erwin afraid of something, that's usually a bad sign.
That means you should be afraid of it too. If he's afraid of it, then that is cause for alarm.
Yeah.
Indeed. Anyway, I will now.
I like how much more afraid the guys next to him look.
Yeah, everyone else
That's
is
true.
like,
they've already checked out. They're gone.
Yeah.
Like they're not even looking at the hole or the rock that just got thrown. They're looking at Erwin's face. They're like, what? He's scared? They got scared that he was scared. They're like, oh my god.
This is the guy who in like episode 25 or whatever, when Aaron's arm came flying and landed and gripped the wall in front of him, he just standing there looking all cool. Everyone else like, oh my god.
Yep,
so yeah.
Same guy.
Cover shot.
And just to add to Monkey Trouble's coolness factor, the page right before what we were just talking about, dude, he just got the perfect form. Like, he could be like a quarter. Just do you see how he's got that throw when he's throwing the rock?
I'm telling you.
Oh my god. Best. That is the most perfect. He did train. He must have trained like for months to make that shot.
Scotty,
because that is just.
You missed the theory the other day. Somebody posted on the subreddit about how this was all a scheme for Monkey Trouble to actually get Annie and get her out. This whole Shiganshina thing, where he had like used this front as a distracting means so that he could actually infiltrate Stohess and actually like take her crystal and like throw it over the wall so that it reaches.
Oh my god!
and the person actually attached a picture of like that pose and like the crystal flying off in the distance. It was
amazing.
Best. It was
the makes no sense, but it would.
Shout out to hilarious. That guy. That was great.
Hey, Scotty, where the hell's Connie been?
He's hiding right now. Dude, he's going to take out Monkey Trouble with one quick, concise. Dude, you think that Bertolt was hiding in that wall? You know who else is hiding in that wall? Connie. Connie's hiding.
So he's gonna take. Connie had a line. He had a line this chapter. Should we really be stopping here?
And that was the most
insight. That
was the most insightful. Dude, you think Armin had good tactical advantages? What did Armin do? He said, "Hey, let's look at these walls." That's what Armin said.
Yeah, what
you see that? What a great genius we have here, you know, leading our struggle here, Armin, thinking about looking at the one place that's surrounding the entire location, whereas you got Connie, who's here with the real insight. Connie's here with.
If Connie was in charge, this all never would have happened in the first place.
Oh my god, you kidding?
Let's be honest.
They'd all be hiding, clearly.
If Connie was gonna...
They'd be so camouflaged. They wouldn't even. They wouldn't even know where to look.
If Connie was going to hide in the wall, he'd have like a hat that had pieces of wall on it, so he doesn't blend in.
He would just make his own wall and just be around it, and then just like be dropped into the actual wall.
It's like Snake with his box, and he'd sneak around with his little box.
Solid Snake.
That little wall.
Connie is Solid Snake. I can't handle that.
He's a bit on the short side.
That's degrading to Connie to compare him to Snake.
I don't care.
All right, easy there. Connie's pretty cool, but he's no Solid Snake now. No, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
So I'm a little torn because I feel like Connie had as many lines and had as much impact on this chapter as Mikasa did.
Which is to say none.
But I feel like a lot of times in the past when we've talked about Connie, we've said, "Oh, he must be hiding. He must be planning some big secret attack. Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding. He's hiding."
True every single time.
Is Connie actually just a coward?
What? Don't
he's a survivor
because he just hides all the time and never actually does anything.
Or he's smart enough to not be in stupid positions in the first place.
If that's what it was,
that is foresight.
If that's what it was, I feel like somebody would have addressed it at some point.
You know, we said on page 44-43 that Erwin was shocked about the rock. What you don't see is if you look at the direct line of where Erwin's looking, he doesn't care about that rock. He's looking at the very minute corner of the wall where he sees the perfect camouflage Connie just waiting, and he's in admiration, just in awe and inspiration of this man's brilliance and
I am not a man. I am not worthy.
You know what? That's really good. That's good. I like that.
No.
I'm good with that.
Dude, buzz cuts don't lie.
It's true.
Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes.
Nope. But back to how great Connie is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm sure we could talk about that all day.
Oh, we can talk about it all day.
There are like 3 frames of source reference for that. It's great.
Well, okay, actually, as kind of as goofy as this all is, I mean, this does kind of tie in, because aren't we always talking about how the inevitable Connie Monkey Trouble showdown, how inevitably he's going to try to get revenge on his family?
Yeah, this is his moment.
So are we maybe not here, maybe not in this chapter, but are we setting up in the near future for him to do something or get killed trying? I don't know.
This is his moment, and we have not seen any build up for it.
Yeah.
Nope.
If Isayama goes full, has a stroke, and he writes in that Connie actually takes out Monkey Trouble, can you even imagine? Oh my god, you all will eat so hard. I will come on this podcast,
I would
and that's all I will
I would
talk
be
about.
so mad. I would be the saltiest.
Podcast. I would just be like, Oh my god, he took out the most important badass.
I would
Like,
be like a one-man salt mine because
oh, and
I would be
that. Oh my
so
god.
mad.
I would love that, and here's why. Because it looks like we're setting up for a very, very kind of very stereotypical, typical. It's going to be the main character, one of the big characters is going to take down the big bad. It's going to be Eren or Levi or Armin or Mikasa or something like that. It's one of the key front characters that's going to take down the big bad guy in the end. What if it was Connie, who is, I don't want to call him a side character, but definitely doesn't have the same role that Eren or Armin or Mikasa does.
Annie's a side character. Connie is like barely a step above a kitchen character.
How dare you? How dare you? Connie has
I actually,
Oh, go.
I actually think you might be onto something with it being going in an unexpected direction, though, because Isayama is the master of completely turning everything we predict upside down. I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as it looks in these last frames.
So yeah, I definitely agree with that. I've been talking a lot so far this podcast about how awesome this big fight is going to be, but I don't believe for a second that there's actually going to be just a big punch up. I don't actually believe there's just going to be a big fight. I think the humanity is going to try everything in their damn power to try and avoid fighting at all costs, get the shit they need, and get out of there. I don't see them actually taking any chances to actually fight at all because they know they don't stand a chance. So they have to know that this is their strategy. They're talking about their blitzing technique so that they can get in, try and get past the defenses that might be there, sort of get behind the defense before they're ready,
That's true. Well, and you also have to think from the perspective of both sides what their ultimate goal is. Like, what are they actually trying to accomplish here? I mean, they didn't just come out to kill each other. Monkey Trouble and their groups are trying to either kidnap somebody or get some kind of information or something. Aren't they still trying to get Eren?
They're trying to basically take power from humanity.
Yeah, so they're not. I mean, their primary goal is not to kill everybody here.
Right.
I mean, sure, that might help them. And just like the scouts, their primary goal here is not to kill all the Titans. It's to get to the basement. That's why they plug the hole, get to the basement. So they came out there in the first place.
If they really wanted to kill everybody, they would have just had Reiner do his little shoulder tackle and just. The series would have ended after chapter 10 if they wanted to just kill everybody because he would have just blitzed all the walls.
Yeah,
and that would have been.
But that was never their primary goal.
Right. So they're actually here to steal something from humanity. They're actually here to just crush them, take what they want from them, and be on their way.
But I do think it's pretty.
And all that battle with everybody dying would be a loss for both sides.
Yeah, but I do think that it is more of a primary objective of the Scouting Legion to take out all of the people, all of the shifters, because even Levi said, he's like, yeah, you plugged the wall, but this isn't going to do shit because all of them survive. Since all of those people are alive, who can just kick a hole in the walls whenever they feel like it, then this plugging of the wall is only a temporary solution. So it definitely is, at least for Levi, maybe not for Erwin. Erwin's more set on the basement goal, but it's definitely for Levi, his main objective is to kill all of the shifters. So
that can't be what they actually pursue, though, because they want information about the outside world.
Well, it's a good point, but let me phrase it this way. If they got into a hypothetical situation where they had to choose between killing the Titans that are there or getting whatever's in the basement, and it was an either or situation, not a both. What would they choose? What would be the higher priority?
Yeah,
I think they would still go for the basement. Yeah.
I agree with.
Which doesn't mean that they don't want to kill all the Titans there. It just means that that's not their primary objective in this particular scenario.
What a debate that would be. What's the more pragmatic option? Just killing the threat, or getting the information?
It would be a tough one because, like Scotty said, if you leave them there, what's to stop them from just punching another hole in the wall?
Well, if they actually did manage to kill Reiner, Berthold, and Monkey Trouble, they would be in a hell of a lot better situation.
That's true. There'd be a lot less things to worry about.
Because if some random dumb Titan's not going to be intentionally trying to kick in the wall.
No, they never made it through the wall until Reiner showed up, so there's no reason to believe they'd do it afterwards.
So there's an argument for either side. Honestly, that would be a good direction to go because that would be a hell of a debate to try and solve.
That's a tough choice. I mean,
because what's going to happen? They're going to be talking, and Levi's going to go, "Yeah, I think we can take him," and everyone's going to be like, "Well, Levi, I know you.
I think I'm going to go the other way."
Yeah, I know you, Levi. I believe in your skills. You take Mikasa out there, and
I believe that you can do it. I don't think I can.
Yeah. What a great scenario that would be.
Yeah, that's a tough one to answer. I don't know what I'd do in that situation.
While we're talking about it again, I want to get this last point off of my list. Levi's trajectory. We haven't talked about that big scene yet where he jumped off the wall and stabbed Reiner in the neck and the heart. Were you guys okay looking at that trajectory? Like, it actually like drew in the path that he took to get to
It
Reiner.
looked like he was on the opposite side of the wall, and he did a little swing shot over the top of it and kind of flung himself downwards.
He jumped a hell of a far distance, and like,
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how he got that momentum. But I mean, okay, that's a
it
stupid thing to
happened
bring up
so
because
fast, and
this
he
whole
was
3DMG
so far
is just
away.
defies the law of physics in the first place. So really, it's kind of a moot point considering
I
none of it could ever
yeah.
happen anyway.
Well, I mean, there was a huge gas burst behind him, though. Like, there are huge clouds, so he probably just, like, expended a shit ton of
It
gas.
was a hell of a distance.
So there's like a NOS feature on the gas where like you can just like kick it into high gear and just like expunge tons of your NOS. Just be like, all right, kick it in, super fling system.
You joke, but I
But,
feel like that's what has to have happened, because that was a hell of a distance for him to bridge in such a short amount of time after Reiner was discovered. You know?
I mean,
Because,
Levi's...
they tore the thing off the wall. Reiner jumped out, and in that like 2-second gap between Reiner getting ready to attack this guy, Levi somehow saw this, swung over, and stabbed him in the neck within. That had to be like a 2-second window.
Well, as much as I do love talking about this, I think we're overanalyzing this particular part a little bit because I think this is probably in the end more of a case of Isayama just saying, "Oh, look, remember how fast and quick Levi is? He's always there just because he's super soldier." You know what I mean?
My goal was just to bring it up. I don't really
Yeah.
intend to actually.
It's going to be cool when it's animated.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
For sure.
His whole thing has always been that he's super fast. Anyway, my theory is that the 3DMG can actually go as you can burst as much gas, like huge amounts of gas if you want to, but it's just that Levi has the ability to perceive and react to stuff at a faster pace than everyone else, and so that's why he's able to move faster, is because he just lets more gas fly. Because I mean, there's that whole thing in the female Titan arc where he has to resupply his gas and stuff like that, and in No Regrets they were talking about how he used too much gas and stuff. So I just figure he opens it up more than anyone else.
Do you think his increased perception time has something to do with that Ackerman blood?
That's what I was gonna get to.
Acker powers.
Yeah, Acker powers. I think they have the ability to orient themselves relative to their surroundings better and to have faster reflexes.
Yeah.
I hope
honestly all I
Isayama
can
regrets bringing up that entire storyline, that arc
Yeah,
of the
I hope he just
because I mean,
regrets-
I hope he's looking back at this and saying, "Okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea in the world."
I hope he
At the-
regrets the entire Uprising arc, all of it.
Aww.
But honestly, though, I would absolutely prefer the theory that the Ackerman blood just makes it so that you can perceive quicker, and that like you have like quicker reaction times and all of that, because at least that's not like magical. That's not like out there where like, oh my god, the Ackerman blood's this mystical
What could
type
possibly
of.
be in their bloodstream that would make them react faster, though?
Nanomachines.
Oh,
Nanobots.
there you go.
There we
I mean,
go.
unless they're just like constantly hopped up on some kind of like upper, you know what I mean? And it's like all focused, yeah.
It's like that stuff they discover in the coffee that they want to use as a weapon.
Levi's just so caffeinated. He's just all about that coffee.
That's like his black tea. No.
And that like makes Attack on Titan like a gigantic Starbucks ad.
Oh my god.
I honestly think, though, the whole Ackerman thing is just, the way I interpreted it is it's not literally something in the blood, but it's like how people are predisposed to be excellent athletes or something like that. I think it's just a genetic predisposition towards being, it seems like it's superhuman speed and strength and stuff like that, but it's really just that they're like, it's like Michael Phelps for swimming, right? They're genetically built to be warriors.
I could roll with that. And then on top of the fact that they've been training, for so long to make the most out of that.
I buy that for Levi. I don't buy that for Mikasa.
Well, that's true, because she didn't do a whole lot of training, when obviously she was younger.
She showed up with Eren, and they all went through the same training. There was no difference in training between them. And all of a sudden, she's just, on top.
I don't know if
Well, she was always better than him, though.
And there were always like I used to be a competitive swimmer, and there were always those assholes that would come in, and within 2 years they would be beating everybody and setting records, and it was like, damn you, I put in way more work. So some people are just genetically predisposed to being just incredibly, with the same amount of work, they can reach incredible heights compared to that. So to me, that doesn't seem outside the realm of possibility.
And what was she like, 9 years old when she was breaking floorboards?
Yeah, true.
That's.
I don't know if that works more to your point or
By
to
the way,
mine.
I know this is like beating a dead horse here, but I want to go back,
Yes.
just way back, and talk about how stupid that was. Because when I first read it, I was thinking, I kind of just brushed it out of the way and said, oh, that's fine. It's probably just like an anime thing.
dramatic
You know what I mean? Just kind of for exaggeration. It's like, oh, I get it. You broke the floorboard because you're doing anime power or whatever the fuck it is.
Determination.
And then we find later that it's like actually, yeah, goddamn, it
actually happened. Like, the garrison must have worked on the floors in that house.
My goodness, yeah. Made of plywood and popsicle sticks. Goodness gracious.
The same material they built the walls with. It's just not.
That's the only way to justify it, really.
It's so stupid that I get upset about that because I'm totally fine with these like giant humanoid gaseous fucking titan things, but God forbid you break a few floorboards. My goodness.
It's a dead horse, but I think you're totally right, and I'm not gonna stop harping on that because I do think it's ridiculous. I actually do have a problem with that. Like, I'm not gonna.
No, thank you. Yeah. I know we're not alone.
I know for me it's going to depend on how it plays out, though, because if it turns out it's like a midichlorians type thing where it's like, oh, yes, you have this thing in your bloodstream, blah, 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 it makes you magical. It's like, no, screw that. Because the thing I like about Attack on Titan is there's a lot of stuff that's unexplained, but for the most part, it's at least based in a consistent pseudoscience. And if it suddenly turns out that there's like this magical inherited ability or something, I'll just be like, no, I'll flip a table, and that'll be that.
That was the problem with mind wipes, though.
I was about to say the Ackerman, the bloodline thing. That's fine. I'm okay with my suspension of disbelief is okay with the bloodline thing, but the mind wipe thing that's the line.
Well, yeah, you're right, Cooney, because that's the problem we had with it was that. It's okay if it's all internally consistent, and I guess to be fair, it has been even with the mind wipes. It wasn't established obviously until later into the series, but it felt like it was out of place. And I mean, obviously we're past that, and we need to accept that it's okay. But
theoretically, I should not be able to say, hey, the Ackerman bloodline thing is stupid if the shifter thing is fine, right?
And in Isayama's defense, we are like the fucking picture perfect ideal of judging too soon.
It's true.
Because as soon as I see a new panel, I'm like, all right, I'm already upset. Or
your blood's boiling immediately. You're just like, what is this?
Yeah, that's totally right.
I probably shouldn't judge any of the Ackerman stuff until we finish the series and really see where it ends up. But that's not going to stop me from prematurely judging because, I mean, what else are we going to do, I suppose?
I have an even worse case of that than you do because I'm so outraged. Like I was saying, I should not be able to say Annie being able to do the crystal thing or Reiner or Berthold being able to do the steam thing is fine if I object to the bloodline thing for the Ackermans. I'm willing to let that go. The bloodline thing, I can let that go if the mind wipe thing exists, and it does exist, right? So that's too much for me. That's midichlorians to me. That's far.
At least you've got. I mean, at least that's something worth getting upset about. I'm still hung up on the flashlights. Thank you, Scotty, because I will never get over that. I don't think.
We could do like an entire aberrant podcast
on the flashlights
where we just talk about how much bullshit was in the Uprising arc. Like, God, was that?
We are the worst fans ever. Because disclaimer. I really like this series, and I think Isayama was a great story.
As if we need to establish
I feel like we're tearing this apart. Fuck that guy.
I think the person who needs to do the disclaimer is Stiller, because every chapter he's like, okay, hated it, okay. And if it's an amazing chapter, he's like,
it's all right.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It's like, dude, he just 5 people died in the most action-packed series of all time. He's like, I got a good chuckle out of it.
I have high expectations.
He's making improvements. It's like, what do you mean?
I have very high expectations, but let's sort of what Ryan said. When we get to the end of the road, if it actually pans out to be more consistently, hey, it was all right, instead of the other not as good, I will be a very vocal defender of the show if it gets to that point. So while I have high expectations, it'll be a big payoff for me defending the show is such a great thing at the end of the road,
On that point, this is kind of a two-sided coin here. I find it interesting that on one hand, there's a lot of aspects of the story that have been dropping hints from the beginning, like the floorboards thing. Like, that was obviously a big foreshadowing moment that we didn't really discuss until far later in the series.
Because it was
so
stupid.
Well, it was, but obviously he had that plan from the beginning, and with lots of other things like Reiner and Bert and the fact that they were Titans, he was dropping hints throughout. So you can see there's a lot of foreshadowing all the way back to like chapter 1, basically. Yeah, who even knows what that dream means yet? But at the same time, we already know that he's made changes to the series throughout, you know, based on outside influences, and he's changed things here and there. So I wonder, there's obviously a lot of things when we get to the end of the series that we're going to look back and say, oh, wow, boy, that was obvious right from the start. Look, he was dropping hits from chapter 1.
Yep.
And I think there are other things that aren't going to be obvious like that because they may not have existed until later in the series when he decided to put them in. Or perhaps he had ideas that he scrapped, so they're things that would have been foreshadowing that are now just kind of dead ends, essentially, left in the story.
You know, he had that quote during, I think it was towards the end of the Uprising arc, where he said something along the lines of, I'm unsure about this couple of chapters. I'm not as confident about what I did with these, you know, these chapters as I normally am.
I wonder if that's confidence in the chapter itself, like in the present, or how that's going to unfold down the road in the arc.
I don't know, honestly. Me being as upset as I am about how that whole thing played out, I would think it would just be those chapters, but it could very well be just a down the line thing. Or it could be both. Why not?
Because at this point, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming he has kind of outlined how it's going to end, like what the rest of the series is going to be, right?
Supposedly.
At this point, supposedly. So if that's the case, then yeah, if that's the case, then every decision at this point has already been made with the ramifications in mind down the road and what the end game is going to be for those decisions.
Yep.
Not that I really had a point with that, but
no, yeah, definitely.
Sometimes it just feels good to say things like that, you know.
But I think the point that you could draw from that is that, like, we can nitpick each individual like aspect and, oh my god, I'm not sure about that point, like the Akron blood or whatever the case may be. But like you said, Ryan, down the road he already has all of the ramifications of all of these actions planned out. So if we trust Isayama to make a good series, then we should not get so bent out of shape for the immediate seeing of some point we disagree with and being like, oh my god, that's going to be horrible, that's not going to work out. Like, we should just appreciate that Isayama has an end game in mind, so that it will work out.
Well, you mentioned
You're
that.
so good at that, though.
You mentioned that, but this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, Isayama's first story. So this is his baseline that he's establishing. We don't really have a lot to draw on for having faith in him.
And also to that point, he did remember his original intention was to have it end in blood and tears with everyone pretty much dying. And then he's like, oh, this is actually pretty popular? Okay, I'm going to have it end a different way now. So do we even know? Like, so all of the things that we actually just... bummer. Yeah, and like what we mentioned in the beginning of this little argument or discussion we just had is it kind of goes back to kind of counter what I just said in terms of everything in the beginning had an end game in mind, but the end game is completely counterintuitive to what is now the end game, because his original end game.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying about what the two sides of the coin, because I wonder, you know, when we're looking at foreshadowing, gosh, how much of that is not applicable anymore because of what's been changed.
Very true.
Having faith in him is the toughest thing without having more material established. So as it stands right now, I'm comfortable with him as someone who creates characters, and I'm comfortable with him as someone who creates premises and concepts.
He's a good world builder.
Yeah, world building. Good at world building. Good at character creation. Plot is undetermined as of yet.
There's some shaky parts.
And that's the thing, the fact that he's not that well established, like this is his first story, is what makes me a little nervous with that ending change in mind. Right. This is really easy from a narrative perspective to create a narrative where everyone dies. It's a lot harder to make a narrative where everyone lives and make it feel like the tension is balanced and make it feel like it's a successful arc. Because it's like, otherwise you're just offing people. That's super easy to do. So that it's going to be really interesting to see how he manages to pull that together in a way that still keeps the tension.
The pressure is starting to build on him, I think.
I was going to say, well, he's a young guy. Yeah. This is his first work, like we said, which is really impressive if this is his first time out. But also, he kind of got launched into the spotlight pretty quickly, relatively speaking, for how fast the series gained popularity.
He started winning awards, and he started selling millions of copies.
So you got to wonder, how much that outside pressure is affecting him, not just personally, but how it's affecting the story, which we already know it has to a degree.
Yep.
And that's a concerning thing. And I think that's something that perhaps the more experienced author would be a little less susceptible to.
Man, that dump truck rolled up to his house just full of dollars.
Yeah, I mean,
Full
I
of
don't
money.
blame the guy. It's hard not to. No.
Yeah.
They say, hey, we got another dump truck if you want to extend this a little bit.
How old is the guy, by the way?
He's a couple years younger than me. He's like 33 or 34, something like that.
Really? He sure doesn't look
Yeah.
that old. Goodness gracious.
No, but he's. Hey, excuse me. No, I'm just kidding. Let me check.
That was
How old
just a
is he? He was
complete
born in
trap.
80. Oh, he was born in 86. He's 29.
Really? Wow.
God damn.
Well, I guess that's right, because he looks like he's in his kind of
He's a
mid-late
young
20s.
guy.
Yeah.
He's got a
Yeah.
bright future ahead of him.
There we go.
He's Japanese. He's got that going for him. I mean,
What?
I'm just looking for stuff now.
Yeah.
look for
I
positive
guess
things.
that
I mean,
that's positive.
He's got
As
his
opposed to
hair.
what-
He's got
What would a
glasses.
negative be in that determination? He's Japanese.
There really isn't a negative, because I'd probably say that.
Yeah. You said it like there was a counter to it, like, Japanese, that's great, as opposed to, it's like,
Canadian.
but yeah, so,
Goddamn Canadians.
yeah, exactly. Opposed to being Canadian.
So I'm old and Canadian. I get it. Thanks, guys.
All you folks on the northern border.
The northern wall, there's a
Yeah.
wall just like this, it's a parallel. He was talking about Canada and everywhere else.
You joke, but there might be a wall in the future.
Wasn't
No.
W talking about a wall at one point?
Great
From
Canadians.
2016.
Yep.
But yeah, so.
Trump.
Okay.
Well, you know how much of a problem those illegal Canadians are. My goodness.
Man,
Yeah.
the worst.
Keep them out. Yeah.
Huge problem.
They come in and they just start apologizing to everybody. Man, what do we need that for? That's
Leaves all over the
garbage.
place. Before you know, you
Yeah.
got moose.
Well, always starting up like street hockey games out in the middle of the
Molson
road.
bottles everywhere.
Yeah.
Tim Hortons cups all over the place.
Those
No,
Canadians
I
are.
want to counter all these stereotypes, but they're all completely accurate. So please continue.
Well, coming in here speaking French.
Hockey
No,
parades all over the place.
They're just a Titanic wasted time, It's horrible.
God,
Damn,
Scotty, what a line. Directed so hard.
Yep, that's why I was trying to shoehorn that in.
That was like 3 or 4 different things packed into that one sentence. Man, that was good.
I know. I worked on it for a long time. Thank
I-
you for appreciating it.
I could tell. There's a lot in there. Good job.
I wasn't listening.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was the line you said? Something Titanic, Canada.
What? I think. Did you wait? So you gave me a compliment about something you didn't even know I just said.
All I heard was Titanic, Canada.
I actually,
The line-
I didn't
The
say
line was so
Titanic,
memorable.
I didn't say Canada. I said Canada. First of all.
Canadian.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
Second
I
of
heard.
all, like I appreciated all of the in jokes you had in that sentence, and then immediately forgot what the sentence was.
You, as you said it, you forgot it. That's like someone telling a story and then they sleep during that story,
And you
like in
say
the
it again.
middle.
I wasn't listening.
I do that a lot.
You
Actually,
tell stories, yeah.
you'd be surprised how many points I bullshit through because I forgot what I was talking about during the middle of it.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Happens
No.
all the time.
So let's go back to mind wipes, right? Yeah.
No, let's
Oh.
let's not do that. Let's
Oh.
never do that.
I'll tell you what, since we are getting incredibly off topic, but that's okay. I just want to point out how worthless Marlowe is in this chapter, because he has 2 lines which
Hey,
are
so I'll fight you right now. I think
what's happening and
I'm gonna fight you because Reiner is much more useless than Marlowe.
What? Reiner killed the guy. He ran up there with his.
Reiner can't do anything right.
He killed
I know. I think that dead guy would disagree.
Yeah, he did his job there.
Didn't the dead guy just kind of happen to walk out in front of him? Wasn't that kind of his own fault?
Unless he was walking with some Inspector Gadget boots, I don't think he could walk on the wall.
Wasn't that kind of a happenstance thing that just kind of, wasn't any fault of Reiner's?
What I'm surprised about is that obviously there was a hole in the wall where Reiner was hiding in, right? But they didn't really notice it from the ground. You know what I mean? They kind of all just scaled the walls, but okay, that was stupid of me to say. Unless there was a bunch of cracks and holes and they just had to check all of them.
Oh, of course, Armin's the only one who could have possibly noticed anything fishy about the walls because he had to have his moment.
That's true. Nobody else would have thought of that.
Yeah,
It's too far outside the box for anybody else. Had to be Armin.
you know. And also, just going back to that point, I know we've killed this point to death, but why couldn't they have just been in the buildings themselves? How is that not even a possibility? I don't know. It just seems like there's so many just obvious things, obvious places they could have been. And Armin's enlightened moment, light bulb moment was Maybe they're in the walls.
They're in the walls. Yeah. No, you're right. It was a bit goofy.
They're coming out of the walls, man.
The situation felt very contrived.
The almost more contrived reaction by the people with him, like, no, don't you dare! That's such a weird concept you thought of. We can't see them.
They told him the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it's like something like Armin just came up with this, like, he cracked the code. It's like, dude, like, that's the most obvious thing ever, and he just
You could literally see the Titan's face on the wall from here. Yeah.
like he literally cut out like a huge hole the size of like what Aaron filled. It's like the entire Titan's body is visible. He's like, maybe he's right there, and they're like, no.
There might as well have been a sign on the wall that just said nobody's in here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't look at
Boy, we are just terrible people.
This is fun though. I think
this is fun. I'm having a good time tearing this apart.
Yeah. Great. This is what we're here for.
Can I interject a reason why I think that the squad leaders were idiots, though? I honestly think that part of it was ego, and they're like, I'm not going to listen to a stupid kid, and that's why they were like, how do you know that? We're not listening to you, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was like, bam! Hey, suckers, listen.
Which actually is a very good discussion point, because that segues into the role of Armin as a leader that they're kind of training him into. So Hanji and Erwin obviously are trying to shape him up into what's going to be the next leader, the people giving commands and giving charge. And obviously we saw a situation in this chapter where they let him give standing orders.
Please.
But we already have a situation here, like Cooney pointed out, where boy, he still has to earn those people's respect. You know, you got this kid coming in telling everybody what to do. Who says they're going to listen to him? That might be a fun little experience for Armin to have to go through the growing pains of actually earning the respect of his. The people who he'd be in charge of who are older than him and less likely to actually take his orders as face value.
Thank God Erwin's there to give him that credit.
Well, especially because Erwin went through that with Shadis, with Keith, where basically Keith wasn't listening to him and blah, blah, blah. So it makes sense that he's stepping up and giving Armin the credit that Keith didn't give him.
Oh, the parallels. They just keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Armin's got to work on his eyebrow game, though.
Yeah, it was a good discussion point, for sure. Was there anything else that happened in Chapter 74 we haven't talked about?
I'm kind of flicking through it now to see. Well, you know, Reiner's face looks a lot like Iron Man. I'm sure we pointed that out before, but...
Maybe that's why I hate him so much. Let's go ahead now, since we've talked about Chapter 73 and 74. Let's go ahead and move into the questions.
Oh, wait. Stop. Time out. Let's not move on first.
Okay.
There is one thing I do want to point about 74, and that is... the nice little callback to earlier in the series where Mikasa gives Eren her cape, because it kind of reflects that whole when he gave her his scarf moment.
Yeah, I noticed that too, but I really didn't. They didn't give it enough drama to actually.
It didn't have the same gravitas as the scarf did.
There is the parallel there, but they didn't make it a big deal at all. So you could draw it. You could go back to that parallel, but there's no real substance.
Oh no, I just thought it was kind of a cute callback.
It is.
They had to spend all those panels on the coffee. They couldn't dedicate them to actual character development.
Far more important.
I'm almost wondering if it's actually, like, on a serious note here, is it actually a better plan to have Mikasa actually develop and like show character development through action instead of just like how I've wanted her to do and actually just like express more through like talking to people? It might actually just be better for her to just do things like that with Eren, where you actually are referencing something you can see, like, distance for this character, you know? But outside of Eren, I don't know who she's going to do that with, though. So.
Levi,
she's already done that with Levi.
Yeah.
She's already done that with him because they had that scene where it was the shot of the two of them in the underground cavern coming out of the smoke side by side. And before that, she was really, aggressive towards him and stuff like that. So the fact that they were fighting side by side, I thought that was a neat little bit of dialogue-less character development there.
I don't want to carry it on too long, but I definitely think she needs more.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anyone will disagree with that.
Also, I don't know, like, this is also kind of getting into theory territory, and, like, this probably won't happen, but just to read a little more into the hood giving that she gave to Eren, then I probably should read into it, but it also seems like that could be used as maybe Mikasa's downfall, or if she gets harmed or hurt, because now she's the only person who's identifiable. Everyone else on the battlefield has some kind of cover, so you can't identify who they are. And now Mikasa,
you're right.
She's a high-profile target.
I like
she's
it.
like,
If we take her out, we take their fighting force down by 50%.
Well, I'm not. No, that's so true. But it's not even. I'm not even saying that as like she might die. I'm saying that she might get injured, or like they may pursue her, and that might be a plot point. Like, oh, hey, we gotta take out their high-profile targets, the people who are gonna be able to actually damage us, because 99% of the people in this battlefield can't even touch us. So there's only like a handful of the fighters here who can actually do any damage to us.
When you say handful, you actually mean like count on one hand. I mean,
yes, literally a handful. And so yeah, it's just.
Levi's hood is actually down right now, too. I mean, he can pull his back up if he thinks about it, but it fell off when he was attacking Reiner, so he and Mikasa are both exposed right now.
How would these people even keep their hoods up when they're flying around in the air anyway?
Oh, yeah.
That's damn impressive if they do that.
Double-sided tape.
High-quality hoods, yeah.
I was just saying duct tape inside out.
So back to the coffee.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. You have my attention, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I guess I was kind of... I don't remember already. Did we establish that it's an actual plot point? Because I think it is.
It's got to be. It is so much screen time.
He describes it as a black liquid that they don't know. So obviously they don't know what coffee is.
I don't know if you're being serious right now.
No, I am, because I was kind of blanking on that when we talked about it earlier.
I don't agree. I don't think
it is a plot point because maybe not a major plot point, but it is worth noting because they don't know what coffee is. If they knew what coffee is, he wouldn't have called it traces of the black liquid from inside the coffee.
That sounds so much
I refer to coffee.
That sounds much more dire when you say it like that.
I can start calling it that from now on.
We already know that Outside the Walls has more advanced technology, if we assume that's where the serum and the syringe came from.
Right.
I don't really remember the rest of the point I was going to make, but coffee goes along with that. That means they have access to information that was lost to the people within the walls.
This is the kind of topic where you either agree with it or you don't. And
I don't think it's a major point, but I think it just kind of adds onto the growing list of reasons to believe that the people outside the walls, have their shit together a lot more than the people inside the walls.
When you said the growing list, I thought you were getting ready to say this is the growing list of mysteries that we have to resolve. And I was going to say this isn't something we're going to come back to in 15 chapters and be like, oh my god, the coffee. Remember the coffee?
But I'm not even entirely sure. Like, I guess I don't know if any of you are more experienced in the knowledge of how to create coffee, but don't you just grind up beans and it's a very easy process to create coffee. So I don't see how that makes it like, oh my god, you can make coffee.
Well, what implies that they don't have coffee beans, which means they can't grow it, which may indicate something about the climate, because there's only certain places that you can grow coffee beans. It may indicate something about trade, or it may indicate something about the technology of coffee pressing. I guess that's not really a technology as much.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. Okay, let's scrap that last point. But the point is that they have access to resources and knowledge that have been either lost to people with inside the walls or stuff that they never had in the first place.
The only angle I think you could come at it with that's actually going to be important is if you take it from a historical sense. Like if you actually say, oh, well, back in the day before Titans were a threat and you all lived outside the
world. When was coffee introduced to Europe?
Well, this is what I mean.
What I'm looking at.
Yeah.
If humanity, at that point where they weren't living behind walls, had coffee.
If we're going with the assumption that it's a kind of a break in the alternate timeline.
Yeah.
1573 is when it was first introduced. According to Wikipedia, that's when it was first introduced to Europe. Was in the 1500s.
So if you put the rush years on it because of war, that.
I'm sorry. That really doesn't make any sense to me, because if we assume that they crossed the sea to get to where they are, that means that either the people who have the coffee, i.e. the people outside the walls, the shifters, either were already there and knew about coffee when they got there, or else brought the coffee with them, but nobody inside the walls got it.
Are we really right now?
A lot.
We're breaking down the trade routes of coffee. Is this where we're going right now? Is this where we're going?
Specifically within Attack on Titan.
Okay, number one,
he wouldn't have included that if it wasn't important. He wanted us to get down into the dirty about the trade routes of coffee. That's really what that was about. That one picture, that one slide. No, but just a broader point, like even to get away from the coffee itself, it's just like to compare real world dates to dates in the series.
Adjust for rush years.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't even know what that means. It's like just in general, it's a misnomer because the dates clearly don't align. There's no. This isn't set in the 1500s. I don't think.
You
know.
adjust for rush years, though.
You can adjust for whatever you want, Stiller. I don't. It doesn't matter.
Whatever that thing is you're saying, I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Again, there's so many unknowns. We do know that they're on Earth because of the whole Sunny and Cher thing, or not. You know what I mean? Sunny and the other one. You know what I'm talking about.
Do we know they're actually on Earth, though?
Well, we have to.
Set
Because
of facts?
the whole thing about Sunny and whatever the other one was. I don't remember the other Titan's name. Bean. Thank you. Yeah, Sunny and Bean was based on an Earth legend, or Earth history of humans.
But okay, let me say something about that because I don't think that. I mean, it was absolutely based on that, but was it actually referenced in the manga? Because I don't remember this honestly. Did they say?
Yeah.
That
Hanji made a whole thing about naming them Sunny and Bean because of the whole whatever their deal was.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a folklore about
Hanji
cannibals
talked about it.
who lived somewhere.
That's to be fair. That's really my only evidence that they're actually supposed to be in like our world.
No, I understand. I agree that they're on Earth. Like, I think that's pretty much a guarantee.
Are we seriously talking about this right now?
But I
kind of got
just,
off topic. Goddamn it.
but just to like put an end to like where my stance is on like the timeline, I think it's on Earth and it's just not the identical like situation. Like it's basically a retelling of what our world would have been like if the events had happened as they unfolded in Attack on Titan. I don't know.
That's the idea of the alternate reality kind of timeline. The idea that at some point in Earth's history, something happened, and then that obviously, from that point on, we went into just totally different stuff.
And then at some point during that time, coffee became important, and
very important.
hundreds of years down the line, it would come back, and turn out, coffee's what we use to save the human race from the Titans.
What if what if that's their fuel?
You know how they used to say that oil is liquid gold? Well, now it's coffee. Coffee's the liquid gold. That's what liquid gold is.
So
this
discussion has to go down as one of the best we've ever had. Honestly.
I don't know.
I don't even fucking drink coffee. This is bullshit.
I don't either.
I don't either. No one either. Maybe
none of us actually. Kuni, do you drink coffee?
I do, yeah. I like coffee.
So you are our
resident
coffee expert. Resident coffee expert.
Good. That's great. I'm glad my life has come to this.
Oh man, and it's all culminated with Starbucks too. Oh man, this entire podcast has been led by coffee.
I can't.
Well, this never would have happened if he never put the coffee things in the first place.
I can't handle this right now.
And this discussion naturally progressed through an Iron Man discussion because that's obviously the natural course of it all.
Yeah, somehow that's in there too.
You know what? The coffee thing does fit in very nicely with the can of what were they, sardines or whatever they were, the fish that Ymir found.
Herring.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, the can of that, because that, I mean, assuming that was from Monkey Trouble Stash, which came from outside the wall, that they also have canning technology, coffee technology, and they have knowledge of, they're able to get fish and can them, and they're able to get coffee beans and grind them. So again, little pieces adding to the growing list of odd things coming from out there.
I'm checked out of this conversation.
Maybe you need a coffee.
I've left the hotel. I'm in my car. I'm driving home.
Do you guys want to talk about coffee cups more?
No.
K-cups?
What about the cups themselves?
So, now that we've talked about Chapter 73 and 74, now is the time for us to move into the question segment where we answer questions submitted by you, listener from the subreddit, if you're from the subreddit. And we'll answer your questions, and this will be great. We'll have a great time. It'll be fun. We won't talk about Iron Man at all.
Do you think Monkey Trouble likes coffee?
So,
he does, because there were 3 cups.
So the first question is, what should the Survey Corps do if Reiner Bertholdt and Monkey Trouble primarily focus on killing horses, and then flee into the plains to wait them out?
Oh, that'd be so smart.
That'd be great, actually. What do you call that? That's shit, I can't remember the name of the term. That's
I know what you're talking about, actually. I know exactly the term you're looking for.
It starts with an A.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn it.
God, I'm still.
But you don't go after them directly. You go after their resources. You know.
Yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it.
God damn it.
It's not attrition, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Attrition.
Yes.
Yeah.
A war of attrition. Okay. Yeah.
War of attrition. Yeah, because you just make them go through all their resources and force them to make a choice.
Yeah.
I kind of get the feeling though that faction is desperate to get whatever they're in the walls to get anyway. So maybe a war of attrition would just take too long.
The other word I was looking for is siege.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's
Which is similar. Basically the same
S
thing.
is right next to A on the keyboard.
I was about to say
It's
it's true. No, and also to go back to the point that they're in a rush. Remember how Reiner and Monkey Trouble, they even fought because Monkey Trouble was like, look, we don't have time to get in here. We don't have time to do whatever you want to do, Reiner. So we're gonna stay here and do shit here. And then they're like, all right, well, they're gonna fight about it because it's that important because we're that strapped for time. So I would say that definitely no war of siege or attrition. I think that's out of the question pretty much for like an option for them.
Well, couldn't Reiner, Bertholdt, and Monkey Trouble be the ones in the plains and all the dumb Titans wander in and force them to come out? You know what I mean?
What do you?
Like,
Right.
do attrition by waves of Titans.
Yeah, that might be the plan actually. I mean, we saw that huge wave coming up right at the end
Instead
of
of
24.
actually engaging them yourselves, like send the waves of Titans to thin their numbers, and then either they come out or you continue to thin them until you just go in and kill them yourselves.
I would have agreed with that point if it wasn't already for the fact we've seen that at least Reiner was stationed too close to make that a thing.
It's because Reiner's dumb.
No, but he might be dumb, but he wasn't there because he decided to be there. And it's not like, and no one was like, Monkey Trouble wasn't like, oh, well, just let him be there. Dumb Reiner's going to hide on the wall. Like, clearly, they planned that out. So he was supposed to be there, which means he was at some point going to attack them himself physically, like, without
right now,
the attrition.
he's a pawn. He's a pawn being played by Monkey Trouble while he and Bertholdt are hanging out in the back. And
they're not in the back, though.
They're going to be sending in the waves of Titans, and then while the Titans are coming in, and as Reiner is fighting Aaron, Monkey Trouble can just sit there and just continuously throw rocks, like he just nonstop.
Just, with ever-growing size, just like the biggest rocks.
This is the best siege plan, is you send ungodly numbers of Titans towards them, you send Reiner in there to fuck shit up, and you have Monkey Trouble just throw rocks constantly. Just don't stop throwing rocks. What are you gonna do, humanity?
What's your move? You up? I don't know. I mean, it's a nice thought, and I could honestly see that panning out. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened, but I just think that this payoff, Isayama knows that he's had 3 chapters of just nonstop like build up. So if we're gonna see just like 10 panels of how great is at throwing rocks, like that's not gonna do it for anyone.
It will for me. I'll be on board.
You see, like he draws every muscle in his arm, like his bicep, everything just doing complete, just great throws and just tremendous like form and all of that.
I'm on board.
I bet he'd be a great bowler throwing rocks like that.
Oh man, absolutely.
Look at that form. You know he has to have a bowling form.
He's out there throwing rocks.
Yeah. I'm on board for that chapter,
day.
those 10 chapters where he just throws rocks. I'm in there.
I'd be on board, but I don't think it's likely.
No, really?
I'm pretty out there with my opinions, but I'm pretty sure, guys. I'm pretty sure.
Ryan or Cooney, where did you guys fall on that?
The Survey Corps should get to the basement and then get the fuck out of there.
My answer is they should get wrecked. Because...
Well, they will, but... I mean, think about it. They're there to go to the basement. That was the primary goal.
Yeah.
So if the guys are staying outside, just kind of besieging them, if they get whatever's in the basement, I mean, they don't really have to stick around there.
Yeah, well, it would be a good turtle plan where they could just get what they need and leave, except Monkey Trouble blocked off the exits, and they can't leave. They have to stay.
How did he block off the exits?
He threw the rocks that smashed the wall and blocked their exit for the horses. So they
don't need horses. They got 3DMG.
Well, they were blocked off.
They can't get out of there, go very far, but at least they can get out of Shiganshina.
But you can't use 3DMG unless there's terrain around you. So they could get out of the walls, but once you get into open fields, you're a sitting duck, and they would just chase them down. Yeah, they would be very stupid to just run out there.
Just turn to a Titan, just chuck them, just throw them like Monkey Trouble.
Chuck them across the walls.
They got it. Yeah, he's got it.
And then, and then we see Monkey Trouble. No, we see Bertholdt throw Monkey Trouble in a fastball special kind of way.
And then while he's in the air, Monkey Trouble throws another rock and it hits.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! It's like a 3-way.
It's like a sandstorm.
This is actually the best. Holy shit!
I'd watch. I'd pay for that.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you guys aren't writing it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's
It would-
throw
And then the
people.
spaceship showed up, and they all went boom. It was great.
Let's just throw people who are gonna throw other people who are gonna throw rocks.
Dude, honestly though, the way that they don't explain 3DMG, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the if one of the shifters threw somebody like in at the last second when they were about to land, they use the 3DMG to like propel themselves up and like be safe.
Like, dude,
That
just
makes
cause.
sense.
It'd be like Just Cause 2, where he's like at the
Yeah,
grapple.
exactly.
Yeah, just right in the
Yeah.
ground. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we've already established that 3DMG just takes the laws of physics and chucks them out the window at this point.
Yeah,
So
that's my
They're
point.
pretty much they're invulnerable for anything that would happen like that.
I think this is the story we want. This is absolutely what we want to
The
happen.
story I want is a fucking Stargate to be found, because that would make my life a lot
That's in the basement. That's in the basement.
That's
You'll
what's
get
gonna
it.
happen. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be the secret.
World invasion. You got bigger problems. Oh, the Titans have to team up with the humans to get rid of the alien menace.
No, what's gonna happen is just, they're gonna go in the basement, and then they're gonna find the secret train station to Hogwarts, and they're gonna go in there, and it's gonna be Titans. It's gonna be Titans with magic, like the real magic. The Ackerman blood is actually like a special line of wizard blood, and then they're gonna actually shine
Trouble.
I'm
in
done.
Hogwarts.
I'm done.
That's how that happens.
Dude, I'd be down to go to Ollivanders, get their wands and shit.
It's true.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile,
And
they're
in
all
the
like,
basement, in the basement actually is the plans for the Master Wand. Jaeger, he created the wand. He actually has the schematics for
the
it.
Elder Wand, yeah.
And-
He's gonna
and that's how he-
yep, definitely hollow.
That's how he healed everyone in the plague. He used
How many
magic.
Horcruxes do you think Monkey Trouble has?
25.
At least 25.
So
At least 25.
okay,
You
so
thought killing him was gonna be easy.
we,
Yeah.
Again.
now that we've answered that question, let's move on to the next question, which is:
Jeez, we're never gonna finish.
can you talk about the 3DMG upgrade? And can you predict any new technology that the Survey Corps might have invented in the time skip of the 3 months?
They
Yeah,
got
well,
an upgrade? What upgrade?
the armbands, the little arm thingies.
Oh,
I've-
that's right. Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what it could be because it obviously came from the military, whatchamacallits.
The
But
anti-personnel stuff.
Yeah, and I can't quite figure it out unless they have like gun blades or something stupid like that. But the only thing that I could think of that would be reasonable, but it isn't really worth all the hype, would be as if it's some sort of smoke screen because of the way that they use smoke screen to fight in the underground cavern and stuff like that. But that doesn't seem worth all the hype, so I have no idea.
Remember the anti-personnel stuff and how the big limitation was that for really no explainable reason at all, they could only aim the guns, where they were where they were shooting their little wires out.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the big limitation because they're like, oh, we can't shoot unless the direction we're pulling, which didn't really make any sense. But maybe it has something to do with that. That's kind of a stretch. I don't really think so, but it's an idea.
The time skip could have been literally anything. So we'd be definitely going off topic if we tried to create something that
And we don't want to do that.
We don't
Going
wanna
off
do that.
topic in this
We
podcast.
started off topic.
Never.
we don't. We try not to, really.
Well, and it's only been 1 month's time skip anyway. That it hasn't been 3 months because it's basically a month when Erwin has the meeting with everybody and says we're ready to go in the next couple days. It says before that it's 1 month. So and it's been 3 months since they were trainees. So
Which
Well, we
is,
do have
which
at
is
least-
amazing, by the way.
We do have a baseline for what kind of technology is readily available that wasn't before, and we know that mainly the handguns. Obviously, we've seen that with Kenny's crew back in the day there. Hot air balloons. We know the technology is available. We haven't seen any use for it, and really don't need any use in the immediate future. But it's something that at least is a technology that can be drawn upon. What else do we know? They've got okay. So how canon is that visual novel, the one with Annie? Because the reason I bring that up
I'd
is
say
because
like 65 to 70%.
okay, because the reason I bring this up, and I mentioned this before somewhere, but a big plot point of that is the fact that there is a university with a chemistry program.
Yeah, that's the part of it. That really
The
brings
whole
it
girl was
down.
working on a chemistry program making I don't even remember what drug they were making.
Start with C.
codeine, right?
Yeah.
Codeine, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so obviously if that's true, they have a pretty intimate knowledge of chemistry, which probably isn't canon considering how befuddled they were by this serum. But maybe not. Maybe it's just it really is this takes a lot more technology than they have available. Because I'm sure making the serum is a lot more complicated than making codeine.
Them having a college and having a university is the most probable non-canon thing possible.
Contradicts a lot with the whole repression.
Contradicts everything almost.
I think it would actually make sense if it's one that teaches a very strict curriculum and a very limited curriculum that is determined by the king or by the people who are in charge of suppressing stuff. Because there's a lot of knowledge that they have. They have a lot of, they have all these factories, they have all sorts of industry. And so there needs to be some sort of base science that people are being taught and are learning in specialized centers.
So basically it's a trade school.
Well, yeah, it's worth pointing out, too, that they weren't really suppressing technology as much as they were just suppressing technology from the masses. Because we know that they've taken the technology that they recovered, that they basically took from confiscated rather, and they worked on that themselves. They took it and used it for their own gains. So it's possible they could have just been in charge and saying, all right, we're going to steer this program this direction. This is what we want you guys to do, and we're going to take the benefits of it because, who's going to say no?
Yeah, it's very true.
It's like selective shielding, almost.
Yeah. It could have even been a way to screen the people who were gifted in those fields, like technology and like just math and science and all of that, and then they could recruit them and say, hey, this degree or whatever you get for completing this college or school curriculum is going to be worthless anywhere else. How about you just use it for us? And then once you do that, because they pretty much have the monopoly on, having this technology, being able to create it, because anyone else who's going to go into the same industry they go into, they'll just kill the people flat out. We've seen it.
And it's a purely mercantilistic society in the sense that there is no outside trade. It's purely a self-contained system. So anything they do in the university is all going to be kind of feeding into itself, kind of self-sustaining.
Gotta love that monopoly on education and trade and everything practical for economy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, good job, visual novel. Having good ideas.
If it's right, anyway. Yeah. But to go back to the question, there's quite a lot they can do. I mean, we've seen a very large variety in technology that's already available.
Well,
really, obviously, the big thing they're missing is they don't understand how to harness electricity. If they could do that, obviously, we'd bust the door wide open. We're in the 21st century at that point.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, that was pretty much the rest of what I had to say.
For everything that they've been able to accomplish within 3 months, having that 1 month time skip where they could just do whatever, like the track record they have of getting shit done in a short period of time, should mean that they could have invented anything.
Mm-hmm. And I'm working on the assumption that the military has said, all right, we now have leave to increase technology. Let's make sure people are working 24/7 on this, Oof. Put all the man hours in to improve the technology as much as we can, because we need as much of a fighting chance as we can against the Titans. Up until this point, we haven't been given that opportunity for obvious reasons due to the Rices, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd be very surprised if they weren't spending a lot of manpower and effort increasing their chances via technological advances.
With the efficiency that they've shown for time and man hours and getting stuff done, like I said, with the 3 months that they've gone so far, they should have been able to invent planes and tanks by now. just because of their efficiency. You see how far they get with humanity being on the brink of extinction less than half a year ago. Within 4 months, we've turned this on its head almost to the point where we've almost solved the entire threat to humanity forever. With a 1 month lapse, we should just invent the thing that solves the problems.
Yeah, where are our flying cars and shit?
Jetpacks.
Come on now.
Come on.
Well, they already have
people.
Pseudo jetpack.
Speaking of Iron Man,
if that much gas, that tiny little canister enough to propel you in the air like that, boy, slap a couple of those on, you can just fly around like a fucking spaceman.
Yeah.
Spaceman. There we go.
Space Ghost.
That's the goal. That's what you're trying to reach. Spaceman level technology.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Rocket Man.
Ray guns and shit. It's fucking.
Ray guns. Pew pew.
Okay. So, I guess next question. Unless anybody has anything else.
Oh no.
No. Okay. Is this chapter hinting at something bad happening to Armin? What do you think? I think we did talk about this because we had that discussion where we talked about how Armin's obviously being groomed to take over for Erwin. and how Erwin's potentially going out the door because they're foreshadowing yada yada.
Well, this
I think it's-
may not fall in the traditional definition of bad, but I feel like since we are discussing how he's going to be thrust into this leadership role, I think it's fairly obvious that he's going to be faced with a situation where he has to make some very difficult decisions that are probably going to possibly cost the lives of some of his team members.
And the friendship of Eren.
Yeah, or even the friendship of Eren, or perhaps even the well-being or the life of Eren. Having to make a choice for the greater good. So that could be put in a situation where that maybe either provides an immeasurable amount of stress on him, but also hurts his, like you said, hurts his relationship with everybody else, or puts him in a bad position.
You know what would be amazing is if he had to make a decision that would sacrifice Mikasa, but would be for the better of humanity.
Ooh,
How
you just want to go to
crazy-
Does he have the balls to do it?
How crazy would that be?
I mean, that'd be crazy, but I think still you have ulterior motives in that situation. You just want to see Mikasa leave, and you're just like, yes, I'm sacrificing
Well,
Mikasa.
hey, I'm trying to answer the question here. I think if we
I
that
guess.
potential scenario would turn almost every relationship on its head.
It's true.
By seeing,
I don't think it'll happen, but I'd love to see him in a similar vein have to sacrifice Eren for the sake of everybody else, because obviously
Well,
that's his best friend.
that would certainly ruin their relationship if Eren got sacrificed.
It wouldn't be that great.
A little
It wouldn't
bit.
be that great. Yeah. but the Mikasa situation is quite interesting because that would. How much damage would that deal to his and Eren's relationship? Would he
can you-
understand? Would he be
Yeah.
able to reconcile that?
Can you forgive Armin for doing that?
Even if you know it's the right thing?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tough. That'd be tough.
So I'm
I'd
going
love
to take
to. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to take a slightly different answer on this and say that I think that there is something that's going to happen to Armin. I'm still kind of hung up on, in Chapter 72, they did that whole Levi looking back at Erwin, Levi looking back at the Shiganshina trio. And I'm still thinking it's going to be something to do with the serum, and he's going to have to choose between Armin and Erwin. And because they've all decided that Armin is a brilliant resource and indispensable and stuff, he's going to have to choose Armin, and that's going to be choice with regrets and all that stuff. So I'm still of the opinion,
clever.
I'm still of the opinion that there's been so much foreshadowing setting up the fact that Armin is more valuable to the Survey Corps than Erwin is at this point, and Levi's going to have to make that decision.
Ooh, that is interesting. Yeah.
That's a tough sell.
Because you're right. Because
Especially
in that situation, he would sacrifice Erwin to keep Armin around. I think he would, because he understands the necessity of it. Yeah.
And
He's never
basically
one. He hasn't been one that's sentimental. Yeah.
And that whole conversation with Erwin was basically saying, no, I'm dead, use me as bait. So he's essentially got his orders. And there was that whole scene where basically he's listening to Armin telling Mikasa and Eren about the outside world and getting all excited about it and stuff. And Levi stops and listens, which makes me think that he already knows that Armin is going to be an important figure. And so that with the matching, looking back on those two different groups, and I don't know, I feel like we're getting set up pretty heavy foreshadowing for that kind of decision.
I feel the same way. That's.
Man, wouldn't it be a hell of a
likely.
turn if Armin actually got killed in the next chapter? Like, just throw out that full foreshadowing out the window. Yeah,
Does Isayama have the balls
it was
to do that?
foreshadowing, but it was foreshadowing for a bad thing.
I mean, it is possible. It could be that we're getting so attached to him because there's going to be some sort of strange thing that's going to happen to him. Either he's going to be
leading
hurt
us
or...
on.
I don't
Yeah,
think he has. I don't think he has the balls to do that. Isayama.
I hope not.
I don't think he'd kill off Armin.
I have to agree.
Yeah, I would like to see it, honestly, because, I mean, Armin is a cool character, and I do appreciate where he's going in his character development, but that's the point. If you want to make a manga or an anime where there are stakes that are high, and, like, you can kill off certain characters in the beginning, sure, but throughout the series, there haven't been that many characters that have been killed that have meant a lot, that have had meaningful impact. Very few towards the very beginning. So this would be a situation where, wow, this character is built up. Like, you expect greatness from him, and he's just taken away. And that would be, honestly, the greatest testament to what this manga is supposedly, like, perpetuating, like, the overall theme, which is shit happens, and this is a horrible situation that they're put in facing these monsters. So clearly, even if someone's supposed to take over, sometimes life just hits you hard, and this is an example of how it could show. So I would actually think it would be very, very good for the show, and great for just the overall theme if they were to kill off a character. Maybe not Armin in particular, but like Armin. But still, even Armin though, that would definitely.
Well, I
get the
think you're
point
right. I
across.
think it would be more realistic if Armin died. Boy, it's a miracle he's even alive at this point because he probably should have been dead.
Yeah.
But it goes back to what we've talked about so many times already: is that people have this really misplaced idea that the show is this nobody's safe, anybody can die at any moment, which it's never been. Kind of everybody got that impression from the Trost arc, but when we look back at how the series has panned out so far, that's not even remotely true. Main characters have plot armor, and we've seen that from his decision with Sasha, at the very least compared to everybody else. Nobody that we've never seen anybody kick the bucket that's been established past that first arc. Or, I mean, major, major character, main group.
Yeah, like there was Hannes, but he was always a side character. He was a motivation.
Was he the last person of any sort of importance? I think Hannes was.
Oh, Rod died. Oh, no, was that after? Yeah. That was after
Kenny.
Hannes, right?
Yeah, that was after Hannes.
Rod and Kenny, but they were kind of...
Oh, Kenny, how could we forget? The man himself.
Yeah.
It's easy for me.
Rest in peace. God bless the man.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Bang,
in
bang.
pieces.
Where's Zach when I need him? He'd back me up on this.
He would.
Yeah.
How great.
Hey, I like Kenny. Kenny's
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you. Yes. Good taste.
Well, she said that in place of Zach.
Yeah, she was harnessing Zach's, presence and saying that.
I liked Kenny. I will go on record saying that. Bang, bang.
All right,
Yo,
Zach.
Bang, bang.
We heard you loud
I
and
don't
clear.
know how great is that.
Whatever you say, Zach. All right. Next question. Yeah, my favorite. I love this one. This is great. Next question is, who has the biggest dick of the 104th?
Oh, Connie.
Can I jump in and say something here? I just have this, because I saw this question a couple days ago, and I've been thinking about how I'm going to handle it, and which is wrong because I'm old enough to be these characters' mothers, so I really shouldn't be thinking about this.
Yeah, how immature.
Yeah, I know, right? But what I picture, how creepy, is they're just like in the shower and they're comparing, and
God.
my headcanon would be that Connie does, and everyone's like, what? But you're so short.
Yeah,
and then
that's what.
Erwin,
All right.
And then Erwin walks in to take a shower and just like silently walks past them naked, and then they just all stop and stare, and then they're just so ashamed because he just puts them on.
I get it.
So that's my
I
head.
get it.
Y'all remember Penis Inspection Day?
I don't know. I mean,
Oh.
I love the awkward silence after that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the reaction you want from that line. That's the ideal reaction.
That's
That means it works.
Yes. The answer was yes, I do. Yeah.
How do we follow that up?
Connie, though, right?
It has to be.
Yeah, God.
Totally Connie.
Look, well, I want to give credence.
Underestimate.
I want to give some props to the person who submitted this question. Their name is Mikasa is not a valid answer.
Which I think tells it all, really.
I
So
thought
it's Fanny's. Yeah.
when I originally saw this question a few days ago as well, and that saying Mikasa would have been the best answer at the time.
Yep.
But because that's there, and I can't say Mikasa has the biggest dick, I'm bummed out because that would have been great.
Are we
So-
going with the ball and just saying Armin?
Well, I mean, I kind of want to say instead like Ymir or something.
Not a man, anyway.
What do you mean? Oh, okay.
Well-
That's so odd. What do you mean Premiere? For what reason?
Yeah.
She's not even timid type.
Well, you guys,
Transit?
everyone, you took the question literally, where you said who has the biggest dick, where it could have been taken in a different tone.
Like, who has the biggest balls?
No, like who's the biggest asshole? Who's
No, I think it was pretty explicit. It was who has the biggest penis.
who's who's the most overconfident? It could have been.
So no, it would have said.
That would
it
be who
would've
has the
said-
biggest balls.
Yeah, no, it would have
if
been.
it was explicit, it would have actually
No.
said penis instead of
Not
dick.
necessarily. It wouldn't have said who has. It would have said who was or
Yeah.
who is. That's how you frame that question that you're talking about.
You-
If
you
you're
can-
talking about confidence, you refer to the testicles.
You can bend the
If you're
sentence.
talking
in a
about
couple
who
of
has a big
different
dick,
ways, really.
you talk about the dick.
You can bend
This
the
is real
sentence, you
life.
can
This
bend
is
the things. That
life
doesn't-
lessons.
Life lessons, folks.
Life lessons.
Learn it here in this. Not only spoilers, but you also get life lessons.
I would never tell anybody I'm talking about this. Remember that time that
cartoon- how big's that
cartoon character's dick? Yeah, okay.
So I'm
Talking about the size of these Japanese cartoons' penises.
yeah.
This is real
Very
close.
valid questions. They need to be
It just
answered.
sounds like a regular Sunday night to me. I don't know what you guys are.
I think this goes
people who are
back.
drawn by fucking hand.
Honestly, though, the basis of this question goes back to the coffee trade routes. We can all figure this question out if we think about that logically.
So to answer the question, I'm gonna actually say Berthold because
I was gonna say him. I was.
Lost song.
That actually wasn't the reason. I was gonna pick Berthold because Berthold's actually just one of my favorite guy characters, other than Sean.
So you assume he has a massive cock?
So he likes it so much. He looks well endowed. Why is that even a thing? Why is that a thing?
Well, you saw the size of those glory holes, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, there you go.
He has no other.
You see, the war is just putting itself in right here.
Inserting itself?
Putting itself in. That's a phrase.
Penetrating it?
Yep.
See, we're killing it right now. We're doing great. We're doing great here.
God damn.
But I just love that you thought about it like that still. Your personal problem.
That train of thought was wonderful.
That's like, oh man, that sports. Like, I love that person on that one football team. I hope he's got a huge dick.
He's got
it's like,
big.
What? It's like, how is that a? Why would you?
Well, I guess I see. Yeah, okay. I think I see how you're seeing how it's weird.
In our defense, we think Connie at first. But
Yeah, I picked it as like a neutral answer because I didn't have a good joke answer.
No, I know.
That wasn't a joke.
But you said it because you liked him. He's your favorite character, therefore you hope he has a... It's like...
That goes beautiful trait of like logic.
Yeah. Okay, he's a cool guy, so I hope he has a big dick. That's right.
Yep. No, I agree.
I'm good with that. All right.
You're good with that?
That's fine. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
I guess not. Hey,
Nothing at all.
Never floats your boat.
Yeah. Speaking of which, next question. What was Bert hiding behind in the last page, and what are your theories behind the lack of Titans?
Is huge. No.
Yes.
I mean, this kind of got revealed to us in 74 anyway, the lack of Titans.
Oh, that's true, because that's that was...
It's no longer a lack of...
Yep. Monkey Trouble supplied the Titans now.
Monkey Trouble just brings all the things that we want into the story. You know, he's the best. I don't know if you've heard me say that, but Monkey Trouble is actually just the best.
Monkey
is he?
President. Yeah.
I'm glad he took that. 2016.
I like his foreign policy.
Yeah, just man, he's anti-Trump. He takes
just
down
throwing rocks. Yeah.
He has the tallest platform that's just so hard to get above. You know.
You see, my Titanic joke and that joke you just made. They're just
I don't know if you've seen the guy's tax code reform. Tax form recodes. They're pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're killing it tonight.
Oh yeah.
Oh, perfect. We answered that question.
So, next question. Trim this a little bit. What are your thoughts about Reiner and Berthold defecting and rejoining humanity's side? What are your thoughts on how Aaron, not Erwin, and humanity would feel about their change of heart? So I would be outraged.
Really?
Very, very vocally upset about this decision. And that's about the end of that. I think humanity it would be a huge relief for them to take them in as prisoners, torture them, and get information out of them before killing them somehow. And that wouldn't really be a good resolution for anybody.
The only way I see something like this panning out is the humans, I mean, people inside the world would never accept them back into the fold. That's just not going to happen. I could see a situation, though, where if, and this is kind of fetching because the story is getting stretched enough as it is, if another threat came up that was so great that caused them to essentially have to temporarily work side by side to combat a mutual enemy, that's the only way I could see them having to work together for something. So if there's some kind of revelation that comes out in the future where it wasn't just one side or the other was wrong, but they were both duped by another whatever, or some other problem that was previously unknown, and they need to tackle this issue. If it's both in their, if it's in both of their interests, I could see something like that. But that's a bit of a stretch. That's the only way I could see that happening, because if I was in the 104th, I would never accept them back, and you'd have no reason to, because not only is it a security risk, it's just be fucking retarded.
But to your point, Ryan, what you're going off of with like a common enemy, there's already precedent for that being said already. We saw the fight between Monkey Trouble and Bertol. Clearly, there are disagreements of where they should go. what
Ooh,
direction
that's true. Yeah.
what direction they should take in terms of what their actions, what their goals are, what their plan of action should be. So because of that, is it a far-fetched scenario where you see Monkey Trouble continuously goes on his own goals, and then Bertolt and Reiner, especially Bertolt, who's absolutely like really likes Annie, so it's like, don't you want to go after Annie? And then Monkey Trouble's like, nah, like I'm going for my own goals, like I have my own motive. So then their paths could diverge. And maybe, they find common ground between the Scouting Legion, who says, look, we'll help you for the moment. You don't have to trust us, but maybe we'll just work alongside and you'll keep us on a tight leash, and then we'll achieve a common goal. And then we get Andy, we help you with whatever your current goal is, and then we go on our separate ways.
Well, and it makes you wonder how Reiner's kind of split personality issue is going to play into that if something like that was to develop.
The problem is all of the unanswered questions that we have about Reiner, Berthold, and Annie, what their motives are, why they came to the walls in the first place, all of their attachments to whatever it is back home have to be severed for them to be able to come to humanity. And I don't believe humanity can cut that. I don't think they can actually cut those attachments.
I mean,
kind of a small,
like
kind
Berthold's family, Reiner's family, whatever their original mission goal was, whoever they're supposed to report back to aside from Monkey Trouble, what they're trying to achieve, that kind of thing. Humanity can't break that.
No, but I don't think it's as far-fetched as you guys are making it out to be, because if you think about when they were sent to the wall in the first place, they were children.
Yeah.
So they had a mission goal which they got as, young, not even young adults, just completely children. So therefore, they might have not fully understood what it was. They were just, our higher ups, the people who are older than us, our elders, they're telling us to do a certain task. We might not fully understand why they want to accomplish that, but now we're going to do it because we have no other choice. And at this point, they're older, and maybe they're more advanced in their reasoning, and maybe what we just saw against Monkey Trouble, as I just said before, and the fight between Bertolt, maybe that's one of the first occasions, or one of many occasions, where we see that they're adults now and they can rationalize and reason for themselves, and their ideologies might clash with that of Monkey Trouble's Legion, and because of that, perhaps they diverge.
Well, that's an interesting point. Actually, that's a good point, because they spent 5 of the most formative years of their life living among these people, absorbing that ideology, and we can see the effect that had on Reiner, obviously, and how detrimental that was. You got to wonder, and I wouldn't call them adults yet because they're still just teenagers. But even with that said, that's a good point, because who knows where they're really, I'm sure they've been thinking about this a lot. They've had a lot of time to think about it. And it goes back to what we were talking earlier about just teenagers, and how unsure of you are things, even if you don't realize it at the time. When you get older and you look back at it and you say, oh my goodness gracious, you got to wonder what they're going through, having to deal with that, and how, what decisions they're going to make at the end, because they've been so far separated from where they initially came, like you said, and we don't even know if they've been told in the first place, or how little or much information they were given about their missions. It's definitely an interesting point to consider.
What I need to know is from Reiner and Berthold is if they have the same kind of attachment that Annie does, where she made quote unquote made the promise with her dad to go home at some point. Whatever it takes, whatever you have to do, whatever people think of you, whatever happens, find a way to make it home. Do whatever you have to do. If Reiner and Berthold have that same attachment, there is nothing on the planet that will persuade them otherwise.
Yeah, and okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't think Bertolt has that attachment, because I keep coming back to his line in chapter 49 or 50 or whatever, where he's like, "Somebody please find us," where it sounds like he's really lost and he doesn't have anything to really ground him. So I don't think he has that same tie that Annie does to whatever back home.
I think the thing to ground him is Annie, and he doesn't have that.
Yeah, exactly. So he's kind of lost right now.
Which is why he's so desperate to get her back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was going to say, on the note, it's interesting because with Annie, we have at least the luxury of having some kind of glimpse into her past. With Bertolt and Reiner, the closest we've gotten is the story they told Aaron at the beginning, which isn't even true, and then their little journey to the wall with Marcel, or Barrick, or whatever his name was, and that was only like a panel or two. They made a couple references to what's going to happen when they bring Emer back, but that was about the most we've gotten. Other than that, we really have no idea about anything about their origins.
We still have so much of a big deal to make out of Ymir too, because there's
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. We
for all that we don't know about
she, by the way?
Berthold, for all that we don't know about Berthold, we know even less about Ymir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't even know where she is right now. Like, she could be on her way up to Annie right now, or I don't think Monkey Trouble's aware of her.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
No, he is. I think he is. And
Yeah.
oh, well, maybe he is. Well, anyway, this kind of relates to what we're saying. I think we do actually know a lot more about Ymir than we're letting on, and that has to do with going back to the whole Castle Utgard theory with everything, where I still think her and Monkey Trouble knew each other previously, or at least are aware of each other's existence, mainly because of the fact that she could read the can right off the bat, and if that's his. Also, she knew right off the bat what happened to Connie's village without even missing a beat. She didn't say anything.
True.
But you could tell, and that means that she already knew that, oh boy, I know whose work this was. She also, and this is kind of more of a subjective point more than anything else, but I didn't think she looked really surprised at all when she saw Monkey Trouble, or at least not surprised in the sense that, wow, who is this giant beast, and not, oh, I didn't expect you to see you here.
Well,
she'd already found the can, so she shouldn't have been surprised to see him in the near area.
The thing that throws that into the blunder is when they captured Aaron and they were having that conversation in the trees, where at that time we were thinking, oh, Reiner and Berthold, maybe they work with Monkey Trouble. Okay, they actually do work with Monkey Trouble now. Does Ymir also work with Monkey Trouble, or is she trying to not work with Monkey Trouble and is trying
Which
to
makes it more interesting because she's accused of, quote-unquote, stealing the power.
Yeah.
We don't know. Yeah, gosh, it gets murky because we don't.
Is she doing her own thing?
Mm-hmm.
And if she is, where is she right now? Because in Chapter 74, there is no trace of her, and we're seeing the big throw down, lay out the trap, let's throw down this shit fight thing going on.
And we didn't see her before the initial Monkey Trouble confrontation either, so she was already out of Dodge at that point.
So where is she?
She's a big wild card, especially because in Chapter 50 at the end, they're like, the narration says, at the time we didn't know why Ymir went with them, which implies that at some point they're going to find out why she went with them.
Potentially the most important character in the show right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Big old question mark right
Boy,
there.
you got to wonder, did she get out of there because she was scared of Monkey Trouble or because of some other reason?
How did she get out of there at all?
She probably just left.
Fast.
Yeah, just see her. I mean, she was going with them willingly, essentially.
I don't know about that.
Well, okay. If she really wanted to leave, I mean, there wasn't a huge... Once she was healed, there wasn't... Because remember, the reason they took her with her is because they cut off her limbs.
Yeah.
So if she really wanted to get out of there, I don't think there's much they can do to stop her.
They had that whole bonus thing at the end of one of the volumes where they basically said, are you sure you want to do this? You know, once you come with us, you can't go back.
And she said
so
yes.
They gave her a chance. Yeah, but they gave her a chance to escape. So I don't think she's being held prisoner by them.
Take it. So what is she?
No. But at the same time, that means that she has, if she has ulterior motives and if she's doing something else, I don't think Reiner and Berthold would stop her.
But what is she doing and who's she doing it for?
We don't even know. If she's not aligned with Monkey Trouble, then clearly she's not an anomaly. She didn't.
If she's not aligned with Monkey
she wasn't
Trouble,
born in a field and have no family or connections to anybody. She clearly has allegiances to somebody. So that means that if she's not with Monkey Trouble, there might be another group out there. But now we're getting.
She basically cut all ties with everyone else, though, because she basically said her whole thing was live for yourself. So she may have had allegiances to other people, but at this point, she's basically doing the live for yourself kind of thing.
I'm gonna feel so bad for shitting on Reiner so hard. If he
when he saves the day.
If he gets when he finishes his character development and we see all the connections or whatever that he may have, and I'm going to feel bad for shitting on him then, but if he actually just let Ymir go because she's not directly interfering with our plans, if he just let her go, I'm going to feel fine with shitting on him. Because
it would be a bad strategic decision, that's for sure.
Man, are you just doing the bad thing all the time?
I think they... Well, okay. I don't want to say they knew Monkey Trouble was coming because I actually have no idea about that. But I think they must have discussed it and planned out before he showed up. Because remember, if she wanted to get out of there, I don't think there's anything he could have done to stop her, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So if she left, that means that either she just decided to bail on them after she already established that she wasn't going to do that, or else they have talked about this and made a plan, and she's going to make an appearance pretty soon, or it's some other time critical point.
Yeah, I don't know.
I actually wondered if she was spying on the Survey Corps when they were approaching, because, everyone's like, oh, that Titan that was sleeping, is that why they knew they were coming from such a great distance?
Oh,
but Ymir
yeah.
is fast, and she's small, so she can hide pretty easily, especially in the dark. So I felt like she reported back to them.
That's not. Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
definitely possible.
That'd be very cool. Where's Connie at? Hiding in his box or whatever. She's not looking out for Ymir, spying on the Survey Corps.
It's a double. He's a double agent. He's searching. He's for them right now. He's gonna come back and give all the information to the Survey Corps. You'll see. It'll pan out.
That didn't make any
Isayama
sense.
knows what he's doing. He knows
Triple
what he's
agent.
doing. He's a quadruple, triple, secret, double agent. He's
Dude,
everything.
he's putting Ocelot to shame.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my god.
Every good word you can think of. That's in Connie's title. That's in Connie's title.
Every good word.
All the good ones and none of the bad ones.
I don't know the bad ones.
Exactly. Maybe a couple.
So, next question. How hyped are you for the currently laid out trap? Carefully laid out trap.
Carefully.
I mean, we already...
As long as it's not super contrived, I think I'll be okay with it. But if it's like some, I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't we see, this is a question pertaining to 73, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct on
Yeah.
that? So then we already know the carefully trap, the trap is literally MT throws a rock and blocks the horses. Is that the trap? And then,
Right, yeah.
all those Titans.
Yeah.
and then Reiner's just in the wall, just chilling, doesn't even transform, he's just sitting there,
They're
And I
Well,
caught,
then I'm happy because it wasn't very contrived. It was actually made sense.
right now they're caught between a rock and a hard place, literally.
oh man,
Ting.
these jokes though. Man.
So to answer the question, I'm pretty hyped because I thought it went pretty well, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it pays off. So hype
match.
meter is pretty high.
Yeah, it was simple but good, effective.
Yeah. Next question. What is your interpretation of the picture of Berthold in the last panels? We answered
So
that,
that's
I think.
73, right?
There's a picture
Yep,
of him?
he's a plastic surgery.
No, that's Reiner. Where the hell's Bertolt?
Oh,
73. 73 at the end with the glory holes.
Yeah.
Oh, at the end of
Longitude
73.
basket.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I was reading 74. Trying to figure out what they were talking about.
Did that one. If Monkey Trouble wanted to do a prisoner exchange for Annie, who besides Eren should he capture for trading purposes? I actually nailed this one on the head earlier in the podcast because I specifically said Erwin.
But Erwin, we've already established, is expendable by his own command.
Yeah, and he's established that with his commanding officers.
So they would never trade for him.
Is humanity
Armin.
going to be fine with that, though?
They better be, because they don't really have a choice in the matter. I mean, it's not like humanity's out there saying, "Oh yeah, let's all vote on this before you make this decision."
Okay.
No, dude, he made his choice. He's dead if that happens.
So I'll pitch. My bench hitter will be Mikasa.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say that because Aaron's kind of useless if he's emotionally
I think they'd
unstable.
trade for Armin.
They would, yeah. Honestly, any of the main characters, I think they would do a trade for.
I hope Aaron doesn't get freaking captured again. No more kidnap arcs for Aaron,
Yeah.
please.
I hope we're done with the kidnap arcs in general.
Yeah.
We've done that plot device over and over again. Let's go with a new one,
We'll kidnap the kidnappers. It'll be like
Yeah.
layers of kidnapping. While they're also tossing each other in the air and throwing rocks. Nobody liked that reference. Oh, fuck off. Okay.
I wasn't listening. I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
It was great.
I was already reading the next question.
I was reading the
Sorry.
next question too.
Well, don't worry. It was great.
Okay.
Listen to the podcast.
I don't have to restate it. That was great. I got it out.
Next question. If Astoria's maternal grandparents are still alive, what do you think they think about recent events?
No
Probably
one's
too
still
old for that.
alive in Attack on Titan. They're all dead. All their
That's
families
true.
are dead.
You know, you say that, but they were probably killed in the culling.
Well, her grandparents would have been Rod Rice's mother and father, right? At least one pair of them.
So probably not. Then.
Maternal grandparents.
So they're not
yes.
around because we know what happened. So, yeah, they had a bit of a... Grisha took care of that, if there was any doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says
Good man.
maternal grandparents, though, so it's her mom's grandparents, which
Oh,
I'm
that's-
assuming they didn't seem
You're
to
right,
have
that's
any
the one. I didn't see
presence,
that.
so
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're dead. I'm assuming that her mom basically got into the position that she was in because she was desperate and didn't have family support for money.
They
or
would,
anything.
even if they were alive, they wouldn't know she exists. Or let
Yeah,
alone
that's true.
she's their granddaughter.
No, but wait. I feel like we like completely avoided that question because it says if they were alive. Like, so it wasn't the question, are they alive? It's like if they were.
That's a good point.
So.
Well, I'm assuming, based on the kind of the societal standing of their daughter, they're probably not that well off. So they probably are just trying to get by. If they survived all that, which is fairly well, okay. If they survived all that, they probably were in at least a decent enough position. I take that back because if they survived the whole culling, they were probably in a decent enough position in society to be in one of the inner walls and not have to be subject to that. I don't know how their daughter ended up in the position they is, or maybe they're from the underground. I don't know. But I doubt they're in much of a position to have a great grasp on all the nuances of what's going on in the society at the moment, considering they're probably only privy to a very small amount of information, if even anything at all.
Yeah, they're probably. I mean, about recent events. What has the story done recently? Well, she's become the ruler of everyone, so I would say they're pretty proud
of the free world.
Yeah, basically. So I would say they're pretty proud. I mean,
that's all right. She did okay.
Yeah, she did. It's like whatchamacallit, Stiller's like description of chapters. Like, oh yeah, you did all right. This is a great chapter.
Yeah,
she's
doing all right.
Yeah, she's doing okay. Could be better, but yeah, why didn't she eliminate the Titans yet? There's a lot more she could be
doing better.
They'd be proud of their granddaughter. But I imagine if they knew that she was their granddaughter, they probably would be like, hey, by the way, Queen, can we get a little help here?
Queen. Yeah, give us some money, for Dolo. But yeah,
we move in.
Move into the palace, please. That would be nice.
Okay, so next question. Since Astoria is the last rice,
beautiful.
Since Astoria is the last rice, shouldn't she start popping out babies ASAP so that the royal line is in less danger of being ended by assassination?
Okay, I need to speak up here because it's not just because I'm a massive Yumi. Well, how do you say that out loud? Ymir Historia shipper, but also
no, you're right because I already agree.
It's ridiculous, this whole idea. Okay, first of all, no one knows how succession works in this world, so if it's not by blood, who's to say it couldn't pass through adoption? But second of all, the whole idea behind the Rice bloodline is that they rule through oppression and they're controlled by the first king's will. So it's actually less good for humanity if they have someone who has that capability around in case it falls into their hands again and then whoops, controlled by the first king's will, and now we're going to just mind wipe everyone and stuff. So no, she shouldn't start popping out babies because that's just furthering this whole oppressive thing that has been going on in humanity since the walls were first formed.
Mm-hmm. Well, and plus, I mean, I know societies obviously have a bit of fucked up stuff in it already, but I highly doubt they're going to like throw in a room and be like, all right, get busy. We need you to pop out a couple kids now.
Yeah.
Happy 16th birthday. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Kidding. She's a teenager.
Right. I mean, yeah. That's a horribly fucked up process when you think about it, because that goes back to the whole idea of like arranged marriages, everything. It's like, no, this is going to happen.
You phrased it absolutely perfectly. We don't have time for a Disney subplot, no Cinderella bullshit. We got to go.
Yeah, we gotta get this process going.
I hope you like this dude, because he's gonna be spending a bit of time with you.
Well, we already established. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, every time I see this question, and I see this question come up a lot, I just assume it's some 16-year-old who has a massive crush on Historia and is fantasizing about being the one like, oh, we need a sperm donor. Will you come and help?
Yes. Teenagers.
I don't think even with the technology they have, the term sperm donor wouldn't be like a thing.
Well, like a physical sperm donor.
Then they would call it.
Thank you.
Whatever. They have turkey bases. They got it.
Ew, they got turkey bases? Okay.
They had to come from somewhere.
Get in there somehow.
I guess. No, well, we already established with Connie being, endowed as he is, maybe he would be the proper person. But no. But like everyone just said, there's no reason why bloodlines or royal lines are even a thing. Like, as we saw before, did the king have any significance to who he was or who his ancestors were? That was never established. The king before Historia took the power, he was just a figurehead. So already the position isn't held by some mystical bloodline that oh my god, this surname of this person is just like so important or whatever. It doesn't matter. So because of that, if Historia were to get, God forbid, assassinated. But also, that goes to the point that Historia is just a figurehead almost in and of itself. She's helping out the poor and the homeless, and like she's giving food out and all of this. So she's not much about the leader, leading the people. They already said that the Survey Corps, like the military police, they're gonna like take over in that situation. Not the military police, you know what I mean? They're Survey Corps, but
And to back up your point about how little the bloodlines actually matter, remember, the people are supporting her not because of her past, not because of her heritage, but because of her actions. Remember, the
That's
whole
true.
point of her killing Rod was because, okay, now at least the people will support me.
Absolutely.
So the king's name, because we didn't know it at the time, was King Decaf. And and his family and predecessors before him all died of overdose.
Oh, interesting. The
Yeah.
plot.
Really?
Caffeine overdose.
Oh, yep.
Sounds
dangerous.
canon.
He was the first of his line to be decaf.
That's why they outlawed coffee. Nobody knows about it.
And why it's a secret thing now, so that when it comes up in this chapter, it's a big deal. And
Damn bullshot espresso. You can't trust it.
and now Historia is going to get hooked on it, and there's a real threat to her life now.
Hooked on phonics.
tragic.
Kill so many people.
Yep. Tying it all back together.
Maybe a pumpkin rice latte. I'm sorry. Nobody heard that? Okay, good.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I
Don't
heard it.
apologize for anything.
That was
I'm
a rice
Canadian. I
latte.
apologize for everything.
I like
Sorry.
that.
Next question. What kind of tricks or technology do you think Erwin has up his sleeve? Do you think he intends to try and capture another shifter alive?
Speaking of jokes, up his sleeve. Get it?
Kind of an arc.
Good job, question submitter. You played right into it. Good. So, what kind of tricks?
You are a demon.
What kind of tricks or technology does he have up his sleeves? Is he going to capture another Titan shifter? No to the second question at all. He's not going to try and capture anybody. Because I don't know why he would need to at this point.
He's really focused on laser focused on the basement, so I don't think he gives a shit right now whether the shifters live or die.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What kind of tricks or technology do you think Erwin has up his sleeve? As far as new kinds of tricks or technology goes, I don't think there's anything more we can add that we haven't already talked about, right?
Yeah, because we don't know what the armbands really do yet. And they've only had a month to develop stuff. They've got the lights, but
They've got the advancement with the 3DMG going on. Like you said, he's got that laser focus going on for the basement, so there's not really anything. I don't think they would have come up with something so outrageous to try and use in a situation where they may be in a tight spot. So
I think the only thing they have up their sleeve this time compared to other times is just that everyone feels like this is the last battle and the final showdown, so everybody is going to be like, go hard and die hard kind of thing. Good. Well, you know what I mean.
I like that. That's good. Hard.
I think that the entire reason this question was asked, honestly, was because of that one panel where it said, they probably don't. Erwin said, they don't want us to know their secrets, and we have secrets of our own. And then it pans over to his under his coat, and you see
foreboding
his arm.
Band.
And, well, I think it's looking more towards just his lack of arm, right? There's a pipe,
but it was
whatever.
his left hand. It was his left hand, and it was the elbow on it. It was the arm straps.
Thing. Yeah.
Trust me, I stared at every panel of Erwin for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Then I guess I don't know what the armband is, and I have no idea what that could allude to. Maybe it would be the smoke thing, like people were saying, like you guys were saying, but I don't know. My guess is as good as anyone else's.
It's gonna be cool.
Fulton.
I hope so, anyway.
Yeah, well, I think that's the dream for it to be cool.
All right.
Next question.
So next question is So next question: do you think they brought along a plan B for sealing Shiganshina if Eren is kidnapped, such as those spiky nets that were used to make a Titan shield in Trost?
Dude, if he gets himself kidnapped again, he's a lost cause. They might as well just let him go.
2 times joke's on you. 3 times joke's on me.
Have fun.
Yeah.
But hypothetically, if he was kidnapped, do they need him to get to the basement?
Wow, you're thinking real deep.
This goes back to what we talked about earlier, is if he's actually told anyone the physical location of the basement.
Well, we already assumed that we've established they know where it is.
Right. So if that's the case, then no.
Okay. Because story-wise, I hate to admit it, but based on how this story's gone, they probably end up saying, "Oh, we have to rescue Eren." In reality, it's fuck it, dude. That was, we can't devote the resources to that. We got other things to worry about.
For so long, they've painted Eren as
the key to it all.
Yeah, the savior of humanity.
He's the coordinate, isn't he?
He's basically Superman.
Yeah.
We can't let Superman get kidnapped, right?
Yeah.
We have to save Superman. We can't let anything happen to him.
No, but it is true though. Like, it's not as Ryan just said. It's not because he's the Superman or whatever. It's also because of the coordinate, like you just said. So that is a more important part, that he has to play. That will probably unfold further, because especially if Monkey Trouble has like some type of this ability where he can control the Titans, it seems like, then you're gonna need someone who can counter that. And if Eren can do that, he's a very important, integral part of this entire plan.
So the answer is no.
I guess my answer in this case would be, I'm gonna cut you off here.
Go ahead.
Would be, all right, we're gonna take Levi Mikasa. You take a squad. You go after him. The rest of us are gonna deal with this basement and actually get shit done here. Because they've got enough people where they can split their resources. I'm sure they don't all have to stay in one big, vulnerable group.
I think the answer is no, because I don't think having someone like Eren on your team, you don't develop a backup plan for sealing the wall, because if you lose Eren, if he dies or anything like that happens, you're kind of fucked. So you have to devote all of your resources and all your planning and all your scheming to protecting Eren. Which is
Mike. I'm sorry, guys. I completely misunderstood the question. It says Plan B for sealing the wall. I just thought it was Plan B if just in general if Eren's captured. Like, what's the next step?
Right.
Yeah, this makes a lot more. That makes it a tougher decision then. Then you kind of have to get him because you have no other way to seal the wall.
For Chapter 74, what we've seen, at least I think, supports that idea is, hey, the entire Survey Corps is wearing hoods because we want to conceal Eren's identity after he's sealed it now. We're doing everything in our power to protect him and to expose the enemy as they're looking for him. Everything is revolving around him. Mm-hmm. So we're going to hedge our bets that we don't need a backup plan so that we can focus on him.
Oh, Mr. Popular.
Next question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What fairly established fact among the fan base do you think is wrong?
Well, first of all, we have to kind of define what is a fairly established fact, because I'm sure my interpretation of that is going to be wildly different from everyone else's.
Some interpretation of events that is perceived to be correct among the fan base, like something that happened in a specific way and it didn't happen any other way, and we have to say, no, this isn't how that happened. This happened a different way.
I'm trying to think of one that I would disagree with.
So I've got two. They both involve Marco.
Easy. Either fairly established. All right.
My answer is that Annie killed Marco.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with this?
Disagreeing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you, yeah.
The commonly perceived order of events there is that Annie killed Marco to take his gear, right? Mm-hmm. I disagree with that, and I actually believe her when she says at the end of the anime, she says, I actually just found it, I just happened to be there.
You're not alone with that, because I know there are other people who agree with you.
I've seen a lot of just like blind assumption that Annie killed Marco just because she had his gear.
Well, I was in the same boat. I assumed that she came across his dead body and took advantage of it, looted him.
Yeah. Well, most people say that she killed him
by cutting him like fucking in half.
Because somehow
what a brutal way to do
Marco had discovered she was a traitor.
I've actually seen people claim as well that it's like, oh, he was cut in half evenly as if by a sword. It's like, no, he looks like he was bitten. But okay, so I completely agree with you. It is commonly held as true, and it's clearly not.
The other one I was going to say is that Marco was alive.
Oh God, yes, that was the one I was.
Oh no!
Because so many people,
he's on a nice beach sipping margaritas
for whatever reason. I don't even know why people think he's still alive, but
they think he's still alive because it works for their ship, and they want to have hope that their ship will be happy at the end.
I just don't understand that.
So those are my two. Is Annie did not kill Marco, and Marco is most assuredly dead.
Okay, I'm definitely on board with you on both of those, but the first one is actually the one that's contentious. Yeah.
I've got a really minor one that drives me nuts, and that's a whole bunch of people who the original spelling that came out for Levi's name, which was like Levi, which is not a French name, and so many people take it as established fact that either that's his surname or that he's French.
Are you talking about
and
it's
like no, it's not. Levi is basically it, and it's like that is not a French name. It is gibberish.
Levi.
So yeah, that one drives me nuts because I still people be like, oh yeah, well Levi's French. It's like okay, it's fine if you believe that or whatever, but don't take it as fact because it's not. Gah.
Well,
Anyway.
I mean, it goes without saying, but it all goes back to the whole LR thing, Japanese and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing is in the
Easy
French
mistake to make, I'm guessing.
in French, Levi's would actually be pronounced Levi, and so they actually spell it differently in French so that it's pronounced Levi. So it's not even he can't be French because his name would be pronounced Levi if he was French.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's a
and Levi's not even a French name. Yeah.
It's a stupid little nitpick, but it's one that drives me nuts.
I can see
There's
that.
my.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think now. What are some fun facts that we can talk shit about?
I can't think of any really.
I remember watching the. I saw I saw a panel recently of the Attack on Titan live dubbers, the voice actors, and something that they griped on a lot was about Mikasa's pronunciation between Mikasa and Mikasa.
Oh yeah.
They got so mad that so many people pronounce her name as Mikasa. And I think it was the producer who actually talked to Armin's voice actress, the sub one, and actually asked her about that, just like to get something close to the source for that. And the Japanese, or Armin's voice actress said, it's absolutely Mikasa. The people who are saying Mikasa, that just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that would be me. Oops.
Yeah, I used to.
My
say
bad.
I still do that all the time. I don't even pay attention to it half the time. But
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting one.
Mikasa. Well, tomato,
Well, it's like how
tomato.
we say, I say Erwin, but it's Erwin, and it's there's a whole bunch of them that are like that we've just anglicized them. So.
That's a good point. Well, it's like Reiner. I was calling him Rainer for half the time before I realized nobody else is pronouncing it like that. Oops.
So how about people think Reiner's a big, cool, tough guy, but he's actually super useless. Big shit.
Here we
He's
go.
just a big pussy.
Yep.
No, Reiner's great. Fuck off.
I've got four of them going on here.
That's not. You're gonna count that one, like really?
I am.
That's
gonna
not
count that one.
actually.
People.
Okay.
People like Reiner, except for me.
All right then.
I think he's
And
great.
you could use that for anything though. You could just be like, oh, people hate on Connie, but Connie's actually amazing. That's mine. It's like, okay.
I would actually give you that one because I think you're the only actual Connie fan.
You would know that. You're on the forum more than I am, so you know I'm not the only Connie fan.
Man, there's like 10 of you. Like
You know that that Arrested Development GIF, like there are dozens of us.
dozens. Yeah. That's exactly right.
That's exactly what we are.
Well, he's #1 genius. I mean, you can't argue with that.
You cannot argue with it. It's a fact.
Any others come to mind here?
I'm trying to think now. I'm trying to think what people think that I would like actively disagree with.
What's the thing that you hate?
Fuck me. Flashlights.
Flashlights. Okay. So
Yeah.
what's something about flashlights in Attack on Titan that people perceive as?
Well, I don't know if it's a fairly established fact, quote unquote, but the fact that people like them upsets me.
It is a fact.
The fact that people were able to look at that and say, "Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's legitimate."
Well,
Yeah, that makes sense.
you have a pretty good reason for that. So,
I do.
Yeah, I would count that.
But that's about.
I mean, I would.
It's one of those questions where I'm going to think of this like tomorrow and be like, "Oh, I know what I want to say now."
Okay. Anybody else, or are we moving on?
We'll move on, but if I remember anything, I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
All right. We'll take your word for that. Next question. What kind of threat do you think might exist that could justify the war crimes of Reiner, Bertholdt, Annie, and Monkey Trouble? So, one of these things is not like the others. One of these things doesn't belong.
Monkey Trouble?
Can you guess which thing doesn't belong before I finish this song?
What
Annie
is...
because she's dedicated to her father.
It was actually a Sesame Street joke, but
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry, not a Sesame's fan app. Whatever.
well, it was
Near or neither.
Okay, so I think the difference here is that Monkey Trouble has to have much different motives than Reiner, Berthold, and Annie, because I
Agreed.
believe Reiner, Berthold, and Annie have the child soldier thing going on, where
Yeah, that's true.
their motives aren't going to be great.
Their motives are defined for them by someone else, whereas I think
their
Monkey
motives-
Trouble is more of a self-made man.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
So
The motives aren't their own.
So when you get Reiner, Berthold, and Annie's motives, they're not going to be as amazing as Monkey Trouble's, just because they're not really theirs. Everything's sort of been pre-established for them, as Ryan said.
Well, if we're talking about what kind of threat could justify, what they've done, hypothetically speaking, if there was something that was a great enough threat to, like, again, hypothetically, wipe out all life on Earth or wipe out all humanity, including the shifters, or if say like the races or whatever, or the coordinate power, within the walls, if that had the capacity or was going to play a role in something that would wipe out everyone, then I guess you could say it could possibly be justified, but that's still a very arguable point. If the coordinate was something, and they would have, and the only way this could be justifiable if they had definitive proof, not like WMDs in Iraq kind of proof, but the idea that the coordinate would directly lead to the downfall of their people and their race, I would consider that justifiable. Because even though you can consider a war crime, if there was another country that would pose a direct threat to wiping out everybody in the U.S., for example, where I live, I would be comfortable with taking action against that to defend my countrymen. Obviously, that's a very debatable moral point because there's a lot of gray area in that. To what lengths do you go? If you're how many innocent people are you killing in the process? The cost benefit. So there's a lot of gray area that goes into that. But from the perspective of RBA and Monkey Trouble, even including, I think there definitely could be threats that are justifiable. Because again, what is a war crime to one person is another man, one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter, et cetera, et cetera. Exactly. So it's a difficult question to answer, but I think there is, I don't know what kind of threat, but I think there definitely could be a threat that would justify their behavior.
Yeah, and also to piggyback off of that, I would say I would agree with everything you said, Ryan, except I would add an addendum to the end of that, and I would say if who you were defending, like your own tribe, was of a reasonable size. Because, if, let's say, my family was going to be threatened by something another country was going to do.
And you had to wipe out 1 million people to save them.
Yeah. Then even if, they were actually reasonably going to threaten me and kill my family, like, I still couldn't justify killing millions of innocent people to achieve
it's
the
same
safety of my
quandary
family.
of the railroads. Would you save the infant tied down or the 10 people, or, 10 grown adults tied to the other railroad
I love
track?
that scenario.
Yeah,
I just walk away, let them all go. See ya.
Oof. Yep. There we go. You just take the trade route with the.
Just
with
cleanse
the
myself of our responsibility. No, it's all good.
Absolutely, but yeah.
It depends. It depends on so much.
Yes, and that's the thing. It is all circumstantial. It all has to do with all the factors at play, and that it goes back to just massive gray areas. You know how it is.
Do you think Monkey Trouble can turn anyone into a Titan at will, or does he need to do something like poison the water supply to make it happen?
If he can turn anyone into a Titan at will, that makes him way too overpowered.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
And that would also go against.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it goes against the spirit of like we were saying before. Everyone kind of came to the same consensus that even though the show has some kind of like not spiritual, but like it's not mad. Supernatural, but not in the sense of like sci-fi. That's better. Like science fiction, right? So it's not actually magic or any of that. It has some rudimentary science based into it, even if it's like far-fetched, like science fiction.
Science, yeah.
It's fictional. Yep. So then, even though it's like that, it's still grounded in something. Whereas, if he just had the ability to be like zap, boom, you're a Titan, that would go against everything the show stood for to this point. Whereas poisoning the water supply, or doing something along those lines, that would align very well with what we've seen so far.
So the only thing I think I could throw a monkey wrench into that is... that was totally unintentional. I can't believe that worked out that
way. Wonderful.
But back when we were at Castle Utgard, for a while we were speculating whether or not Monkey Trouble also had the coordinate. And we wondered what sort of powers Monkey Trouble possessed that that let him do the thing that he did to Connie's village. And at the time, we had speculated that it had to be something similar to the coordinate. And I have to wonder if that's actually kind of close to accurate.
Well, the way I see it, and this kind of ties into what you're saying, first of all, everything we know about the Titan process in the sense of Titan shifting and just Titan creation in general, even though we do have fairly limited knowledge, it is an entirely physical process. It seems like it all has to do with the physical act of transformation, whether that's the injection or the physical touch or things like that, hurting self-mutilation in order to instigate the process. So with that in mind, I don't think you could turn people. There's nothing that we've learned so far that would indicate that you can turn people into Titans without instigating an actual physical process. What goes back to what Stiller was saying about the coordinate power, even though it's something that's controlled by their voice, it's still not like a psychic link. Every evidence we've seen of the coordinate power in action has been, well, really just Eren using it, and that was with his voice. He shouted, he made noise, and that's what did it. The other thing I'm thinking of, and this is kind of slightly different because it's talking about the coordinate as opposed to just Titans in general, but the mind wipes. As far as I know, the mind wipes, when the original progenitor Titan did it, didn't have a physical component to it, but remember, it was activated, the memories were activated by touch, by that physical aspect of it. So I don't think there's any reason to believe that Monkey Trouble, kind of going off all of those things put together, has any way to transform them, psychically or without any kind of physical interaction involved with the people, whether that's water supply, air, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you remember when Mike died?
Yeah.
How?
Yes.
Rest in peace.
When Mike died, there was that tiny little midget Titan who was going after Mike, and Monkey Trouble actually
popped his head, right?
Communicated with him.
Yep.
Yeah, he talked to him at least. He tried to stop him or told him to not kill him before he talked to him.
Yeah, and they didn't really listen at first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind because was his power like developing at the time?
And we kind of mentioned this before, but it seemed like he was not controlling them, and this goes back to the fact that I don't think he's a coordinate. He wasn't really controlling them as much as he was just intimidating them into servitude. He showed. It wasn't until he killed the little one that they really started paying attention, right?
Such a mysterious thing. Like, how do you intimidate something into...
That's quote-unquote mindless.
Yeah, intimidating something mindless into changing forms.
Well, it goes back to the coordinate thing. How do you... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's possible that he has like a really weak coordinate, kind of like what Annie has or something like that. And the reason that they're after this coordinate is because they want one that's actually strong enough that they can...
Monkey Trouble's a super old guy, so they want Eren to come in and be the new Monkey Trouble.
Maybe,
all right,
or
so
just eat him.
This is a really big stretch here. We don't really... How much did we know about Eren's mother and like what her family was from?
Next to nothing, I believe.
Because I was going to say, if we go, and this is, again, my assumption, so take this with a huge grain of salt. If we go under the assumption that Monkey Trouble is, say, Grisha's brother or immediate relative, and therefore related to Eren, if that coordinate power is, it has something to do with the bloodline, I mean, because we already know bloodlines play some role. If it has something to do with his family or perhaps his mother's family and the combination of that, I mean, the fact that possibly, I mean, remember, he didn't get the coordinate power until he got in touch. Oh no, yeah, until Grisha gave it to him. Obviously, that wasn't like a hereditary thing, but still, I would bring into the theater discussion. Wonder how much influence that could possibly have on something like that, dilution of bloodlines, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, when you bring in that injection and you talk about like, oh, he actually brought it in through some what the fuck am I looking for?
I know what we're extraneous.
If you bring it in through something extraneous, something external.
Yes.
As opposed to talking about it being a possible hereditary thing, it's just out the window at that point. Because then it's fair game. Yeah, really. It could be anything. It could be either one.
But that's what I think about that.
Oh, nice.
Nice putting a...
That was a great summary right there.
Yeah.
Tie it all together.
Yeah.
Neat little package.
Okay. Next question. Which character's dying in the upcoming battle would surprise you?
I think we talked about this, like, Armin. It would be surprising, but I would like to see it. Someone who's not expected to die, like someone who has more to play in the story. So, like, of course, the main characters, like an Eren or a Mikasa. A Hanji, yes. Hanji would be surprising. Because
I wouldn't
nothing...
be too surprised.
Really?
I think she has still more to offer to the plot.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm just hanging on too tightly to that whole Armin needing to step up thing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hanji and Erwin go to force Armin into a role of
Well, that's a good point,
leadership.
because if that's true, you do have to get the two of them out of the way first.
Yeah, unfortunately, which sucks because they're two of my favorite characters. But you know,
This next,
I think I'd be surprised by anyone with plot armor if they kick the bucket.
yeah.
The next question is: let's say that Attack on Titan is actually a prequel to another anime. What anime is it, and why?
Dude, anime's for fucking nerds. Who even fucking watches anime?
That's true. I 100% agree.
I actually gave a lot of thought to this because I saw this and I had a couple of days to prepare. And I'm kind of old, so my anime knowledge is pretty old school. But the anime I came up with was Trigun. Have any of you seen Trigun?
I've seen the cover art on Netflix.
Okay, well, that's a good
Does that
start.
count? Is that the guy with the big yellow spiky hair?
Yeah, Vash
Yeah.
the Stampede. It really doesn't stand up, so if you haven't seen it, it's not like it hasn't aged very well, not as well as Cowboy Bebop.
Was it 90s anime?
Yeah.
Because I fucking love that period.
There is, though, the whole thing about this is that it's this outlaw sort of world that is on this post-apocalyptic world, blah, blah, blah. I'm one of those people that believes Attack on Titan is actually in a post-apocalyptic world, which is why their technology is inconsistent and blah, blah, blah. And so, and there's this whole thing where it's lawlessness and stuff. It kind of the same, it's got a Western vibe and it's got the same feeling as the people in the underground. And I could see why people would be wary of authority and stuff like that coming out of this if they escaped from the walls and spread to other places and stuff like that. And also there is Vash the Stampede himself is like this expert marksman, and he's got like these superpowers that are kind of transformative, that are sort of could be in the same vein as transforming into a Titan shifter, not quite, but you know, it's sort of the same idea. And so I think that could be like an Ackerman style thing, and I don't know. I won't go into it too much more than that because I don't want to spoil anything. But
I'll tell you, that is
totally think.
Far better answer than I could have given. So
Same.
I think Free the swimming anime because
Yeah, no kidding. I don't have I'm like Ryan, anime's for dumb nerds, but
why are you here?
yeah, my knowledge isn't that expansive either, but I would say Berserk, because Berserk, I think, falls into the prequel role of Attack on Titan because of what Pixis said to Eren, which was, there was a time before the walls where humanity fought wars with each other, and
I'd like to flip the question around.
And so at that point we just go into Berserk, where Berserk is a medieval sort of anime or animated manga, where, without actually talking about it too much, most of my reasoning for Berserk is timeline based, because I think it really fits really well. Like some of the themes are similar, and a lot of the action is similar, so to speak, without giving away too much. But it's very graphic and very timely, I think, according to what a time before the walls would have been for humanity in Attack on Titan. The characters are also very interesting, and I think it fits pretty well overall.
It's a good answer.
Not as well explained, but it is an answer. I want to actually insert that question into the recording. I want that question to be in the recording. If you had to sit in a room with if you had to spend time between two characters that you hate the most, which one would you pick?
Well, that just makes me not want to pick the worst characters.
Well, first of all, establish who your two least favorite characters are.
Oh, then I know.
I hate Erwin and Levi, and I would just totally sit in a room with them.
Absolutely.
No, I
We're
actually
going with the honor system here, folks.
I genuinely don't know who I hate in this series.
I was just thinking, I'm trying to think of somebody who I genuinely like. I'm not a huge fan of Mikasa, but I don't hate her.
Well, lucky me that I managed to create my scenario.
I'm trying to think, who would I not want to be stuck with?
I think definitely one of those people would be Zach Lee. I definitely wouldn't to sit with him in a room.
It's pretty good.
In an art gallery.
For as odd of a guy as he is, I bet he's a good conversationalist.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of topics to talk about, the times he tortured people.
He's an art snob.
Yep.
He creates people art. I don't know who else. There's no really.
I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of Rod, but he's not really a main character, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, neither exactly, but.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, with this question, I made my own bed, but really, I could get by in either scenario because if I have to sit in a room with Mikasa for however long, she's not gonna say anything. She's gonna stare at the wall and think about Eren, and I'm gonna go sit in the corner and go to sleep or something until the time runs out. So no harm there. And I think Reiner's useless, but he could be a cool guy to hang out with, you know? But it's the kind of scenario where you want to do it like once every now and again, but not like a consistent basis. Like, it's every month or so, let's say. You know, it's not that bad. You know, we could take him to the theme park, or we could go to a hockey game, or we could go do whatever, but generally speaking, don't want to hang out with him too much. Because he's kind of a shitlord.
You know what? I've got an answer for you. As much as I like the guy, I bet Bertholdt would be boring as shit to hang out with.
That's true.
See, for me, I'd be cool with that, because Bertholdt seems like my kind of guy.
Okay, I guess Bertholdt seems like the kind of guy who could be fun once you kind of poke him out the door a bit and get a few drinks in him.
Yeah.
And then he'll loosen up. But he just seems way too uptight.
You get sweat in your beer.
Right, yeah, he's just sweating all the time. It's like, dude, relax,
Just keep your
goddamn.
distance, it'll be fine.
Keep your distance. Is that
Sweaty ass
that's the type of people you want to hang out with? Like, just keep your distance. He's all right. He's like
Arm's length,
have
please,
deodorant?
arm's length.
Arm's length distance, yeah. Just expand your personal space a little bit.
Dude, he's all about that antiperspirant.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it exists in this world. I mean, Isayama did say they all kind of smell.
Gross.
Oh. Scotty, what was your answer?
You just call me Connie.
No, I didn't. I called you Scotty.
I heard it. You can replay that. You called me Connie. I had the recording too. You called me Connie. But I don't think that's a compliment, but considering what you think of Connie, that's definitely not a compliment. That's a derogatory term. But you took my answer. I would say Connie. And who else?
Come on now, be serious here.
All right, fine.
Give me a real answer. Exactly, and who?
Exactly, and I'm trying to think. I can't think of one of the worst characters.
Kit
I can't
Sperman's
think-
pretty awful.
Yeah.
Kits? Oh, yeah. Hey,
Jesus, if Scotty is your choice between Zachary and Kits,
No, but I mean, there's no one nearly
I
as
thought I
bad.
had it bad.
There's no one as. Well, I thought we were trying to pick the worst two people.
The people you hate
Right.
the most.
And well, I mean, I guess I hate Zachary by default because I don't like what he does with his free time. But besides that, I don't know. I don't know who else I hate. Oh,
I like how nobody appreciates Zaxby's creativity at all.
So I guess the answer is the other
No,
person.
I know what else. I know who else it would be. It would be the boring ass king who was just sitting there, who was like just a drunk.
Fritz.
King
Dude,
Fritz.
and-
Dude, he would take
Fritz.
fucking blunt hit for days. It's like,
Yeah.
take a rip of this shit and we'll be fucking gold. All right.
Oh my god.
That's good.
Those are the two
You
people.
worked it out. That's good. That's a good answer. All
I'm
right.
pretty sure he was like high as fuck the entire time he was on the throne.
Oh yeah, of course.
Probably.
Blitzed out of his mind.
What's even going on?
You know that codeine we were talking about?
Oh man.
Direct
Yeah, it's just
supply
like-
from the university. All right, so next question. What do you think about the theory that people regurgitated by Titans would become feral Titans if given enough time, like an egg sac?
That is so gross.
I've never actually thought of this. I've never heard of this theory.
That's
It's
the most
interesting.
like actual science fiction bullshit I've ever heard.
It is a fascinating idea. I mean, it doesn't really match up with the story and everything we know about Titans so far, but let's just say hypothetically that it could happen.
It actually sounds like something from Aliens.
For every person you lose, it's like those White Walkers. For every the fucking you know what they're called, not the White Walkers, but the ones below them, the peons.
No, I don't know their name. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. What the fuck are their names?
I don't. No one knows their
the walkers.
names.
Yeah,
they have a name, but no one knows.
No,
what
they
it
call
is.
them they call them not zombies. But what's the other one? Not thralls. What is it? What they become? I don't remember what they're called now.
No one knows their names. I'm telling you.
No, they do. They have a term. Hold on. It's not like it's like a generic term. You know what I mean? But
Martin doesn't know their names.
no, not their names, but like the generic term for them.
Oh, like not thrall, not feral, not
Whites.
zombie.
That's what I was trying to say. Whites was what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, kind of sidetrack. But if it was like whites, where every man you lose adds another to the army of the enemy. Boy, that'd be a scary thought. Titans
It'd
just...
be bad.
Yeah.
It's like Dead Space, like Necromorph stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why could I not remember that?
I think, you know what, going in that direction would be good for the series. So I'd be down with that.
Just when we think we're winning,
let's
throw that curveball at you.
Let's add a horror element. Let's add a real horror element to the story. That's real horror.
As if it's not horrifying.
No, this is
I do understand, because it's not. The horror isn't. There's no really horror in this story. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's shitty things that happen, but it's not. It doesn't have that same suspension.
Getting eaten is horrifying, but knowing that if you get eaten, you're also going to turn into the same thing that ate you. It's also horrifying. It's like zombies.
That's true.
Yeah.
So yeah,
kind of what the Titans are like in the first place. I mean, really.
It's true.
Big beefy zombies.
Not zombies.
Well. Okay. Not.
Okay. So.
I mean, similar concept, but just blown up.
So I guess the answer here is that we think it's a cool idea.
Is that an answer to the question? I guess.
I mean, it says, what do you think about the theory? So that's kind of like a yay, nay question. Yay?
That's true. Yay. That's a yay for me.
I'd be cool with it.
We thought a good deal about the question. That answers it.
Yeah, okay.
Exact. That's so gross, though.
Next question. Hajime Isayama has said that Armin and Aaron's friendship will be changing. What do you think about the theory that Armin will soon be mortally wounded, and Levi will save him by turning him into a mindless titan, and Aaron will use him as a coordinate Pokemon?
Holy shit!
Can you read that again, please?
I think they would never do that, but I mean, it's an interesting theory.
I will reread the question for you. What do you think about the theory that Armin will soon be mortally wounded, and Levi will save him by turning him into a mindless titan, and Aaron will use him as a coordinate Pokemon?
A coordinate Pokemon. That's clearly would never happen, but just the hypothetical, if it did happen, that would be amazing. That would be fantastic.
The only way I see that happening is if they have a surefire way to change him back into a human first. Yeah. Because knowing Armin, there's no way he would consent to that. Right? So that would have to be a decision. If they were going to do it to him, they would have to make that decision without his consent. Like, he'd have to be, like, mortally wounded to the point where he can't even make that reasonable decision.
Erwin should peer pressure him. Be like, hey, I'd do it. Well, I would do it. Why don't you do it?
But they're constantly talking about how being in Titan is a living hell. Remember from Ymir and all that?
Yeah.
Like, it's probably fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
Considering how much Aaron hates, or you know what I mean, hates Titans and hates the idea of people becoming Titans, etc., 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 and all the horrors that entails. I find it very difficult to believe he would ever allow that to happen.
And not only that, but it'd be too tough for him to control his best friend like that.
No, I would say this theory.
I like it though.
Obviously, wouldn't make sense in a realistic point of view, for it actually happening. But a way it could be more realistic is obviously not the coordinate Pokemon aspect, but if Armin was mortally wounded and the way to prolong his life would be to turn him into a Titan, and then, the next course of action would be capturing one of the enemy shifters and then having Armin eat that shifter. So then he would become a shifter. So then Armin would just be normal Armin with a shifter pouch. But
Shifter Armin is not cooler than any other shifter, so I'm gonna not be a fan of that theory.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, but I'm not a fan of any of it. I'm just saying that's how it would transpire in a way that made sense if it were to go that way, which it won't. But
well, like I said before, if they are able to reverse engineer, some kind of Titan serum that reverse the process, likely with the help of somebody outside the walls, because I don't see how they could do it themselves. That's the only way I could see something like that being feasible, because I can't see them in good conscience turning one of their own into a Titan without knowing that they're ever going to get them back. Because that seems to be so counterintuitive to what they're trying to do here. So
yeah, I think we did tackled that question pretty well. Next question. Cooney, I know this is your favorite.
Uh-oh. Don't point at me.
What's your favorite A Slap on Titan Joker moment?
I haven't watched A Slap on Titan. I'm sorry. I hate fun. Fun is awful. I only watch stuff if it's stressful or makes me sad.
I thought it was a funny show. I like a funny little thing, but it's been a while since I've seen it. I don't think I remember it.
They're still making new episodes. Their second season's going pretty well.
Oh, okay, I gotta catch up then.
Yeah.
I'm falling behind here.
It's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, Sam. I'll answer this question next time, and then I'll watch the series and make sure I've seen the first one, but I haven't seen the second season, so I have to catch up on that before I can answer this question.
I wish I would have answered this question at the end of the current season for Slap on Titan, but the courtroom scene right now in season 2 was really good. So for season 2, I would have to say that's definitely my favorite moment.
All right, well, I'll have to catch up with that then.
From season 1, it would have to be Mikasa. Mikasa.
Mikasa. Mikasa.
It would have to be Mikasa. Going on her rant and being super pissed at all of the 104th regular trainee people with her because they were all being super racist towards her, and she got all pissed about it. It was great, and she really fired off at all of them, and she was really pissed, and it was great. It's awesome. I love it. So that's that.
I need to watch this.
Mikasa.
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 Levi-asa.
All right. Next question. If you could talk to any character at this moment in the story, who would it be, and what would you say / do?
Well, I'd tell somebody to get their shit together, but I gotta figure out who. I want
to yell at Reiner a lot.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'd get my ass kicked, probably.
Probably?
But I'd really like to yell at Reiner a lot.
Yeah, Silver thinks a lot of himself. He's like, probably. He's like, maybe, though, you know. He's like flexing on the other side of the screen, you know?
You know what? I got the alligators flexing right now. The pythons.
Oh boy. Oof.
Oh, dear.
Well, I think
Watch out.
That's right. You know it.
You know guns are banned technology, right? In this world.
Yeah. Oof.
Not anymore.
You're reading my mind. I can't say an Annie answer either because I can't actually talk to her. So.
Well, you could talk to her. I don't think she could talk back, though.
Well, I could talk to the crystal, but the crystal's not going to talk back.
It's like talk to the hand, like talk to the crystal.
Yeah.
Who would I talk to? Let's see. I'd probably talk to Monkey Trouble and say, you know what? Good work.
You're the coolest, Monkey Trouble.
Like you. You're doing the right thing. I like your fucking the cut of your jib.
We talk to Monkey Trouble and just fanboy out. Like, oh my god, it's Monkey Trouble. You're the coolest.
So, dude, do you use conditioner or what's up? This first.
I saw that panel of you in the muscles and the army boots and you're so cool.
Who trained you to throw rocks?
Yeah.
That seems like a great ability you have.
You got
I bet you can skip stones across the ocean.
You ever thought about being a pitcher?
I'd start Monkey Trouble on the mound.
I would too.
He'd kill someone, but
he throws a rock and it takes out the entire section.
He's like, take your base, and then you see the guys just crush under a rock, and they just stare at him, and just.
He looks and he sees somebody trying to steal second base, so he just picks up the section 104 from the audience and just throws it at the guy.
Oh my god!
There goes the shortstop. Oh, I would watch a Titan baseball league of just all Titans, just a sports league just filled with all Titans. They play all sorts of different sports. I don't even care what.
Why not? So the next question, on a serious note, is. What do you think the biggest theme of this manga is? Big picture wise, what is it really about? What's the biggest, most important, most flagrant, most out there theme?
Well, there's a couple big ones that we talk about a lot. Yeah. I mean, one of the bigger ones is obviously the big discussion about morality.
Yep.
You know, the subjectivity of morality and the gray area.
Gray and war, basically.
That's a very big topic, but also. I mean, this is going to sound so tropey, and unfortunately, there are a lot of tropes in Attack on Titan.
This is the serious question, so it's time for serious times.
Well, it's true, though. What I mean is they do emphasize a lot about the generic struggle of humanity, human perseverance against all odds.
What did we talk about at the beginning of this podcast? We talked about hope. We talked about pride. We talked about rage.
Mm-hmm.
That's our main three. That's our main characters. That's what they're pushing.
Yeah. I would say humanity in general and what it takes, just the overwhelming need and desire to survive, even when you're down, even when you have no ambition or like reason to live. Like even in this chapter, it stated like maybe now that we, retake Wall Maria, maybe people have a reason to live still. Well, if
The
you
survival instinct as a whole,
Yeah.
like holistically, you look at the population and as a people,
To me,
the survive and thrive.
I feel like every anime does that though. Like,
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I said. Is like it's so tropey. It's so generic. Like
What-
that's the moral of every story. You know what I mean? In perseverance, it's like yeah, we know that's. But to be fair, the reason that is so common is because that's such
it's a tough thing.
well, it's such a relatable thing. It's something that it's just a very human thing. It's very natural to go back to that because obviously that's a huge part of what makes us human.
I'm gonna not say perseverance. I'm gonna say that it's about war themes. It's all about basically Erwin and Annie both represent this very well. They represent taking losses in war and continuing to fight, like having to make tough decisions that aren't always, the cleanest looking, hands clean type of, things that you have to do sometimes. But, fighting for what you believe in, more or less, quote unquote, that isn't always going to be the popular decision.
Yeah.
You
have to do things that we consider possibly shitty in the short term that are for the greater benefit in the long run.
Making the tough decisions is what I'm going to go with.
Oh, like the boss.
Big
Or
Boss?
Metal Gear Solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because the whole thing with her is she basically had, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Big Boss, definitely.
I think actually another part of this is sort of kind of we touched on it already, but the whole idea of how it's, I don't want to say community, but like how achieving a goal, you have to band together with people. Like that's we've seen a lot of characters that already started out as loners or whatever and have learned to cooperate and to work together. So this whole idea, it ties into the whole idea of human hope and of war and stuff like that, but that you're stronger as a unit than you are by yourself, and different people have different skills that complement that and stuff.
Yeah, what great lengths people can achieve if they work together, essentially.
Yeah.
Not to harp on the generic teamwork, but it's exactly that. It's exactly that.
Yeah, it is basically, I mean, that is a very common trope in anime again, but it is the whole idea of, together we're stronger than alone.
Man, it's tough to pick something that's not like, oh yeah, it's like every other anime.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like obviously it goes without saying that we all love this series.
Yeah.
But we all have to be realistic. It has so many common tropes in it. It has so many generic qualities. And as much as people love to harp about it, how it's like new and revolutionary, I mean, it's a unique idea, but it's in no way are the themes new or revolutionary at all. It's just a good story.
All it is that it's just not as bad as some other stories, as far as cliches go.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, there really isn't that much that's new anyway. If you break down almost any new story in any medium whatsoever, it's going to come down to the same basic tropes at its core. Yeah, it's how they're presented that really matters.
There's a saying for that, like everything that is old will become new again.
Yeah. I mean, we've been telling stories as a species for, I don't know how many thousands of years now, so... I'm sure
all the years.
All the years. As once we figured out language, man, we were off and running.
We haven't done it yet, but
stories.
We did cave paintings, so it was before language, I think, right?
I guess.
Is that how that works?
Yep.
How do they illustrate the themes of subjectivity and morality?
Oh man, the cavemen. The cavemen told like the most graphic, most violent stories of war you ever seen.
Right, those bulls.
Speaking of cavemen, do you guys remember in the pictures? I don't know if it was an official manga, but the cave paintings or whatever in the Attack on Titan. I don't know if it was the OVA or what it was, but I remember seeing something.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. That was
closing credits.
Closing credits
for the second half.
Yep.
Yeah, season 2.
Yeah. Well, second half of season 1. Yeah.
Season 1, right? Good pull.
Wow, I don't remember that.
Very good pull.
Yeah, it's the wall that all the characters are standing against, and Ymir and Historia and Reiner, Berthold, Annie are on one side, and then the others are on the other.
Brian, it's because you skipped the credits.
Yeah, that's probably true. Actually, I skip all the intros too.
Yeah, see, I knew it. Yeah. Like everybody else.
Some people a lot of people love the theme song, the opening song. People are all
pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan. It's okay.
The first theme song is still my ringtone for it's 2 years and counting.
Oh, that's awesome. That's all right. It works. It works for the show. It's just not personally my cup of tea.
So the next question is
A cup of coffee.
not about coffee. The next question is,
Freshly ground, or I don't know what the opposite of that is. I mean,
what do you think about Erwin's obvious grooming of Armin to become either the next commander or a leader? And what did you think about Armin's commanding or lack thereof skills?
I think we already answered this
I
pretty
think
heavily.
we've beaten this one into the ground.
Okay, works for me. Next question, not submitted by me, surprisingly, is why is Monkey Trouble so perfect? Why can't I be perfect like him?
You can be perfect like him. It's all about effort, motivation,
And if you buy my exercise DVD,
Yeah, I was about to say, all you have to do is take steroids.
Sheer willpower.
Willpower
can be a 50-meter fucking ape thing.
Just buy my workout collection of a
10 easy payments of $9.99.
Exactly, that's what I was looking for.
Right there.
10 easy payments of $19.99.
I'm not talking about hard payments. I'm talking about easy payments.
Yeah, very simple, smooth payments.
We will literally take the money out of your hands. It's that easy.
It's that easy.
So many steroids, so much, so many drugs, and then, easily, but then a lot of love, like Ryan said, and then, all that. Yeah, a couple steroids, and you got it.
Don't forget your old buddy Hulk Hogan would say, you got to eat your vitamins, and you got to say your prayers.
Your sugar,
a whole bunch of coffee.
Everything nice. You need
so
some
much
Chemical X
coffee
in there.
Chemical X, right?
Chemical X in there.
Well, Chemical X is coffee. That's what it was.
Yes.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah, it really
Powerpuff
would.
Girls are all just hyped up on caffeine.
Yeah.
That makes it like a moral message at that point.
Okay, so...
Great answer.
Wasn't that just all the answers we could have possibly said? It was all, like, motivational, like...
Who is champ?
Okay. So, yeah, Monkey Trouble's great. He's awesome. We agree.
Yeah.
Next question. What the fuck is up with modern-ass... What the fuck is up with the modern-ass clothes Reiner is wearing, and why does he have a bandage around his arm? If it's an injury, it should have healed by now, right?
Well, my boy Reiner's got fucking something called style.
Your boy Reiner.
That's true.
Your boy?
He knows how to dress.
I'm gonna be mad at you if you're actually friends with him.
Look how many pockets he has on his shirt. He has at least like 4 pockets on his the front of his
Like a
shirt.
Liefeld character.
Look how practical that is.
That's
Think of how many things he can put in his pockets.
For all the practicality he has, he sure does get his ass beat a lot.
Yeah, actually, I retract my statement. Those pockets look fucking stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not good fashion.
That took like 2 seconds of introspection for you to be like, oh no, there's a dump. Yeah, there's a dump.
To be fair, I may have made the comment before I actually looked at what he's wearing.
Walk that one
but
back.
that's neither here nor there. Okay, speaking of clothes, how much do you think you'd blow their minds if you showed up with a pair of denim blue jeans? And all right, check this out. This is what people. Yeah,
This is gonna revolutionize your workforce.
for real.
He's got like, oh my god, like a cool jacket and everything and a nice hat. And he's just rocking that. It's like, where did you come from?
He's got a hat.
Where did you go?
That's
Where
something.
did you come
I
from,
was thinking
Kanye
that.
Joe?
We're not going down that line. No.
I couldn't pass it up. I couldn't do it.
I said that with my inside voice, silently in my head. Wow,
Glad we all got to that point.
Who's the dumbass? By the way, this is going back to the fucking comic book here. Who's the dumbass who said, "Is that another one of his Titan powers?"
That was Levi.
Really?
Yeah, because
He knows better
basically
to say something so asinine as that. I mean, like what?
He
He
said,
didn't kill the guy.
Yeah, that's the question. Is hey, that should have killed him. Why is he not dead? Is this because he has new powers that I don't know about?
I probably should have actually cut his head off. That would have done it.
Yeah, that would have done it.
It really would have.
they should have actually clarified that better, because I wasn't quite sure what happened there. Like, did Reiner harden part of himself, so that's why the blade didn't get all the way through his neck? Or
I'm trying to understand. Are they implying that Levi cut his spinal cord, but he's not dead, or are they implying that like Levi fucked up, or is there a third thing, like you said, like he hardened through it or something like that?
If he had hardened through it, wouldn't it have broken the blade?
yeah.
You think so?
Unless he hardened around it, caught it almost.
Yeah,
well,
but like,
it did break off the blade.
Yeah, it was really unclear.
what I thought it was, though, for my first time reading it, I thought that, and this doesn't make any sense for Reiner's character, but I thought that there was like a trail of smoke or something, whereas he like propelled himself away from Levi to stop the blade from getting any farther, or to stop him from doing a secondary slice with the blade. Like he like jet streamed. I don't know. It looked really odd in the picture. From like in one panel he was right next to Levi, the other panel he's like on the ground. Like there was no transition between him falling. So I thought it was to emphasize his like extreme speed at which he went from Levi to the ground. So I'm like, did he just like have super speed or something, and that's what he's referring to?
Well, see,
because
yeah, if I have a hard time with Levi's reaction time to seeing Reiner, I'd also have to have a hard time with Reiner's reaction time. So I don't know who to give the credit to.
Well, we see the right actually in the panel above where he's lying there with his pockets. We see him the path he takes when he falls from the wall. He kind of looks like he falls and bounces off the bottom for some reason, and then kind of scoots to stop at the below that ledge there.
No, yeah, like if you look at page 34 to 33 on Crunchyroll, there's like a line of smoke, and then there's a huge like explosion, like you just said. So that to me indicates speed and impact, and more so than just like, oh, he fell from a large height.
Yeah, that's a really weird angle, because he comes down a curve and then bounces off in a straight line.
And it even says whoosh, and whoosh doesn't indicate, oh, I just fell. Whoosh indicates I went with haste away from you.
Unless that's Levi that's jumping back up.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I misinterpreted.
Because I thought he kicked him down.
Yep, because that's where that last point of impact was at that middle blast, and then Reiner went to the bottom and Levi jumped back up at the top. Okay, now I feel kind of silly.
It's still really unclear, though, exactly how that played out.
What are your thoughts about the cross-promotion between mediums? For example, the plots for the second live-action movie in Chapter 74 are the same, which is to take back Wall Maria. If the manga's plot was deliberately delayed to coincide with the second live-action movie's release, how well do you think this helps the manga? Ultimately, should the live-action movies have been created if the goal was only to promote the manga, to a point where the manga's original plot had to change in order for that promotion to exist?
This is all based on a theory that is not likely to be true.
Correct.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you first. I haven't actually seen the movie.
Oh,
and I'll be double honest, I'm not going to, because it looks god-awful.
Yeah.
I was not going to watch the movie, but Zach bothered the shit out of me enough that I actually did watch it.
I like the strength of your resolve.
And it was just as awful as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. But to address the question...
Yeah, to answer the question.
I mean, the movie just in and of itself does create more publicity for the manga just from being around. Now, if people watched it, I don't know if that's going to help. I think that's going to hurt it more than anything else. I think you'd want to separate those and make it abundantly clear that the concepts are not related. Because to tie the two together, I think would just muddy the waters and make it confusing for people who don't follow the series that closely. Because it's like, not everybody's like us who actually gives a shit about it. So if you're just like somebody who casually follows it, and you see the confusion and the kind of the mismatch between this live action thing and the cartoon and the comic book or whatever they're called, that would be confusing. I think that could put people off if it can be frustrating when stuff doesn't make any sense.
I've been questioning a lot of the logic behind the movie for a while now, and I have to wonder after watching that BBC special if Isayama is actually like somewhat being exploited by his success.
Yes,
like
I doubt he had very much
other comic artists.
I sincerely doubt it was his idea to go through with that.
Because it seems like those, like the Marvel crossover and the movie and the Junior High special and the Before the Fall and the Levi's No Regrets thing, it's all sort of piggybacking off of his concept.
Oh, definitely. His idea, his creation is a victim of its own success. In the sense that now that it's popular, they are going to milk that for every penny it is worth because they know that they make money off it. Yeah.
He doesn't have a whole lot of production input into these things.
Yeah.
So the name of his work that's being used is kind of being tarnished by these other projects.
I mean, and how much influence does he even have over? How much control does he even have over his own IP? Because the thing is, I'm sure he signed a lot of those rights away to the publication company, who has probably a lot more control about what they do with the IP itself than he does.
God, I hope not. I hope he.
Well, I'd say the movie's probably a good indicator that's the case.
Yeah, and that's.
But wasn't the guy who wrote the movie one of Isayama's buddies, and he basically told him like don't tie it back to the manga? Like he basically told him to.
They worked in tandem, and Isayama contributed to the movie's plot somewhat. And I don't know, that's super hard to read into, but generally speaking, just to answer the question, I'm going to say that so far, I don't think it's gone very well at all. I think maybe Levi's No Regrets has been the most successful, probably. But the Marvel one wasn't that great. The movie's awful.
How did all that stuff do in Japan? Because
nobody's reading before the fall.
It's fairly evident that the movie and all that kind of other stuff we are not the intended audience for that. We're not the target demographic.
They made their money.
That strikes me as the kind of stuff that they're marketing to the Japanese audience, which is their primary audience, and I understand that because that makes sense. So, I guess a better estimate would be to see how well did it do over there. Because if it was successful, I mean, then maybe it is a positive thing for them. It was never going to be successful in the U.S. It was that from the get-go that was never going to happen. And again, we weren't the target audience for them in English-speaking world.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but at one point the movie did take in enough to be the top of the box office for a while. I see an article right here that says they made about $4.8 million off of their Japan release.
I don't know. That doesn't sound good to me.
I don't know. Well, it depends on their budget. I don't know what their budget was. But
usually you want more than that out of a film.
Yeah, it's not a lot. But
again, I don't know
what's
what's the average, take home from Japanese films like that.
Well, it's not just Japanese films, it's Japanese anime films too. That's a specific genre of comparison.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the budget figures.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know the baseline to compare to. How did other movies in the same category perform?
I guess we just take it at average, I suppose. But overall, cross medium, it's not working out. It's not doing well.
Yeah.
I don't think
that's really not.
Did you guys see the Marvel crossover?
I've heard about it.
I actually read a scan of it, but it was just super forgettable.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that it was just nothing at all. Just the Marvel guys being cool and the Attack on Titan people being beaten up.
Being themselves. Yeah.
Not much else to say about that, I guess. And next question. In Chapter 73, there was a sleeping Titan that the expedition saw on their way to Shiganshina. It received a lot of attention. Do you think this Titan acted as some sort of scout for Monkey Trouble?
Ho-ho!
It's a theory as to how Monkey Trouble and Reiner Bertholdt knew they were coming. In Chapter 50, when Eren uses his coordinate for the first time, there's a panel in which Reiner, Bertholdt, and Ymir all have some sort of lightning between them, as if they felt some connection. Do you think that certain Titans are connected mentally?
Well, I mean, that was the coordinate power, so of course they would feel it because it was reaching out to other Titans.
Well, if he wasn't asleep, he was a pretty good actor.
Yeah.
But I do see saying if that Titan was being used as a conduit by Monkey Trouble to spy on him, in the third person essentially.
So his shift of power is that he's a good actor.
I don't think that's well, no, because in theory, if there was, as they propose, this mental connection that you could do, if he's using that as a pair of eyes to kind of look through. Now, I don't think so, because nothing we've seen from Monkey Trouble implies that he can do that based on the limited control he had up to this point, even just the mindless Titans. So I don't know why he'd be able to control one to the point where he could see through their eyes. I don't know if that's what they're necessarily implying, but that's kind of the impression I got. We did talk about Ymir, though, and how she may be a scout.
Yeah.
We kind of went over that a little bit.
Our discussion about Ymir and that being a scout thing earlier is the first thing I thought of, because I find that more likely, actually.
I don't think the mindless Titan was a scout, mainly because the main emphasis that was they're pointing out the moonlight. Mm-hmm. And oh, he's not walking around. Oh, okay, this is interesting. How does this change things?
Yep. It's better for that. Nothing really to add there. Next question. What do you think about this theory? Okay. Bertholdt will kill himself before being captured by the Survey Corps. Reiner blames Monkey Trouble for his failure to protect Bertholdt, and Monkey Trouble's disapproval of saving Annie would add to Reiner's hatred of Monkey Trouble for failing another comrade. He becomes a wild card in the battle, and Armin vows to take the opportunity to learn all there is about Titans by protecting Reiner at all costs. Eren would be conflicted in this order because he swore he would kill Reiner if he saw him again. This would tie into the rumor that Armin and Aaron's friendship would change.
Oh,
I
like
think
that.
this theory makes a lot more sense to me if you replace Reiner with Bertolt. So Reiner would be the
switch
one.
the order.
Yeah, Reiner would be the
Yeah.
one to kill himself, and then Bertolt would be the one because he seems like the morally conflicted one. Whereas with Reiner's symptoms of like he's a warrior and he's also working for the enemy, of the Scout Legion, it's like he would be more mentally unstable to commit suicide. So I think that would just gel better for his character in general. But then also I feel like Bertolt switching over would make more sense than Reiner. Because again, with Reiner's mental state, you couldn't really trust him because Reiner's a mixed bag in and of itself with himself. Like he doesn't even trust himself because he's a split personality, he's a different person sometimes. So that really wouldn't work with like even if you trust him, he can't even trust himself. So this really wouldn't work if you had to put your trust in Reiner. Whereas Bertolt, he already has other motives, and he would even be more conflicted with Monkey Trouble because Bertolt wants to save Annie more than Reiner wants to save Annie.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
I think you're on the right track. Yeah.
I agree with you totally. Nailed it.
Mm-hmm. Especially because I think along the same lines, Bert is much more likely to abandon his mission for the sake of Annie than Reiner is.
Mm-hmm. I feel like if either one of them actually outright told Monkey Trouble that they were going to betray him, that Monkey Trouble would just immediately kick their shit in, and that would be the end of that.
Yeah.
I wish.
Generally speaking, I agree. What do you think Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie and Monkey Trouble's factions' motives are for taking the coordinate? What do you think about this theory? Monkey Trouble's faction is trying to liberate the Colossal Titans inside the walls, the coordinate being the key to that mission.
I don't think it's based on any real information. Of course, it's a theory, but also I don't see what the rationale would even be for that.
Why of that doesn't add up?
That doesn't add up because what would their goal be, to set the Titans in the walls free so that they could wreak havoc on the people? They don't need those Titans in the walls to do that. And if those Titans in the walls serve a purpose beyond just a killing machine, why wouldn't I don't see the purpose of why they wouldn't have just broken down the walls already? Because there are walls around each inner gate, so they could have already taken out Wall Maria's walls and broken those Titans free. So if that was their goal, why didn't they already start on Wall Maria to do that?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So, next question. If there were ever a reason for Isayama to resent writing Attack on Titan, what do you think it would be and why? Well, I would say the primary thing that he probably resents is how stupid popular it got. It forced him to start changing things and have to start answering calls about cross promotions, talk about doing interviews, talk about, man, how successful am I now and how much pressure do I have on me now? Jesus.
Yeah, the pressure is the thing that I think would be a big factor, because I can't even imagine the amount of pressure, even with his editor and his team handling a lot of the press and stuff like that. He still just must have just like no sleep, constant pressure, constantly worrying. I just can't imagine.
Well, and I feel like he cares about his creation. You know what I mean? I feel like if I was in the position, you'd be worried about that being kind of taken out of your hands, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. If that makes any sense. If it gets to the point where
too many eyes,
that pressure,
too many fingers in the pie.
you don't necessarily have as much like total control over your creation as you feel you should have, and maybe that's just kind of a mental thing, not anything that's physically stopping him. But that's a hard thing to necessarily get over. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and to add on to that, it's like he clearly had a goal in mind for where he wanted the story to take place, and he admittedly stated that it was because of the popularity that he decided to change the ending, because he didn't want it to end so gloomy. So he's writing a story now that's going to ultimately end up in a place he didn't originally intend for it to go and wanted it to go. So that he might resent the material because he's now going to have to write a story at some given point which he did not want to write. So if you're writing something that you don't enjoy or that you don't like, maybe right now he enjoys writing it because it's still part of the material he had in mind, just like the development of the characters and the plot, like short term, but long term in the end is going to be like, I have to write shit up that I don't like because I'm just appeasing the fans, and that's going to, mess with his ability to write a good story that he enjoys.
You see that all the time with the popular series,
Yeah.
The Narutos and the Bleaches and the One Pieces and the, those guys. Yeah, that's about it. Too many fingers in the pie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Too many cooks. Too many cooks.
Too many cooks. Shit, I don't remember the lyrics.
I don't think there are.
Isn't that was the lyrics?
A pinch of salt, left or two. See.
That's
anyway.
okay.
Almost there.
Okay.
Almost there.
We get the point.
I got one line.
That's good enough, man. You got more than anyone wanted you to give, so.
Next question. Have you ever seen another fan of the series in person? Was it a personal encounter or just a sighting? And what was that experience like for you?
Well, I know a couple people.
I feel
But
like
it's more of a
that's gonna
casual
be the
thing,
answer.
and they absolutely do not know how into this I am. And I plan on keeping it that way.
Steve, Bob, if you're listening to this somehow.
Yeah. They're actually huge fans, and they just put the puzzle pieces together now. They're like, wait a minute. That's the wrong we know. No, but
That sounds
I've
like
seen, yeah, I've seen people who had like bags and shirts and such that had like the logo on it. Besides that, I haven't actually talked to anybody like in person. Some of my friends are, but that doesn't count. But yeah.
Doesn't it count though? Because that's.
I mean, if it does, I mean.
Well, okay. It's like my little brother's into it, and I talk to him about it all the time. But I guess that counts.
If you don't have anything that's more like random stranger encounter, then.
Oh, I got you. Like, hey, nice attack on. If I saw a random stranger, I probably would try not to acknowledge it.
Well, whatever's the closest you have to that, basically. And
So I wear my hoodie and my backpack and stuff around a lot, so I've had a few chats with people. But actually, the best was I don't know if you remember her. She hasn't been around the subreddit much lately, but Elvin Drummer 13.
Yeah, I know Drummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, she and I met up at PAX, not this year, but the year before, and we just hung out for like an hour and chatted about the series and stuff. So that was pretty awesome. I showed her my keychains, and so that was pretty awesome. That was definitely a case of fandom for the series bringing together two people who otherwise wouldn't have met. So
the best answer this group is going to give.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. See, you're actually not ashamed of the fact that you enjoy this.
Oh no, my desk at work is covered with literally like 50 pieces of SNK merch. Like it's actually kind of sad. And people come by and look at it as if it's a museum. They're like, oh, because I work in a really nerdy place, right? So people come by and they're like, oh wow, oh I've seen that show, So it's kind of cool. Maybe cool is not the right word. It's definitely nerdy.
It's all contextual, In some places that's cool, in other places not so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
The closest experience I have, other than seeing people with merch, is people that I've introduced to the show. Like seeing their reactions and talking to them about it, whatever.
Yeah, that's a fun time.
That's the extent of it. Like one of my childhood friends that I grew up with, I introduced him to the show, and he hates Mikasa more than I do, which I found to be surprising, because he brought up a lot of points to me about it. And that was a surprise, for sure.
As if you needed any more fuel.
Yeah, really. I remember, I think, way back in the day, Scotty, you might remember this, back when we did our, we used to do aberrants for, like, talking about specific characters. We did the Levi aberrant, like, forever ago. We were going to do one about Mikasa, and I don't know who was supposed to defend Mikasa, but I was, like, creating this, like, big argument piece.
Fucking thesis.
For what? Yeah, basically
dissertation.
My thesis.
He's gonna get his doctorate in SNK.
My dissertation for why Mikasa is the worst character in anything ever. And this friend of mine who I introduced to the show is actually giving me points for it and actually, discussing it with me and that kind of thing. So that was cool.
That sounds like you.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever.
That's all there is to
someone to the show, and I found more reasons to hate Mikasa.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
So that happened.
Good times.
Yeah. So, Scotty, did you give an answer?
Yeah, so I saw people with like the memorabilia and stuff, like the bags and the keychains or whatever. Never actually like started a conversation based on that. I've just seen it like around. But yeah, besides that, just friends, that I actually got introduced to the series through a friend. So yeah, that I guess if that counts. But besides that, not really much,
Okay. Next question. How freaking awful would it be if Shyamalan directed a Hollywood SNK? Or for Shyamalan fans, how great would it be?
It would be amazing. Are you kidding me?
Honestly,
Is there such thing?
it could not be any worse than it is right now.
I come from the Legend of Korra and Avatar fandom.
I was just thinking that. I was like, what if it was the last Avatar?
Oh
but with
God!
SNKs?
Yes, let's go.
On the
Basically,
Avatar and
The
Sokka.
Sixth Sense was a good movie. People give him way more shit. Yeah, he's made a lot of shitty movies.
Oh yeah.
And to be okay,
Who hasn't though? Really?
Yeah.
I
Sixth
haven't.
Sense was pretty good.
I liked Unbreakable, and I actually liked The Village in spite of itself. It definitely wasn't a perfect movie, but I just kind of feel like he's gone more and more off the rails. So.
Oh God, you want to know something really embarrassing? The first time I watched it, I enjoyed The Happening.
I haven't seen it yet.
Upon watching it again, I did understand why everybody else thought it was a really shitty movie, and I'm inclined to agree. But that doesn't change the fact that I was entertained by it the first time I saw it.
Well, see, here's the thing: is if the movie is so bad that it's entertaining.
No, that's the worst part. I didn't even think that. I was just like, oh, that was all right, yeah.
Oh God.
And then everybody's like, oh, that was the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. I was like, really?
That like middle ground is actually the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I watched it again. Like I realized what they were talking about. It's pretty shitty. But
Yeah. So I would totally be on board with this idea because I would think it would be like the Room kind of.
oh, The Room. Well, easy. Watch it out there. The Room is a goddamn American classic.
It is a classic.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's the height of theater.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
It's so bad that it's actually the best movie.
Tommy. Yeah, if you haven't seen The Room, you need to get on that.
Yeah, really. You're tearing me
Yeah.
apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
You know.
Turn me apart, Lisa.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Get the fuck out
Hi, Mark.
of
So how was your sex life?
Results came back. I have breast cancer.
Yeah. That's good.
Oh no! Just look up please don't watch the movie, but go on YouTube and just look up the highlights of that movie.
The whole
Yeah.
movie is one giant highlight, man.
That's true. You're right, but
It's brilliant.
Oh.
Brutal.
Oh, goodness.
Bullshit! I did not hit her. I did not. Okay. Anyway.
Okay.
Last question. Do you believe it is possible that Monkey Trouble ate Ymir? He noticeably has taken some of her Titan's characteristics in this chapter, compared to when we have seen him in the past,
Such
No.
as.
such as
Why would
his
he- her?
face.
Why would he
What
eat
happened
her
is,
off?
oh, he got the black eyes. Yeah.
And he's
Were
got
they
like
not?
the teeth that's all fucked up too.
They were like that before. The sharp teeth.
Yeah, but that's definitely a Ymir thing for sure.
But they were like that before.
Were
like
they,
when we first saw them.
though?
Yeah. They were always
bad?
sharp. Mhm.
I don't know.
His eyes might be a little black and usual, but
Yeah.
this actually is an interesting question.
It's
because we have
specifically has
never.
to relate to that panel at the end of the chapter.
Well, I was gonna say we've never seen a shifter eat another shifter, so we don't really know what happens.
We've seen Ymir mindless Titan eat.
Oh wait, no, I take that back. We have we have because we saw Grisha eat what's her face.
Oh, I know.
Free-
Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Never mind.
Gotcha.
I'm pulling up the pictures now from previous, and he looks the same. He has the same eyes. He has the pointy teeth. He looks absolutely the same as before. So honestly, Ymir is not going to get killed off screen, and I'm really so many people have been saying
Can you
this,
imagine
and
that?
That would
That would
actually
be
be
the
great.
worst storytelling ever. Give Isayama some credit.
Would it be the worst or the
Where's
best?
Ben Chandler? Get that grave dug, right?
He's actually somewhere being mad right now.
Oh my goodness.
Can't
But
blame
in
him.
the future,
Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. Is it likely? Not really. No. Do I think it happened? No.
no, it's not gonna.
But it is a neat idea to think.
Yeah.
It's like one of the questions we had earlier about the colossal titans on the walls and being like releasing them. What purpose? Why? Why?
What would Monkey Trouble gain by eating her?
Really?
Because he's already way more powerful than her in the first place. Unless there's something we don't know about her, which, to be fair, there's a lot we don't know about her.
Yeah.
But still,
Maybe she goes good with coffee.
yeah.
That's so. Oh, what a great way to wrap this up. Perfect. Absolutely. That was the theme of this podcast, was coffee, right? This episode was coffee.
The importance of coffee in the modern world.
Use coupon code Cast on Titan to get 15% off your next Keurig
Your
order.
local Starbucks.
Uh,
Offer only valid within local distances. Blah 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 blah.
Within 2 minutes of this podcast is released, so really, you gotta be quick on that.
God damn.
Yeah,
What's in the basement, right?
I'm gonna listen to this 3-hour podcast and be able to type in this promo
I
code
think we figured out what's in the basement, by
within
the way.
5
Yeah.
minutes.
That was the
An
joke still.
espresso machine.
Oh yeah, espresso machine, just bags of coffee grounds. I mean, like, just barrels of stuff. They're gonna be set wild. They're gonna be Java heads all through and through. How much do you think Reiner and Bert missed coffee when they were going through their trial? I guess they probably didn't drink coffee as a kid, did they?
No, they probably didn't drink it as. Oh no,
So
you know
here's
how
the thing.
like.
Coffee is a luxury in this world.
Oh,
Reiner and
but-
Berthold would not have access to that kind of luxury. Annie would because she
But
was
here-
in the military.
we're talking
police.
about when they were back at home, though.
Oh.
Here's a theory though. Here's a theory. You know about like Somalian warlords, how they'll give like their child fighters like cocaine and like drugs
give 'em a bunch
in
of drugs
order to
to pop
hype
up.
them up and then like mind wipe them, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? And then like send them into battle. Well, basically, you do that with coffee. You give it to these child war fighters, whatever, these
Get
soldiers,
them all hyped up on caffeine.
hyped up on caffeine. Then you send them and you break down some walls like Maria and such.
All right,
and then
go
boom,
guys, go on, fuck some shit up. Go for it.
yeah, do some shit, you know.
Let them go.
So coffee's like the real pusher, you know.
I agree.
Yeah, it's a pretty good theory. You're welcome.
Solid.
God damn it, we are just the worst.
We're at the end of this podcast. We're at the end of the Chapter 73, Chapter 74 podcast because we just finished all the questions. And we're ready to wrap up because we're out of material. So we're going to go ahead and put a cap on this episode. So, Cooney Bob, thank you for being on. It was great having you here. We loved having your input. It was a great time. We'd love to have you back sometime.
That's awesome. Thanks for having me. I had a good time, and I'd love to do this another time.
I hope you had a good time, for sure.
Oh, hell yeah. It was awesome.
Woohoo! Yeah.
All right.
I'll one up you. I hope you had a great time.
Isn't that what I said?
I had an
No,
excellent
you
time.
said good time. That is not even close.
I hope you had the best time of your life.
The rest of your life pales against marriage
and
ass.
This is the peak. It won't get any better than this. You've reached.
Sorry,
it.
it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, well, you know, that's a sacrifice that I have to make.
Put this on a resume. The next time you apply for a job, this will be on the top of your
Hopefully
resume.
that's not soon, by the way.
Yeah.
I placated these
dark
retards for a few hours.
Like, if you die tomorrow, then you'll know you lived the best experience of your life. If you lose your job, you can put this on a resume.
If this was the last thing I did, I'd kill myself again. Well, or dead. Oh, it's the double dead after this.
they read like what they did just before their death, and it's like, oh, that's the reason why. Yeah, case closed. We know why she did it. We know why.
So on that high note, we're gonna call it a wrap, and we will see you guys next month on the next edition of A Cast on Titan.
Woo!
Bye.
Woo!
Bye.
We ended on a suicide joke.
No, wait, don't leave that in.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh my God.
Please not.